And roll in just a second. I've got the guest box open on YouTube, so we should be good to go there. And let's see what else. The guest box on TikTok should be open, so should be able to join via TikTok. I think everything's set up and ready to go. Welcome in, friends. Great to see you. We got a bunch of people already in the room. Tom, welcome in. Great to see you, friend. And Creed's with us. Creed says, I would debate, but sadly, Justin don't take me seriously anymore. Nah, I guess not really, Creed. I don't really know where you're at anymore, Creed. You don't sound like you're a full Christian, and you don't sound like you're, I don't know where you're at. I mean, you're welcome to debate, but you have to like pick a side. Yeah, like whatever you believe, you got to pick that side and own it. Anyways, welcome in. So today, guys, we're going to be doing some debates. We are going to be debating on all the platforms, and in the meantime, we're going to be raising funds for our friend AK Borealis. So all the proceeds from this live stream will be going to AK Borealis. If you're part of the deconstruction community on TikTok or Discord, you certainly know who AK is. So our friend AK is in a difficult situation, partially because of the way our medical system works, and partially because it's impossible to get on a disability, even though she is disabled with multiple chronic illnesses. But anyways, we're working to get her to that goal. It's just a long process. In the meantime, she just needs a lot of help, friends. So all the proceeds from this particular live stream will be going to AK Borealis. You can donate directly at the link provided on the various streams. There's links in the description of the videos. You can click those links there and give directly. And then if you super chat, all the super chat money from the live stream is going to go over to AK. So we're going to support her as much as possible. I'm matching the first $1,500, friends. So we should, at a minimum, we should get a match for my match. That's my hope. I want at least a match for my match, friends. I'm matching the first $1,500 for AK. So let's get the ball rolling, and we're gonna make things happen for our friend AK. We should have some people to debate here in just a minute. The stream did just open, so we'll get some. We'll get somebody in the box here in just a second. And give me just one moment. I forgot. I need to link up my. I got to link up my super chat window real quick before I forget. I always forget to do. I always forget to do that until it's like it's time to go live. Eventually I won't do that. Eventually I'll actually remember to do this ahead of time. Anyways, welcome in, friends. It's great to see you. Thanks for being here. We should have an awesome day of some July 4th debates and barbecue. If you're grilling out today, eat some steak. Eat some steak for me. I'm not going to be grilling out today. I'm going to be here grilling on this particular grill, but eat some steak for me, friends. I went out last night and celebrated, so I'm already good. LA Silver Surfer, my friend, great to see you, by the way. Thank you so much for the $9.99 super thanks. I really appreciate that. And Abel, thank you for the $10 super chat. Abel says, yo, what's up, man? If you need any guest hosts, I'm down. I'm an engineer from California who's trying to be the Mexican atheist. Well, Abel, hit me up on the Discord. Typically, I don't just put people I don't know into my backlog of debaters. You gotta start out on the ground floor like all of us. Get on TikTok and join some of our our atheist panels, and let's see what you got. If you're good, I have no problem bringing you up on the big panel. You know what I mean? But thank you for the super chat. I'm certainly would love to put you into the mix if it's a good fit. And LA Silver Surfer sending in some extra support. Thank you so much, Silver Surfer. I really appreciate the $19.99 super chat. It's super helpful, super generous. I really do appreciate that. Actually, AK did she did inform me that she's got a surgery that she needs as well. She sent me a picture because of one of her degenerative chronic illnesses. Her patella is now on her thigh. It's not a good situation. Your patella is not supposed to be up on your thigh. It's a whole situation. But we're going to help as much as we can, friends. And also, Theo, thank you for the $5 super chat, says it would be funny if in 2,000 years people create a new religion from reading old internet archive demands on remnants on Doug. So we've actually had this discussion. I think Joel brought this up before from Joel Reads Bible. You're 100% right, because like we could literally just do this whole Doug lore. And then 2,000 years from now, people find it and think that there's some lost god of the year 2025 that everybody was worshiping, even the atheists. And before you know it, we're back at square one worshiping rocks. Krill says, here's some money from me. Well, thank you so much, Krill. I super appreciate the 129 SEK. Every little bit helps. And remember, friends, I am going to be matching. Actually, sorry, I forgot to open up my spreadsheet. I am going to be matching the first $1,500, friends. Give me 1 second to open up my spreadsheet and before I forget. But thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Krill. And we've got, I think, 3 more super chats. We'll get our first guest in here. Edward says, hello, friend. My new Oxford Bible commentary just arrived. Thank you for the suggestion. Oh, you are going to love it. The Oxford Bible commentary and the Jerome Bible commentary are phenomenal Bible commentaries in one volume. If you don't want to spend the money to buy a whole set, which I get it. Most people don't have $3,000 just sitting around to buy a whole set of commentaries. And Ekta, my friend, says, down in the USA, may all of our military endeavors fail miserably. Down with the USA. Happy Jingoism Day, everybody. Well, I mean, listen, we're doing some shit right now, you know. We've done some shit in the past. I'm not for military exploits, so I mean, I don't disagree, but obviously, I don't want the U.S. to be a failure. Because I live here and a lot of good people live here. Rainbow says, $ Jesus filled it for us equals BS. What Matthew 5:19 says. I don't know what the $ quotation mark means, but I think you're suggesting that the fact that Matthew 5:19 says that Jesus came to fulfill the law. I don't know what you mean, my friend. You might have to. I don't know what you're saying, but thank you for the super chat. Thank you. And also plant-based. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the $9.99 super chat saying praise Doug. Hail Doug, the rock of ages. And let me just grab one more super chat. We'll get into our first debate. Adele says, kicking things off with a super for the cause. Thanks for all you do, friend. Well, Adele, thank you so much for supporting the stream, supporting the channel, and for supporting the community. It really does mean a lot to me. And you guys know my policy here, okay? When a friend needs help, you help them. I don't have a lot of like rules that I live my life by, but that is one of them. So there was a friend in our community that really needed help. We can add information in as the stream progresses. But our friend AK Borealis really does need a lot of help right now. I'm matching the first $1,500 given. So please, at least let's get to that threshold. Make me spend my money. Make me give my money away. Match my first $1,500, guys. All right, we're going to get, looks like, how you doing, Spawn?
Good, are you? I'm
Spawn, are you at least
actually an atheist, but
okay, fair enough.
have you, huh?
What's that?
Have you ever had a debate with Darth Dawkins?
He came to my live stream once and was here for about a minute and left. That's about it. He's not going to come back and actually debate me because I'll make him read the Bible and he doesn't want to read the Bible.
Because I actually used to watch Jeff and debate him and get godsmacked.
Who?
But Jeff.
Who?
Atheistro.
Jeff who?
Darth had a debate with Jeff.
Jeff who?
And got his ass kicked.
You know there's a lot of Jeffs on TikTok, right?
Atheist Troll.
I've never heard of a guy named Atheist Troll. I don't run around in your circles, apparently. Just so we're clear, I don't follow apologist accounts. Like, I follow Vor because we're actually friends and, like, maybe 1 or 2 other Christians. I don't follow these people. I have no idea what's happening over there.
Oh, okay. How long have you been atheist?
Long enough. Well, listen, we're here for debates. I appreciate you coming up, but we got to get a debate going, okay? That's weird. I find it doubtful that that this guy is an atheist if he says that his atheist friend Jeff got God smacked by Darth Dawkins. Something's not right about that. Anyways, yeah, for everyone who knows AK, big W to AK. She's a valued member of our community. We're raising funds for AK today during our 4th of July barbecue debating. So all the super chats and proceeds from the live stream go to her. I'm matching the first $1,500, friends. So as I said prior, make me spend my money and give it to AK. We got to at least get a match of $1,500 going. And I'm just going to keep debating until we hit the mark we need. I know how much we actually need to raise for AK. So, and she, you know, I don't want to give all of her information away, but we do have links to donate directly if you want to help monetarily and you don't want TikTok or YouTube to take their cut out of it. That being said, we've got Creed back with us. Welcome in, Creed.
Hey, I'm sorry that last time. I was not trolling you. I did not know why you thought I was trolling you. So,
Okay, so just help me out. Clarify your position.
I am still a Christian, and I still very much believe in God, and I think there's good evidence for God.
Okay, so what would be the evidence that you think is good?
Well, I would say that that I believe that Daniel does indeed talk about Rome as the kingdoms, and and the reason why I say that is because it talks about
Say
10
that.
kings.
Say that again, because I didn't hear what you said.
Okay, I'll start from the beginning. I said that I think that the book of Daniel does prophesize things that. What was that noise?
Oh, sorry, I was turning my volume up so I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
So I was saying, I think the book of Daniel does prophesize things. Like there's 10 kings in talks about in Daniel chapter 7, and there's also 10 kings that were in Rome at the time.
So what? Daniel 7 doesn't say a word about Rome.
That, like, can it be like the way I was taught and my preacher taught us it was about Rome.
Well, your preacher's wrong.
Well, why it talks about like iron, right? Isn't Rome represented by the iron?
It doesn't say anything about Rome. Nope.
So it talks about Greece, talks about Persia. It does not talk.
Yeah, it mentions Greece by name, mentions Media and Persia by name, mentions Babylon by name. No mention of Rome here.
So there's no mention of Rome anywhere in this text. There's some scholars that talk about it being Rome, like some Christian scholars who seem to believe it's really Rome.
Yeah, conservative Christian scholars who believe the same nonsense you do think that you can insert Rome in the book because they want Rome to be in the book, but actual academics don't believe that. And even like a baseline academic study Bible will tell you that. Just open up a New Oxford commentary in your New Oxford study Bible, and it literally says the exact same thing. Every final kingdom in the book of Daniel is Greece. Daniel chapter 8, explicitly listed as Greece. Daniel chapter 10, the last prince that needs to be fought, is Greece. Daniel chapter 9, the final king before the end comes, is Antiochus Epiphanes. He's from the Grecian kingdom. Every time we run up against the final kingdom in the book of Daniel, it's always the kingdom of Greece.
So I understand that you don't think Daniel is a real person.
Oh, that's for sure. I don't think Daniel even existed. I think all of this was written, not all of it, but most of it was written during the tail end of the Persian period and during the Maccabean revolt.
So do you not see like any evidence of like King Nebuchadnezzar existing and things like that? Like, I mean, I know he existed, and so why would they make such an outlandish story up for no reason at all?
So originally, the story of King Nebuchadnezzar was about King Nabonidus. So we've got alternative texts like in the Dead Sea Scrolls that detail the madness of. In the Bible, it's called the madness of Nebuchadnezzar, but it's actually the madness of Nabonidus. Nabonidus was the real father of Belshazzar. Nebuchadnezzar wasn't even related to Belshazzar. They had no blood connection whatsoever. There were like 3 different kings between Belshazzar and Nabonidus anyways. So like this nonsense that this was written by a guy named Daniel during the period of Nebuchadnezzar is BS because he doesn't know anything about that time period. Every time he addresses the time period that the real Daniel would have lived in, he screws it up.
like, how do you explain the fact that Daniel, like, you know the story, like Daniel, not Daniel, you know, the fiery furnace, like, you know, they talk about a person like the Son of Man was in there with them.
So what? Well, it doesn't say the
That's Jesus.
son of man. It says one like the son of a god. And then the same chapter calls it an angel.
When is that? When is he called an angel?
The same chapter.
So he calls him an angel, so he's not Jesus in the flesh.
No, Daniel chapter 7 and the fiery furnace and elsewhere, whenever we hear about this half man, half God type figure, it's always an angel.
So you do not believe that there's any kind of evidence of like a Jesus in the Old Testament? Because like an angel, the angel of the Lord. The angel of the Lord is obviously Jesus.
It's obviously not.
I took like a class in high school, a Bible class in high school.
Sure you did. I took a bunch of Bible classes in Bible college and seminary.
And he told me that angel of the Lord is Jesus Christ.
Well, he's wrong then.
How could it all be wrong?
Because they have no idea what they're talking about. Like, just because somebody you like said it didn't make it true. And just because it came from a Christian doesn't mean it's true. Because you could say, well, all the Christians believe this. Well, congratulations. None of the fucking Jews do. So, like, you can't appeal to, like, well, all the Christians couldn't be wrong. Well, I certainly can appeal to that because you're appealing to the idea that all the Jews are wrong. These are not great arguments.
Okay, so you think that Jesus? Do you believe that Jesus Christ was just made up by the Christians to overturn the Jewish law? Is that really what it was?
No, I don't believe in mythicism. I'm not a mythicist.
Okay, so you don't believe in Jesus Christ in any kind of way.
I said I'm not a mythicist. I think Jesus was a real person. I think he was a guy who had a small following. He was an apocalyptic cult leader, thought the end of the world was coming, and he fucked around and found out.
Yeah, like last time you told me that baptism was not important. The Bible does talk about it being important. Full immersion baptism.
The baptism is not important in Jewish theology. In the New Testament, it's important.
So there's a part in the Bible where God tells who is to go dip himself in the stream or the river like 3 times, I think. It could not be like foreshadowing of baptism in the Trinity.
He does with Naaman as well. And if you read the story of Naaman. So, like, this idea that you could dip yourself into the river and cleanse yourself is not a unique feature. They believe in cleanliness, and part of cleanliness in the ancient Jewish culture was both moral and physical impurities, and they believed that baptism and smearing of blood could fix those 2 problems.
So, the smearing of blood, that's similar to what happens with Jesus. You know, his blood was shed for all of us on the cross.
Oh, it certainly wasn't.
So, why do you not believe that, sir? Like, what's your
because in the Old Testament, the blood had to be smeared on the impurity. It's a detergent. It's a cleaner. It's a covering. It's a physical, actual blood that is being used to treat actual physical and spiritual impurities on a physical thing.
So your argument is that the Old Testament does not require an ultimate sacrifice in the end for everybody? Is that right?
No, they don't. And it's not even unique to the Old Testament. Like, everybody in the ancient world was already doing these types of blood sacrifices. The Bible, God didn't invent any of this. All these sacrifices in the Bible exist elsewhere. They're in Mari and Ebla, and they're in the land of the Hittites. They're in Egypt. They're in Babylon. They're in Assyria. They're just doing the same shit everybody else is doing. They're just doing it for their God.
The concept of sin is such a unique thing that like other like religions don't really have.
Not even close.
Like,
no.
Buddhism
it's
have
literally
sin.
identical. Almost all of the ancient Near Eastern religions had some type of sin and some type of sin sacrifice that would, purge your sins.
Like what? Like what's an example from another culture that had like sin sacrifices?
I just told you, literally all of them. In fact, at the beginning of the year, when they had their celebration in Babylon, they would literally slaughter thousands of animals in one day. Thousands of them.
Thousands of them in one day.
Yep.
It's kind of ridiculous, but still, that's the point. What I'm trying to say is, like, Christianity is like telling, it's like a self-reflection. Like, you are bad and you need to be saved. Like, it's not trying to build you up, trying to
Saved
push
from
you
what?
down. Like, from your own choices. Like, once Adam and Eve
saved
fell,
from what? My choices aren't hurting me. So what am I being saved from?
like the sin nature, sir. You're given, like, you know.
So I need to be saved from the sin nature that God gave me? Why did he give me that nature?
Well, God didn't give it to you. God, there's something called the age of accountability. So when you're first born, you're not really sinful.
Yeah,
It's
so
just like over time.
why did God give me a sin nature?
Well, you know, as far as Adam and Eve, it wasn't really. Man chose sin. We chose sin.
No, that's not answering my question. Why did God give me a sin nature? You said that we had the sin nature, and God makes nature.
Well, he gave us a choice to choose good and evil, and so when you get to a certain age of accountability,
What do you think
you
the
choose to
sin
do
nature
that.
is?
Well, it's separation from God, evil, wickedness,
No, the
perversion.
sin nature. What is the sin nature?
Well, it's something that's in all of us. Where we're prone to certain behaviors.
Right.
It can be unique behaviors. Like
You're saying
drunkenness.
what it does. I'm asking what it is. What is it? What's it made
It's like
of?
a sickness. It's like a sickness, kind of like it's not really made of anything. It's like a spiritual rot.
Okay, so it's a sickness that God gave us.
Well, God didn't give us the fruit from the garden. Gave it to us.
Okay, so who created the sin nature?
Well, you know, you can't know good without knowing evil. It's like
Right, but
God.
who
That's why it's
created
called
the sin
evil.
nature?
God did.
Okay, so we all have the sin nature. God created the sin nature. Could he have created humans without sin nature?
Yes, and that wouldn't be true love because free will is retarded being like loving someone.
That's not even close to being true because the God of the Bible threatens you by burning you alive if you don't love him. That's not free will. That's coercion. That's a threat. You can't love somebody under threat of being burned alive.
Well, it's a choice. They're making the choice.
It's not a choice. It's a threat.
You know, it's kind of like imagine you're the kid. Say you're the kid. And you say, "Well, you don't take the cookie until I told you to take the cookie, or I'll put you in timeout." You're giving the choice.
Creed, do you have any siblings?
I do have a sibling. Yes, I have 3 sisters.
If I went to one of your sisters and I asked her out, said, "Hey, you want to go out with me? We'll have the best night ever. I'll treat you immaculately. It'll be amazing. But if you say no to me, I'm going to lock you in my basement and light it on fire. Am I good?"
I would say that's called a threat and that'd be illegal, sir.
But I gave her a choice, Creed. She doesn't have to get locked in my basement. I gave her a choice.
It's not the same thing. You're not the Almighty God.
It is the same thing. It's even worse when God is doing it, right? So when the only choice you have is love me or burn, that's a threat. That's not free will.
God is fighting evil. What you're doing is perpetuating
God
evil.
created evil.
And yeah, he did create evil, but he created good as well.
So he's fighting
love.
the thing that he created?
Well, see, Satan took advantage of this creation. You know,
Well, who
Satan made
created
perfect.
Satan?
Well, God did, because God loved him.
So why did God create Satan if he knew that Satan was going to be so evil? And when he did evil, why didn't he get rid of him? Why didn't he lock him up like he did the other angels?
Well, did he lock up the other angels? Did he say that?
It said so in Jude and 2 Peter when the other angels committed the sin by coming down and sleeping with the women. He bound them up in chains and they're waiting in fire right now for judgment. He could have done the same thing with Satan. Why didn't he?
Well, we need to have an example of unrighteousness so we know how to be righteous. And
I don't
Satan
think
is
that's the
evil.
case.
So, like us as human beings, we are prone to certain things like sin. Like I said, sin nature.
I don't need to witness somebody getting like slaughtered or SA'd to know that I don't want to do those things.
Well, you don't want to see those things happen. It's just like we have to make a choice of good or evil. And most of us choose evil. Like, look at the world today.
I
Look at all
don't.
the murder and genocide.
I don't choose evil. Sounds like maybe you do.
Well, I don't. Well, I'm trying not to, sir. Like, I don't think you've chosen evil because you were once a Christian and you were saved, and you probably still are saved.
No, certainly not.
Or not still saved that you can be saved. Like you can choose
certainly
good.
not. I would
Well,
never worship this God.
Have you ever heard the story of the prodigal son? You can be like that person. You can come back to God.
I certainly would not. I would never.
So why is God so bad? Like, it's like one last question. Why is God so bad to you? Like, what's the worst thing he did to you that makes you think this is an awful God?
He didn't do anything to me. I just don't think he exists. And the book that describes him describes an evil God, a God that endorses slavery, a God that thinks it's okay to rape women, a God that thinks women are less than men, a God that thinks women shouldn't have autonomy over their own bodies, and a God that threatens you with torture if you don't do everything he tells you. Remember, you go to hell even if you've only committed one sin in Christianity. That's all it takes, which means you make the slightest mistake and God will burn you for literally ever.
Well, do you really think that hell is in the Bible? Like, a lot of that comes from Dante's Inferno. Like,
It
hell itself.
certainly does not come from Dante's Inferno. It is in the Bible.
I mean, not that type of hell, like the burning hell. Like, it's just like separation from God.
No, it certainly is there.
Where does it say that? I'll go.
It says it about 10 different times in the Bible. It says there's wailing and gnashing of teeth, and that there's an eternal fire there that, let me pull it up. 1 second. All right. Let's go to Matthew 5:22.
All right. Let me get there. What is the earliest gospel again?
Usually Mark is dated earliest, maybe around 70 to 75, maybe 70 to 80.
How come? Sorry.
Jesus says in Matthew 5, but I say to you that if you're angry with a brother or sister, you will be liable to judgment. And if you insult a brother or sister, you will be liable to the council. And if you say, you fool, you will be liable to the hell of fire. Or some translations say the fire of hell. So there is fire in hell.
So it's a place where people are burned forever?
Well, there's two views in the Bible. It's either forever or it's until death and Hades gets thrown into the lake of fire, which is the annihilation theory. Depends on which Bible passages you read. Some indicate forever. Some indicate just until Jesus decides it's the end.
Like, I know that Jehovah's Witnesses... Sorry.
Mm-hmm. But
I know that Jehovah's Witnesses don't believe in hell.
Well, in the annihilation theory, they believe in hell. It's just not permanent. It's not forever.
So it's just not forever. So do you think the Bible's clear that hell being forever, or?
No, I think it's about 50-50. However, if you read the apocryphal works, which should be in the Bible, Protestants removed them because they have no idea what they're doing. But if you read the Apocrypha, it's very clear in the Apocrypha that a lot of the authors believe that hell is forever. In fact, Judith 16:17. Let's grab that one. So if you go to Judith 16:17, and you have to remember, Jesus was a Jew. He was appealing to Jewish tradition when he spoke about hell. He was appealing to this tradition. Woe to the nations that rise up against my people. The Lord Almighty will take vengeance on them in the day of judgment. He will send fire and worms into their flesh. They will weep in pain forever. Now, you could say that it's hyperbole, that it's not literally forever, it's just until a certain time period, but there's lots of texts within the Jewish community that Jesus was in that quote hell being forever.
So you think hell is in Judaism? I thought I heard people claim that hell is not part of Judaism, like Sheol was.
Well, it depends on which part of Judaism, which time period. So during the time period of the 1st century BCE and 1st century CE, hell was very much part of Judaism, but more of the apocalyptic Judaism, like what you found in the Essenes and people like that. If you go to like the teachings of like the rabbinic Jews, like what you find in the teachings of the Talmud, they have a very different view of hell. Like in the Talmud, hell is typically a temporary place for people that are wicked, like actual wicked people, not people who just didn't believe something. And they're only there typically for a maximum of 12 months. There was a great debate for how long you would be there, but you were there to basically purge your sins, and then you would get entry into paradise.
You said the Apocrypha should not be in Scripture because it talks about things that are not in Christian mythology.
It certainly should be in there because the New Testament quotes from it. Every church father for the first 400 years claimed that it was God-inspired scripture and prophetic, and it was not even questioned until Jerome.
Why would they get rid of it, sir? Like, what's the point in doing that? They
Because
thought it was from God.
Because they were ignorant. It was in our Bibles literally until the mid to late 1800s. Even the King James Bible had it. Hold on, I just got a live restriction. It says your live is not eligible for recommendation and restricted in search results because it primarily directs people off the platform. This is in line with, oh, for fuck's sake, TikTok. Get your shit together. All right, hold on. TikTok's dog shit. I got to restart the TikTok stream.
That's okay. Well, it was a good debate, Justin. Thanks for having me on.
All right, cheers, buddy. Have a good one. TikTok's literally the worst. It's literally the fucking worst thing ever. All right, give me 1 second, friends. Give me 1 second. They're upset that I've got the links on the screen to donate. I'll have to pop them up when I talk about it. And then drop them down when we're debating. All right, I'm going to end the stream on TikTok, and then I'm going to restart it in just a minute. While we're doing that, I'll pull in a guest from YouTube, and we'll read a couple super chats. All the proceeds for the live stream, my friend, goes to our good friend AK Borealis. I'm matching the first $1,500, so please make me spend my $1,500 and match me and help out our good friend. Alosa says Doug provides. He actually does provide. He's providing right now, friend. Thank you. And also, Bill, thank you for the super chat. It says cooking on a Friday afternoon in the summertime. In the summertime, you got to try and sing this properly. Listen, Billy, I'm not the person you want singing. I couldn't carry a tune in a bucket, but I appreciate that you have a good song for me. It says, much love, Justin and DZ Discord. Well, thank you so much, Bill. I really appreciate that. And big W, Bill, for supporting the channel and the cause. And Calvin says, for the cause, keep up the great work and hail Doug. Thank you, Calvin. It's super appreciated. And remember, I always say, if a friend needs help, you help them. That's just the rule. And Whip says, never go to war with the reasoning God commands us. Actually, this is something I would live by. I mentioned earlier I don't live by a lot of things. I would live by this. And Charles, thank you for the $5 super thanks. I appreciate that. And Porcelina, thank you for the $10 super chat. I super appreciate that. All right, let me grab TikTok. We'll get TikTok going again. 1 second. TikTok should be live. We'll see if TikTok actually pushes out. Porcelina says, my doggy is sick, so we're staying in to watch this barbecue, hoping we get spicy, Justin. Hope this helps AK Borealis. Praise Doug. Well, Porcelina, it does help. Every single super chat, every single donation does actually help. And I've got links in the description of the video if people want to support AK Borealis directly. I would that makes it a little bit easier because TikTok doesn't take a cut out of the supers. And Declan James, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, check out Holy Smokes by Aesop Rock. It's 4 minutes of Christianity getting cooked in verse form. I think he's got to be a prophet of Doug, but I'll leave it to my fellow Dougites to decide. Well, Declan, I'll definitely have to check it out. I haven't seen it or heard it, but I feel like somebody's mentioned it before in the community. I just can't remember when or who. But I appreciate the super chat and the support. And Bay says, how dare you say my God is imaginary? He has googly eyes. Praise Doug. Sorry, Bay. You know that our God, Doug, is not imaginary. He's real. It's everybody else's God that's not real. And Voltage, thank you for the super chat. It says, hi, Justin. Thank you for bringing up about the Native American. P.S. I don't support racism and atheism makes sense. Praise Doug. Well, Voltage, I'm with you. And from an engineer, big W on the name, great name. And I agree. You know, what we did to the Native Americans was justified using Christianity. It was horrific. This idea, the manifest destiny was more like the westward expansion than the new world, but they still used it as a form of Christian co-op. And then a lot of people coming here, a lot of them thought that this was going to be the new Israel for Christianity. John, my friend, thank you for the 1999 super chat. It says, best 4th of July barbecue I've ever been to. Praise Doug and love to AK. Well, thank you so much, John. for the support. I really appreciate it. AK really appreciates it. And remember, we are a community. We support each other in this community. The TikTok live stream is back up and running. We should have people filtering in there. And Voltage says, I hope they take good care of the illness and praise Doug. Well, Voltage, I hope so. I do have some. AK is feeding me with updates about the situation. She was without insurance for quite some time. We're trying to raise enough so we can at least get her back on an insurance plan and get some of her medication taken care of, because she's got like $1,500 a month worth of medication she has to take. And if insurance doesn't pay it, she can't get it. And this is like, this is a like critical medication you need if you're chronically ill, which she is. She's got POTS, and then she's got 2 other chronic illnesses, and mast cell activation, and another one I can't think of. And they're not like, you can't take a pill and they go away. Like they're lingering. They're always going to be there. But if you don't have your medication, you can't even function. And plus there's other stuff happening. But anyways, I don't want to spend a whole bunch of time spilling the situation on AK. Everyone here already knows AK typically. Usually I think everyone here, if you're in the community, knows AK, but she needs our help right now. Drew says, is Doug a flat rock or a spherical rock? Actually, is this oblong? What would you describe this? I'm not really sure what this is. This is polysedimentary is what I would describe Doug as. Good question, though. And thank you so much for the 1999 OP Silver Surfer. I really appreciate that, friend. And Judas, great to see you today. Thank you for the $49.99. I really appreciate that, friend. It says Declan and I. Oh, you guys are together? Okay. Declan and I are trying Kraken for the first time. Gold edition. Best of luck on the fundraising, and let's support AK. Big W. First of all, big W on the Kraken, and big W for helping and supporting our friend AK. All the proceeds from this stream are going to AK Borealis, and you can donate directly using links in the description. And Doug Brown says, hey, Justin, quick question. How did the Israelites discern who was an actual prophet versus someone who is simply delusional in hearing voices? And how did God typically reveal information to the so-called prophets? So these are really good questions, Doug. And for this question, I usually go to Deuteronomy 18. In Deuteronomy 18, there is a question about how to know when someone is hearing from the Lord and when somebody is not hearing from the Lord. And they lay out pretty clear instructions. So, for example, if you go to Deuteronomy 18, he says, you may ask, or you may say to yourself, how can we recognize a word that the Lord has not spoken? Easy. Okay. If it's not from God, how will we know? It says, if a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, but the thing does not take place or prove true, it is a word that the Lord has not spoken. The prophet has spoken it presumptuously. Do not be frightened by it. So listen, when a prophet speaks, it's something that you know is a prophecy, and it's something that you can test. It's a declaration of divine information, either for the present or for the future or for the past. And you know which one they're talking about based on the grammar, language, and setting that they're using it in. So that's what's going on there. Good question. All right, we've got more super chats, but I'm going to get our guest in here. I promised we would bring in Dupe from the YouTube queue, and then we'll grab the next guest on TikTok. Welcome in, Dupe.
Okay, so hello, Justin, right?
Yeah, how you doing, Dupe? Do you want to be called Dupe, or do you want to be called a name?
Just whatever, man.
Okay, Dupe.
Doesn't matter.
Dupe,
So,
are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
Oh, yeah, I'm 22.
Okay, are you a believer?
No, so actually, sorry to disappoint everyone in the call, but I called more for help and guidance. Sorry, it wouldn't be spicy, but yeah, I want to ask, how can one, or well, myself, study or analyze and truly read and comprehend the Bible? You know,
So
like,
I think it depends
yeah,
on how deep you want to go. Like, I think so. Part of the problem, I think part of the problem with people studying the Bible is they haven't read it, right? And they want to be able to pick it up and understand it. And I get that. I get why you would want that. But before you can just pick up the Bible and understand it, I think that you should have at least read it first. Now, if you
Right.
go through and you read it one time, you're not going to get most of it. Like, so much of the geography and the names and the history is going to be way over your head. You're not going to catch it, but at least you're going to remember some of the names and places. It gives you the primer. I would say the next time you go through the Bible, even the first time you go through it, use a good academic study Bible, like the New Oxford Annotated Study Bible, or you can get, for example, the Catholic Study Bible, 3rd edition. You could also get the Westminster Study Bible. All of those are excellent study Bibles that will give you an academic perspective and the background information that you need to interpret the passages. So when you get to a passage where there's like really archaic verbiage that seems to be coded language, or they're referring to like obscure names of people, it gives you all that information in the footnotes of the Bible.
Right.
So I think the best Bible for this, for new Christians, is the New Oxford Annotated Bible, because all the other Bibles are focused on like, how can you apply this to your life and be a better Christian? That's great if you want to be a better Christian, but if you want to understand the Bible, you have to look at this thing from an academic lens, not from a life application lens.
Oh yeah, I really don't like that, because the one I read is the Ibero-American. So okay, so first time from Mexico, so we have the Ibero-American version, and it pretty much has more annexes or like points rather than the script itself on the pages. So like in Genesis, it's mostly like points on what it really means and how would you use it in your life, rather than the tale that
Right.
that the Bible tries to portray. So that's why I'm looking for help and guidance from someone like you, because you that's your gig, right, man? Like, you study this stuff for a living. So yeah, okay, you gave me the New Oxford Annotated version. Okay, I have a list of some questions. Okay, I got that covered. Do you have any techniques for keeping all the ideas together? Because as you said, I have read at least the Bible once, but it's a really big book. It has a lot of characters, as you say, geography, history, cultural, how to say, references to culture, whatever. So when studying the Bible, how do you retain or order that information?
Oh, I just straight memorize it.
Wow, really?
Sorry about that one.
Okay.
I've been reading the Bible for a long time. Eventually, you just memorize all these people.
Well, yeah, I suppose.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's a rough ride. Like that's the problem. Like when you're reading a really big book, especially a historical book, there's not a good way to organize the information. You just have to read it, study it, read it again, study it, read it again. I don't know how many times I've been through the entire Bible, but I've been through it enough that typically, not always, when I hear a name or a place, I kind of know who it is and where it happened.
Right, because when I read books and try to like study them, I use like post-its and stuff to keep track of what it says. And when you gotta do like cross-referencing within like passages and stuff, yeah, it's really good too.
So I can tell you what I did, right? When I read books that were not biblical, like when I go through books that have a ton of different characters, I will make a bookmark. I'll manually make a bookmark, and I will write the most important characters on the bookmark and maybe one or two details about them. And then I use that bookmark while I'm reading that book. You could use that approach with the Bible. You could say, listen, here's the book of whatever, Esther, or here's the book of Ruth. And you can say, who are the important figures? You can write them on a bookmark and use them just while reading those books. You certainly could do something like that. So that's a possibility. But other than that, I don't know what else you can do. Like when I'm reading the Bible, like I just brute forced it into my brain,
All right. Okay. Well, I could do that.
But listen, Dupe, I appreciate you coming up. But we got to debate, okay? We got to get a debate rolling.
Yeah, sorry about that. Well, thank you very much.
Hit us up in the Discord if you got questions. A lot of people.
Oh, you got a Discord?
There's a Discord. It's in my link tree in my profile. It's also in my YouTube. There's a public Discord. We have a lot of really smart people there. A lot of them are studying the Bible just like you are, and they've got great tools for studying the Bible in there. You can also get a copy of my deconstruction cheat sheet if you want to specifically get involved in the deconstruction side of Bible study.
Okay, thank you very much for your time. Sorry for interrupting, and
okay.
have a happy 4th of July.
Actually, have a great one. See you, Dupe.
Thanks.
Good thing that he's studying the Bible at least. You know, a lot of people don't even read the darn thing. So kudos to him for reading the book. Also, I think TikTok's back up. Hopefully we can not get shut down this time. We should have a couple hundred more people filtering in here. So we'll see if we can get everyone. We are all proceeds from this live stream are going to our friend AK Borealis. We've already got, it looks like about $400 sent in. I'm matching the first $1,500. So we can do it, friends. We need to at least match the $1,500 that I'm giving, or else that's money going to waste. Make me spend my money, friends. Beethoven says, "Hi, Justin. I'm here for the 4th of July barbecue. Also, thank you so much for the planes over on TikTok, Bertram. Beethoven says, "Hi, Justin. I'm here for the 4th of July barbecue. Keep cooking. Praise Doug, Sharon, and Beethoven." Actually, I like some Beethoven. I can't lie. I used to listen to some of the classics on vinyl. Love the classics on vinyl. It doesn't hit the same when you play them on the internet or CD. Marie, thank you for the super chat. It says, "I can't spare a lot. Don't worry, Marie. Every dollar counts as I have my own medical bills coming, but together we are a firm foundation in Doug's holy rock hard name." Amen. Well, I really appreciate that, Marie. And this is one thing that makes the community so great is I think most of us understand what it's like to struggle. We've all been on the struggle bus before. I know I have. I've been like literally under the struggle bus before. That's why I'm so compelled to help people when they need it. Brandon says, "Doug bless America." I know we're number one, just not in like medical care or education or science, anything like that. The guest box on TikTok and YouTube are open. We had a guest waiting to get in that was opposition, and they left. But we have one other guest who is a friendly that wants in. But let me grab a couple of super chats. Daniel says, "Hi, Justin. I found rock solid proof that Doug kept the lions at bay and saved Daniel. Read Daniel 6:17. Keep cooking, my friend." Actually, I think somebody mentioned this to me recently as well. It might have been you. But now that we're at it again, I'm going to read Daniel 6:17 because I kind of forget the layout here. One second. Let me see. Let me get the browser back up. There we go. It says, "A stone was brought and laid at the mouth of the den, and the king sealed it with his own signet ring and with the signet ring of his lord, so that nothing might be changed concerning Daniel." Ah, yes, yeah. Referring to the den. Okay, so the den where Daniel was in was covered by a stone, which obviously accounts for why Daniel wasn't eaten by the lions, because he was being protected by Doug. It makes perfect sense. Doug rules. No good way to say it, or no other way to say it. Chance says, "A prophecy is something you don't have to make into a prophecy." Love AK Borealis. I know, she's great. And Chance, you're right. Thank you for supporting, but you're right. If it's a prophecy, you don't have to go around later and then explain, well, here's how it's actually a prophecy, even though it doesn't really seem to be a prophecy and it doesn't sound like a prophecy. It actually is a prophecy. You got to do all that. None of that needs to happen if it's a real prophecy. And last one from Michael. Michael says, "I was previously reluctant atheist." Okay, well, good to see you again. But thanks to you and some others, I decided I am no longer a theist. So much so I felt I had to change my username. Thanks again, Miko. Sorry, I mispronounced that. Dipster, thank you for the dinosaur. And Parker, thank you for the Polaris. I appreciate that. So, Miko, I'm glad to hear it that we were able to help you kick the cult. Big W for being honest with yourself and being honest with the data and the information. It's not easy. Leaving your religion and your identity is a really difficult thing. It really is a difficult thing. So my heart goes out to you for having that kind of courage. We're going to get our next guest in here. It's going to be ITC Champs.
Dan.
Dan?
Yep.
Dan,
How are you?
Doing good. How are you?
So, I wanted to basically start out with a fairly simple concept here. Would you say that Biden is the current president of the America?
I think it's pretty easy to see that he's not.
Okay. Would you be willing to go around to the world and tell everyone that that is a fact that Biden is the president right now, and like 100% be confident with your statement?
No, because I'm not a Christian, and only Christians would make that kind of a lie.
No. Okay. So I'm just making a simple
Are you a
statement.
believer or not?
Yes, I am. So
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
I believe in the Lord Jesus Christ.
Okay, and you believe that Jesus Christ is real? He rose from the dead. He fulfilled all the prophecies. He's God's son. All that nonsense.
Yeah. So, and it's
Okay.
not nonsense, please. Hey, I'm
And
going to
you-
be very respectful. So I want to be very respectful
And
for
you
you.
believe that Jesus
So-
is a king, right?
I believe that. Yeah. So can
Would
I
you go around telling everybody and announcing to the world that he actually is the king?
I'm going to go around the world and tell him that he will be coming back, and he's going to be the king of this entire world.
You see how I directly walked you down the path that led you to conclude that your claims about Jesus are identical to the nonsense analogy you're making about Biden?
No, that doesn't make sense at all, actually. What you just tried to say. You're laughing at it, but if you want to have a civil conversation that we both can have a conversation instead of like interrupting each other, then I would love to do so.
Cool.
But
So
I
what would
like to
be
do so.
what would be the argument that would end in like the Christian God being real?
So, would you at least believe that that there was a person named Jesus that was on this earth?
Yeah, I do believe there was a human being named
Okay.
Jesus that existed. Yeah.
Good. All right, because there's documents that say that. So okay, cool. We're at least
Well,
on
there's
that page.
documents that says Hercules exists too. So
Yeah, no,
that's
I'm
not the
not-
best
listen.
argument.
I'm going, hey, step one. All right. Can we please like just let me go with what I'm saying, and then you can trash it as much as you want. But I'm trying to go by some
Buddy, there's no
simple
rush. You'll get through all of your script eventually.
Perfect. Would you also agree that there has been several portions in history studies and things like that, like with Red Sea, that they found chariots' wheels in the middle of the sea and stuff like that, where normally it wouldn't be there, but it is.
Am I being punked right now? Is this a joke?
I'm not making a joke. Have you looked into this?
Yeah. Have you?
Yeah, I actually have.
Who found them?
I can get to their names, but there was actually multiple times that it was found.
There's
First
not.
time they were
There's one time.
okay. There is
And
multiple.
And what's the name
times.
of the guy that made the claim?
Sir? If I need to pull it up, I'm on my cell phone right now with you, so
I
would
can
have
just
to pull
tell
it up.
you. It's in my head. I already have it in my melon.
That's great. Perfect.
The guy's name is Ron Wyatt, and he's not an archaeologist. He's a joke, and he didn't bring up a single artifact from the Dead Sea, not a single one. He came back later and manufactured pictures and showed one or two pictures of things that he said were down there, and that was as far as it ever went. Archaeologists have been in the Red Sea. In fact, Ocean X recently mapped the bottom of the Red Sea, a great deal of it, and there was none of that nonsense down there. Not a single archaeologist has ever found anything belonging to the Egyptians in the Red Sea.
Okay, let's say that you're right. I'll even end that portion of the conversation. I guess my biggest historical proof that would cause me to believe in the quote unquote story about the Jesus that was on this earth that causes me to believe. Would you also agree that the story about Jesus, that it was documented that he did die on a cross?
The Bible does say he died on a cross, and
No, but outside
it
the
does
Bible,
say in, I want to say, the letter of Pliny that he was given capital punishment.
correct.
And it says in the writings of the Sanhedrin that he was stoned and hung up on a stick.
Okay, perfect. So there are other places that did bring up A, Jesus was on earth, and B, that he did die on a cross, which at least that portion does match portion of the scripture. Doesn't mean it matches everything, but so now we have at least a step one that does match. Now, my biggest and most important thing that matters to me is there's also documents of several part of his disciples that actually were they passed away from after Christ was on this earth, and it
Yeah,
was
I would imagine they did die after Jesus, since he died first.
yeah, but it wasn't that they just naturally died.
Oh yeah, how
They
do
were
you know how they died?
well, there's and again I'm on my phone right now, but there's three, not out of the 12, but there's three that are documented, like the beheading of John and stuff like that. The king actually specifically requested for it.
You
It was
mean
documented.
in the Bible?
No, that's not just in the Bible. It was actually documented that it was wanted to be done, and then
John was
it
beheaded in the
had to take
Bible. It's
place.
John the Baptist, though.
No, sir, I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying that though in the history of what the Romans said and wanted to be done, it was outside of the Bible.
James's execution is recorded in the book of Josephus, not John.
Okay, so I guess let me just go to, because you're also talking to someone with epilepsy and half of a brain. I'm not trying to blame myself, but I'm going to go to basically my basic concept, and then you can say whatever you would like. What I would like to say is, if by chance someone went and they had this random story of, again, that something that didn't sincerely happen, normally a human being would not want to go around and tell a ginormous lie, not just one person, but multiple people going around and telling this ginormous lie that they're willing to be so confidently saying it that they're going to be willing to pass away for telling a bogus story, unless they were very confident in the story that they were passing around.
That doesn't prove to be true at all, because we see it happening in literally every religion. There were early martyrs in Mormonism. There were early martyrs in Islam. There are martyrs in all of the cults, like in the Jim Jones cult, and there's martyrs in the.
But these are documented about
I know.
Jesus.
Yeah. They're
Jesus
they're
dying on the
documented
cross.
martyrs within
They're-
other religions too, right? Just because someone is willing to give their life for the religion doesn't make it true. And we actually don't know the circumstances of their death. We have no idea, other than the texts that were written hundreds of years after, claiming what happened when they died. Similar texts claiming the same thing. So the primary text that describes how Peter was crucified upside down also says that a baby suckling at his mother's teat gave an entire speech, as well as a dog. Do you think dogs can give speeches?
And there's no. What I'm also saying is, and there's the previous Roman leader who went and said there was Jesus who actually was going around, and he had been going around doing very miraculous things, et cetera, et cetera.
Who said that?
I can, if you look up on Google on that right now. Okay,
that's why I'm asking you, because you can't produce the source. I know you can't, because it doesn't exist.
Because no, I can. Listen, you go to my profile. You'll see I literally have half a brain right now. I'm trying to do the best that I can in a civil conversation. I should have gone and made a huge paper profiled, with all of these statements, so that I could have done in a better format. But I thought I could at least have a basic civil conversation. I'm not here to have an argument.
It is a civil conversation. I just don't disagree with. I don't agree with your claims. I think you're saying things that you think are true that aren't actually true.
Well, and that's where the whole point of, if I think that it's true, then that comes to the concept of that if you believe and I think, then that's the whole concept of having faith, because you believe that that's an accurate scenario.
If I
And
said
so because
that I believe that
believe-
you're having non-consensual relationship with your dog, would that be a fair thing to believe in?
Can you make that dumb that down so I can make sure I'm saying a correct statement?
Believing stuff on faith is meaningless. You can have faith of anything. You can have faith that Stalin did the right thing. That doesn't mean that he did. Like, having faith is meaningless.
That I would disagree with that statement severely.
Okay, then
Just because.
Is there anything that you can't take on faith?
Yeah, because you actually can go and have, like we already agreed at the very beginning, there is at least some parts of historical basic facts that, so I'm not going to believe that, a 2-year-old built my house. I'm not going to believe that.
Try again. Focus. My question was, is there anything that you couldn't believe on faith? I didn't say it's unlikely.
Yeah.
So is there anything that you could not believe on faith?
I'm saying, I just gave you a perfect example. A 2-year-old.
You did not, and I explained to you why it's not a good example.
Why is that not an example?
Because just because it's unlikely doesn't mean you can't believe it on faith. There's nothing stopping me or another human being from believing that a baby could do something miraculous, as long as you're taking it on faith, not on fact. That's the difference.
My opinion.
The minute you
asked my opinion.
Yeah, and now I'm telling you why your opinion's wrong. So the reason why you're wrong is because the whole idea of taking something on faith is that it's not rooted in fact. So when you say
that's not even,
so when you say here's something,
when
you say that here's something you can't believe on faith because babies don't actually do this thing, well, you're wrong, because now you're rooting it in fact, not on faith. So I'll go back to the original question, which is really more of a statement, which is you can believe anything on faith. When you believe it on faith, you're admitting that it's not factual, which means you can believe it disregarding all of the facts.
Okay. First of all, if you ask me for my opinion, then I can give you my opinion.
Yes, and then when you do, I can comment on your
interrupting
opinion.
Me. That's not a civil conversation. If all you do is cut me off every 2 seconds,
I'm not cutting you off. I'm helping you to understand, because you said it. Because you said it twice.
You're interrupting me.
You've said it twice.
Me to actually, you haven't even let me finish a statement.
You've said it twice. I'm helping you to understand why you shouldn't say it a third time.
That's the proper way to handle a disabled person that's already let you know that they only have half a brain.
What I'm saying is saying it, repeating the same thing doesn't make it true.
Okay, how about you can be quiet and let me make a full statement without interrupting me?
Okay, go ahead and cry.
I don't remember crying, but that was a kind way to do that. Anyway, what I'm specifically stating is when you actually have some basic concepts and documents that would support the idea that something that did take place far more goes and trumps a non in any way, shape, or form anything that would support that you would quote unquote have faith about. So by having quote unquote faith about something that at least partially is documented versus having faith in something that is out of just believing with no concept of normal naturally being able to take place is, for me, not believable.
Okay,
so that's the difference between having a faith and a kid making
none of that addresses anything I was talking about. So I asked you an easy question. I didn't ask you for your opinion. I asked you a logical question, which needs just a simple answer. Is there anything that you can't believe on faith? Muslims believe on faith that you will get 70 virgins and you can swim in a river of milk. They believe that on faith, right? When you're believing,
my simple answer?
When you're
the
believing,
answer is yes.
When you're believing something,
that's my simple answer.
Okay, so the simple answer is you can believe anything on faith. Then
no,
okay.
My simple answer. You said, is there anything you cannot? And I said, yes.
Well, then you're
Like,
wrong, because there's nothing that a person can't believe on faith. There are people who believe that they literally will eventually be abducted by aliens. There are people that literally believe that they will see Bigfoot. There are people who literally believe all kinds of things on faith, even though they're preposterous and they're not rooted in reality. The idea of believing something on faith means you believe it without evidence. And if you're believing something without evidence, there's no limit to what you couldn't plug into that gap. You could put anything into that gap if you're believing it on faith.
Okay, so when you're trying to say, and you're trying to say basically that faith means that nothing potentially, or everything basically, I should be able to have faith on, whereas my view of faith means that there has to be some form of a logical concept for it to have taken place. Is that the difference between our version of faith?
No, you don't have a version of faith. You're making up a new definition that doesn't even exist in the Bible. The Bible literally says that faith is the assurance of things hoped for, the conviction of things not seen. Not seen, right? So faith is a hope for things that you don't see. When you do have evidence for them, those are called evidences.
Yeah, but if you also look at the chapter of Hebrews 11,
I've just read it to you.
No, you did not read the whole book of Hebrews 11.
I've read
okay?
all of Hebrews 11, and Hebrews 11 says in verse 1, faith is the assurance of things hoped for, the conviction of things not seen.
But it also says, for by grace saved through faith,
Yeah.
prepositional phrase, in that not of yourself, it is, and then it says, what is faith? It is a gift of God.
Yeah, I know.
So okay, so not of works, not of works.
No one's asking how you get it. No one's asking how you get it. We're asking, what is it? Faith is the assurance of things that you don't have evidence for, according to the Bible.
But the scripture specifically says, and in there it says, "Oh, ye of little faith," when he's trying to walk on the water.
So
it's someone that's trying to do something that is outside of the normal, but then fails to actually again, the consistent portion of faith is a reliance upon God, not because of a fancy work or something that can be built up or anything like that. So when you ask me,
is God seen or unseen?
God is not physically seen right now.
Okay. So when you have faith in God, do you have faith in things not seen?
Well, Jesus was on this earth, which he was seen.
Try to focus. When you have faith in God, the thing you cannot see, do you have faith in the thing that's unseen?
I have the faith in the person that was on this earth and the things
Can
that
you see him right now?
And not been seen. Right at this moment? No. Can you see
Okay,
your
congratulations.
right now?
So you have faith in something
that right now,
you have faith in something. You have faith in something that you cannot see. That's the biblical definition. I don't know if you know this, but you're in my live stream. Eventually you have to actually answer my question. So if you have faith in something you cannot see, that means you match the biblical definition of faith. It's the hope and the assurance of things not seen. You can't see God. You can't see Jesus. We agree that he might have lived a long time ago based on the evidence that we have, but you can't see it. You can't prove it. You have faith that the stories are true. I'm saying to you that faith is not proof that any of these things happen, because I can believe anything on faith. I can believe that Muhammad was the last great prophet. I can believe that Joseph Smith was sent by God. I can believe all those things on faith. It doesn't make those things true.
Okay. Can you physically see wind?
Yeah.
You see wind.
Yes, you can physically see air. I don't know if you knew this.
Can you see currently? Can you right now? Remember, because we talked about Jesus in the past and the present. So currently, right this moment, can you see inside your brain?
Not without tools.
Okay. So keywords, not without tools. So for you to say,
you know, with
there
tools
is
I
a
can see
brain.
my brain. You know that, right? You know I've had X-rays before. Like I know I have a brain.
But is an X-ray actually? So you're gonna believe out of faith that X-ray is showing your actual brain?
No, it's
correct?
not out of faith. It's because I actually know how X-rays work.
Well, how do you know? And how are those
Because
100% accurate?
because I'm an electrical engineer, and sometimes I know how things work. X-rays aren't magic, by the way. If you think X-rays are magic, you're living in the wrong world.
No, I'm someone that's gone through 5 brain surgeries, and then there's been errors on actually going through my actual brain through SEEG testing, through MEG testing, and several other things. So to say that it's 100% accurate is an incorrect statement.
I didn't say it was 100% accurate. What I said is that I know that my brain exists because I know that X-rays work. Whether or not people can interpret the X-ray correctly is a whole different story. Whether or not the resolution of the X-ray is clear is a whole different story. It's not hard whatsoever to see through an X-ray that I have a brain. It's also conclusive that all human beings that have ever lived have also have brains. We know because we've cut their heads open, and every human being we've ever cut open happened to have a brain inside of their cranium.
Okay, so yeah, at the end of the day, that's, and I think the best part about thing that Christ wants us to have is
They always go back to preaching. They can't help themselves.
I'm not here to preach.
So
I'm not here to preach.
keep in mind that the topic for the discussion was whether or not this God is real, and now we're getting into semantics of whether or not X-rays are real.
Jesus is real, or was real,
and so was Muhammad. Doesn't mean I believe the mythology around him. Muhammad was a real person. You agree, right?
Okay, and you also agreed that the Jesus that
do you believe that Muhammad was a real person? It's yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe the mythology surrounding Muhammad?
No, because there's no additional any form of proof about him.
Okay. So what we have
But
then
is there
is a guy that
additional
existed
proof?
in history that had a lot of mythology written about them, and you believe the
And
guy
you're
existed,
going
but
in
you
on a
don't believe
cross.
the mythology is true. There's another guy in history named Jesus who we both agree is real. You believe the mythology about
That died
Jesus,
on the cross,
and I don't believe the mythology about
but
Jesus.
that also is documented.
So
No,
what?
but
Listen,
there's
I
more
don't know
than
if you know
just
this.
he was on Earth.
I don't know if you know this. Dying's not a difficult thing. Everyone does it. We're all going to do it. So dying on a cross is a meaningless point.
Okay. Do you know how many things that were claimed to be far ahead of time that it even took place, and then what do you know? It just all took place. Again,
None of
that's
them.
where
Not
if
a
you want
single
to go
thing.
by a evidence at
Jesus fulfilled exactly 0 prophecies.
so 0 prophecies.
Not even 1.
That not that he was going to die
First of all,
on a cross.
we all know he's going to die. Second of all, the Gospels were written after he was already dead.
Yeah, but you're saying nothing was said beforehand, and he specifically had made that very clear. And then you're saying that nothing at all.
I predicted before this live stream that I would talk to a guy named IT Champs who had half a brain. I predicted that before this live stream, which means I'm a prophet.
But why did you just lie? Because
exactly, because you can make things up after the fact. The Gospels were written after Jesus was already dead. The Gospels are lying. See, I told a lie to demonstrate how easy it is to show how the Gospels are easily telling lies. They're making up mythology, right? In order to claim that Jesus fulfilled some sort of a prophecy, we have to first establish that the prophecy came before Jesus. It has to be in a text that existed before Jesus existed.
Okay, so you don't believe there's any previous documents before Jesus was on earth that they were
the literally entire Hebrew Bible came before Jesus.
Scroll.
All of it. The entire Hebrew Bible existed before Jesus. If Jesus fulfilled a prophecy, it must exist in the Hebrew Bible, not the Christian New Testament. That's where the prophecies are supposed to be retained. You can't write after the time of Jesus and then make up prophecies that you think he fulfilled.
And based on the Hebrew by version and everything else that was done, you're saying none of that was accurate.
I'm saying Jesus fulfilled 0 prophecies in the Hebrew Bible.
Okay, so you're saying that everything that was written there talking about Moses or talking about what happened in Egypt or anything else, all of that, none of that was a truthful scenario.
Literally didn't say that at all. What I said, and listen carefully, was that Jesus, your Savior, fulfilled 0 prophecies from the Hebrew Bible.
Well, first of all, he talked about that there was going to be a Jesus on the earth, and what do you know? It did take place.
Who did? Who said that?
Moses.
Show me the verse where it says that Jesus would be on the earth. I don't know if you know this. I don't know if you know this, but the guy who took up the mantle after Moses was named Yeshua, full name Yehoshua. He already lived. The only Jesus that Moses knew was the guy that was already with him. Just in case you're not aware, Jesus is the short Yeshua form of Yehoshua.
Yahshua. And that
Yehoshua.
Okay, the I am. And do you even know why the concept of I am even came across? Or you're just going
it's in the book of Exodus. God says, when Moses asks, who should I say sent me? And he says, I am that I am. That's adorable. It has nothing to do with Jesus because that's not what the name Jesus means. So try to focus. We're still on what did Jesus actually fulfill?
Okay, so I'm going to go grab my Bible so I can get this for you. Hold on.
I got time.
I gotta go. Thank you for your time. Because I don't want to pause it and then get kicked off.
Okay. Well, while he's getting his Bible, let's go ahead and grab 1 second. I gotta do something real quick. We're gonna grab a couple super chats. Unless he's back already. Give me 1 second.
I'm just gonna mute myself while I pull this up. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, cool. Give me a second.
Weird. I tried to load an image for the screen and it wouldn't let me do it. I've never seen that before. What's the problem here, Streamlabs? Why you image blocking me? Okay, I want to add an image. Right? Yeah, it's going to be a PNG. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Let's add a PNG. We're going to make a new one. We're going to add it in. Okay. Yeah, the PNG is right. Is it the name? Is the name not good? That's the problem? Or rename these. Rename these images, see what happens. They're both PNGs. They don't show up. What the hell? That's super annoying. I'm just gonna take a screenshot of the image and force it to show up. Ridiculous. 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 This is angering. I have an image that I downloaded that I made Chat GPT make for me. And it won't show. Streamlabs won't show it. This is really weird. It's been a crazy day. Whatever. We'll figure that out later. Well, he's getting his Bible. I'll read a couple super chats. I'll figure out my image situation later. Hebrew English Bible Read. Thank you for the super chat. It says, Happy 4th, everyone. Thank you, Justin, for all you do. Training tomorrow's atheists today. Big up all Greek and Hebrew readers. Bonus points for Aramaic. Actually, big W. Aramaic, I don't think people realize how difficult the grammar of Aramaic is if all you learned was Hebrew. Like when I read the Aramaic portions of Daniel, like, oh my God, is it a slog? It is a slog. And like, finding books on Aramaic grammar is not always easy. It's crazy. John says, can I share it in Deconstruction Junction? I'm sure I can. I'll share it over there when I get time. Tucson says, hail Doug, thank you for the 666, Tucson. Good to hear from your friend. And Debbie coming in, thank you so much, Debbie, for the $50 super chat saying the Doug abides. Thank you so much, Debbie. Remember, all the proceeds from this live stream today are going to our friend AK Borealis. We're doing a fundraiser for AK Borealis. Those of you who are in the community already know what's happening, but she's got a lot of chronic illnesses and she's struggling. She keeps getting denied for disability insurance. And she doesn't have her medication right now. She has a surgery that she had to cancel because she obviously can't afford it because she doesn't have any of the insurance. You can donate directly to AK Borealis at the links provided in the descriptions, and then YouTube won't take a cut of it. But all the proceeds from the live stream are going to AK. I'm matching the first $1,500, friends, going to AK. So make sure we at least meet that threshold, or else I'm not going to be able to give the money away. I need you guys to make me give my money away. And Astronova, thank you so much for the $50 super chat, my friend. It really is helpful. It says there's no magic space words that's going to help anyone. All we have is each other here. I could not agree more. Here and now. AK, may the hard work and knowledge of your medical care team ease your pain as soon as possible. Thank you so much, Astronova. That's super generous. And AK's been in our community for a long time. We really want to love and support her in this moment. Champs, did you find your Bible yet? He's still looking. Midlight.
No, yeah, I just got to my Bible, so I'm opening up into Deuteronomy right now. So give me a couple minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Midlife says, enjoy your 4th, Jay. Happy to support. Bry the guy. Listen, I think that's kind of what's happening at this point. I think that's the situation. Thank you, Midlife. And LA Silver Surfer coming in with another $19.99. Thank you so much, LA. Super generous of you, friend. You're already crushing our goal to meet that $1,500 threshold. And B Boop, thank you so much for the donation as well. It said, happy 4th of July. What better way to spend the holiday than with a big theist barbecue? Much love and rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Boop. Really generous of you. And give me 1 second. I apologize. I lost my spot in the super chats. I have to scroll back up and find where we left off. There we go. X a million, my friend. Great to see you as well. It says, it's interesting that Doug, praise be his name, in his flat form, has always been known to skip right over the surface of a body of water. Isn't that interesting? It's because Doug always rises to the top. The cream always rises to the top, friends. While even water, even a heavy stone like Doug, water can't keep it down. He can choose to skip right over the top of it. And rock hard for Doug, my great friend, the prophet himself. Great to see you. He says, here to help the family. Well, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. All the proceeds are going to be going to AK, our good friend. Thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate that. And so does AK. And Bad Religion, my good friend. Great to see you on both streams, on TikTok and YouTube. Bad Religion says, for AK, hope this helps. Well, it absolutely does help. It really does help, Bad Religion. Thank you so much for the $19.99. I cannot wait to run some of these totals at the end of the live stream and see how much assistance we can get to our friend AK. This is really, when we're dealing with chronic illnesses and the government, refusing to cover you, and you're not actually able to work and afford the stuff that you need to literally live. Could you imagine living in that circumstance? Imagine waking up every day wondering to yourself, do I have what it takes to live through the week? That's a dog shit place to be when you live in a free, most prosperous country supposedly in the world. It's crazy, with one of the best medical systems in the world as well. Thank you for the confetti born again. I really appreciate that. Champs, did you find the passage you need?
I know I'm very, very close. I don't have the Bible memorized, but I'm at Deuteronomy 12, and it's going to be very, very shortly. Right now, he in the scripture is talking about what he's currently doing and sacrificing and stuff like that, and an altar and stuff. But he's about to talk about how there's the altar in the past and how he's going to be coming to do that. So
I don't think you're going to find the passage you're looking for, but keep looking. For some reason, we didn't get any population in the YouTube guest queue. There is a guest queue if you're watching the video. There's a link to get into the guest queue. There's also a link on the screen, tinyurl.com/guestdz. If you plug that into your web browser, you can get into the discussion as well. You don't have to join on TikTok. Obviously, I think TikTok's one of the easiest ways to do it. But if you're watching on YouTube, you should be able to join in that method. We've got like 1,000 people watching on the horizontal and like 700 on the vertical. So if you're watching on either of the YouTube streams, there is a link for you guys to join as well. You don't have to join via TikTok. That being said, I assume we're going to need another guest after this one because he's not going to find the passage he's looking for. I think you're looking for Deuteronomy 18 when Moses says there's going to become one like me that comes after me.
Yeah, no, that's not fair enough. Otherwise, that's a easy argument concept. So I know it's here. Either I can A, Googling it, or B, I can continue to go. I'm at 19 right now, but I don't like wasting people's times, but I am confident that it is in the scripture.
Oh, well, let's do this then. Go ahead and pop down, look through the Bible, find the passage you're looking for. When you come back, I'll put you to the front of the line.
Okay, I just don't want to be disrespectful.
That's fine.
Okay, it's easier if you could just kick me off, and then I'll be back.
All right.
Thank you.
Cheers. I'm not a prophet unless it's for Doug, but I'll predict this. He's not going to come back with a verse from Deuteronomy about the Messiah. Not one in there. Deuteronomy 30, maybe there's a really fun verse about the Messianic age. Ashley says, wishing you well, AK. Well, thank you so much, Ashley. I know AK really appreciates that. And also Meg says 25 cent via Venmo. Get ready to give your money. Well, thank you so much, Meg, for letting me know that you sent 25 directly on Venmo. I'll add it to my spreadsheet so that we can have this information documented and have some kind of an accurate count. And Daisy said the first few pages of the Quran demonize non-believers. Am I a demon, DZ? Love the show. Well, Daisy, I mean, according to the Quran, we're all demonic, right? We're all evil. We're all haters of God and righteousness. But listen, if I can't be righteous unless I admit that a book is true that says like it's okay to execute people who defect from the religion, then I'm not really sure that's my cup of tea. Nightman comes and says, oh shit, I'm late to the barbecue, but I brought beer. Hell yeah, let's pour it out. Let's pour one out for AK. Actually, you don't want to pour one out for AK. That's not the thing to do for AK. That's what you do for when you've got one of your homies pass away. And we did just get, one second, we just got a $250 donation, a $250 donation from our friend Mark Bauman. Mark, thank you so much. Says happy 4th and praise Doug. Mark, thank you so much for supporting the cause and for supporting AK. Remember, the first $1,500 of all money raised, I'm matching. So we need to at least hit that threshold. But we're going to be live for quite some time. I want to blow through that threshold. I want to meet and exceed the threshold. And Space Lord says donation to AK for America's birthday. Remember, the no religious test clause in the Constitution blows my mind that it was written in the 1700s. Isn't it crazy that early on they were already saying that there shouldn't be religious tests? And now we literally have a government that hasn't read any of the founding documents that are like, I don't know, maybe we shouldn't let people into the country unless they pass our religious tests. Oh, sure. Have you not read this document? Johannes says, I will never understand how someone can live their life mindlessly adopting nonsense like pod a person instead of developing a real personality. So that is the interesting thing is Christianity teaches you, they literally teach you to die to yourself so that it's literally just Christ living through you. They literally think you need to go away and not exist, which is crazy to me. I think for someone who says that all lives are unique and have the divine image of God, to say, well, you need to throw all that away is crazy. Sailor says, I'm sure the epilepsy is not what caused this dude's lack of critical thinking skills. Actually, I don't know his full situation. He sounds like most Christians. Lilith, thank you for the bloomin'. He sounds like most Christians that are up here. So whatever brain damage he has, I don't think it makes him sound any different from any other Christian we've talked to. Gates of Delirium says, you disagree with my claims. Why can't we have a respectful conversation, geez? Well, thank you for the super chat, friend. That is the craziest thing. If I disagree with you, now I'm just being rude, you know? And John Paul says, the bill passed and I'm so angry. I'm 18 living with my Catholic mega parents and they support it. They're like, it's bad that people will die, but it's necessary. Once I move out, I'm done with them. John Paul, I'm with you. It's crazy that people are looking at the bill that will unnecessarily kill people. And they're like, well, it had to happen. Golly gee, we're the richest nation in the country and we couldn't do anything about it. Is ridiculous. Just go to Canada. They have like a third of our population and wealth, and they can manage to make it happen. Sayla says, I'm 2-year-old, can't build a house, but somehow a man 2,000 years ago walked on water, turned it into wine, resurrected from the dead, and get this, was born of a virgin. We sure he was even half-brained? I don't know if I don't know if that's the case. But Sayla, that's the point. That is the point. The idea that faith is rooted in fact, simply that's not the case. And Johanna says, I have faith that this caller is indeed missing half his brain. I think we actually can agree on that one. And Judah's coming in again. Good, thank you so much for the super chat, friend. It says, I don't have half a brain right now, as Catholics would add right now, always, and ever and ever. Actually, Judas, I've been to so many Catholic masses. I can still, like, I'm not a good singer, but I can still sing the hymns and the songs from the Catholic mass. Like I can, like, they're still on the tip of my tongue at all times. All right, let's get our next guest in here. We're going to keep it cooking, friends. Welcome in, Joy.
Hi, Justin. How are you?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Joy, are you at least 18?
No, I am an atheist. I just want to say thank you for what you're doing. Okay.
Hey,
I
thank you.
appreciate you.
That.
I join you all the time. It's really you are really impacting lives, and my wish is for African pastors to really come on this live to join you and debate with you, because it's like we are really out of it. Frankly speaking, I'm from Nigeria, but I live in the United States. But what is going on in my country is pathetic.
Yeah.
Where one man will just stand and build churches everywhere. That is the only thriving thing there. I just hope that 1 or 2 or 3 of them can come up here. I was a Christian before until I started reading the Bible. That was what made me to reset my brain. But I don't want to talk too much. Thank you so much for what you're doing. I'm really here all the time, watching you, listening, learning, because I'm learning. In fact, thank you so much.
I appreciate it, Joy. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for watching the channel. Have a good one. All right. Believers, request up. I see there's a lot of people here. We've got 700 almost on vertical. We got almost 1,000 on horizontal. We got 350 on TikTok, although I think TikTok still got me throttled. They're not sending it out to anybody. But if you're watching and you think God is real, go ahead and request up. We can have a conversation about it. And don't worry, it's you, the Holy Spirit, Jesus, and the Father against me. It's a 4-on-1, so this shouldn't even be difficult. We're going to get our TikTok or our YouTube guest in here. It looks like Kit. Is that correct? Oh, Kit, your audio is not working. 1 second. I don't know if your AirBird.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay, I don't hear you well, but hopefully this will work.
Can you turn your phone volume up? I think you got AirPods in, right?
Yeah, you switched it up. I'll be quick.
We lost you again. I think your finger's on the microphone because I can hear the.
Oh, is it better now?
Yeah, I think your hand was on the microphone.
Ooh, okay. So I'm I deconstructed agnostic, but I had a quick question about problem of evil. If you have time, otherwise you can move on.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, all the believers ran away. The guest box is clear. Although I don't think that's their fault on TikTok. I think it's because I got a violation on TikTok and now they're not pushing it out. But go ahead.
That sucks. Yeah, I've been watching you for a while. I super appreciate what you do. So quick, on problem of evil, I feel like a really common response, especially going over like extreme problems like cancer, right, malaria, things like that. There's like this reply that we have where we would say, we don't expect that on the Christian God or maybe any good loving God, right? Can you still hear me? Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
So one thing that I've been thinking about a bit recently, and I was just talking to a friend on this, is like, well, if we were to say, okay, we would expect that a kind, all loving, all kind, all powerful God would take away cancer, would take away malaria. I know, Ian has that, like, if there's a button in front of you to take cancer away, you'd press it. Do you have any pushback or any ideas about how to reply if we were to say, like, let's say that cancer and malaria and earthquakes and tornadoes were taken away? Do we now, sorry if I do a bad job asking this question, but would we now think that stubbing our toe or, something like that, getting a bruise, would be like this really, really crazy evil in the grand scheme of things? Do you kind of see where I'm going with this? Have you ever thought about that?
Yeah, I mean, the reason why the argument doesn't work is because stubbing your toe is a necessary pain. Like, we have physical pain in our body because people without pain receptors weren't able to adequately assess dangers, and then they died from the danger. So there is some amount of pain that is necessary.
That's fair. Okay, yeah, that works for me. Thanks, man. Keep doing what you're doing.
Good luck to you.
All right, see ya.
Cheers, Kit. Well, shit, this is weird. This hasn't happened in a long time, but we have nobody in the guest queue, not on TikTok or on YouTube. A lot of people in the YouTube comments seems to think that they know Kit, and he's just a troll. What's happening here with Kit? Let's see. Kit says harasses scammers. Interesting. So you guys know this guy. Mrs. Gumby says that he's scamming. So he's just pretending to be an atheist. Interesting. I've seen that before where people pretend to be atheists and then they're like, well, but what about this argument? And really they're just trying to run an argument by you to see if there's a reply for it without getting cooked. I've seen that before. But anyways, I've never seen Kit, so I have no idea what side of the aisle he's on. Let me grab our next theist, and we'll keep rolling here. And also, I'm going to bring in my friend Days. Welcome in, Days.
Hey, Justin.
Thanks for joining us, buddy.
Man. Of course, I just wanted to clear up who Kit was. Kit's a big YouTuber, one of the biggest, and he scams scammers. So he'll call the people who will call your phone, be like, "I'm here calling from Apple or whatever."
Oh,
and
I can respect that.
Yeah, he's a live streamer. Yeah, really big live streamer on Twitch and YouTube. So,
shit,
pretty famous guy you just talked to.
Kit Boga.
Yeah.
I don't really watch a lot of those channels, but you're right. I see he has a YouTube channel, the Kit Boga Show. Oh yeah, he's got 3 million subscribers. That's pretty fucking big.
Yeah, no, he's like one of the biggest people doing it. So he's a really great guy. And
so he is really, legit really then. Cool. He's real.
Yeah, he's real. He's real. He was not scamming you. He scams other scammers. So.
Okay. That's why people were saying he's scamming me, is because that's what he does. I thought people were being serious.
They were just joking. No, I think that was a joke. But yeah, I just wanted to clear that up.
Okay, guys, I don't know anything about pop culture. Like I have no idea what's happening in pop culture.
Yeah, no worries, Justin. One of these days I want to hop on here with you and try to cook a little bit because I missed that. But
would love to, man. It's been too long. It's been too long.
Yeah,
I miss
way
you.
too long. I miss you too, and good luck with your cooking today. I'll be in the comments watching.
Cheers, buddy. Great to hear from you.
All right, later.
Big W for days. Days for Demons. I was one of the early channels that I stumbled on TikTok, and I still love it. It's such a good channel. So we've got Trey with us here now. How you doing, Trey?
Hi, hi. I'm Trey. How you doing?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Trey, are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
Yes, I am 23, and I am a believer. However, I will say that I don't believe in religion.
Yeah, but you believe in a particular God, right?
Yes, I do.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
And I'm just coming on here just to ask a question. I'm not here to like convert anybody or push my beliefs on anybody else. Everybody has their own belief.
Mm-hmm. So which God do you believe in?
So, God.
A particular God or a generic God?
Just Jesus Christ.
Oh, the Christian God.
The Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit.
So the Trinity.
Yep.
Okay.
So
cool.
My question for you today is, as a atheist, what makes you not believe in God?
There's no evidence for it. I would like to believe in things that have evidence, and so like I don't believe in Bigfoot. I don't believe in aliens like that are abducting people. I don't believe in God. When there is evidence that presents itself, I'd be more than willing to believe whatever the evidence points to.
So that's the whole part of faith, though, is believing without proof.
Why would I do that?
Why wouldn't you?
Why would I?
Why wouldn't you?
I mean, one good reason why I would believe in a fictional entity based on faith. Why don't you believe in the tooth fairy on faith?
That's a good question. I believe in God because of the reason I don't believe in religion is that it starts so much crap, and just look at the Crusades, for example. It started because it was a man-made religion, the Knights Templar.
The Crusades were sanctioned by the Pope. You know that, right?
Yes, that's why that's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with you.
And the Pope is
because of
the highest
religion,
tier within the Christian church at that time period.
Absolutely, yes. So that's why I don't particularly identify as a Christian. That's why I don't particularly identify as any religion. However, I do believe as in God and the Bible as more of a guidebook, as a rule, morals to follow.
Do you think all the morals and guides in the Bible are good?
Yeah, I do.
Oh shit! You want to read some with me?
Yeah, I've got my Bible right here.
Okay, cool. Let's read a couple of God's laws. Have you ever read Leviticus?
I've read the whole Bible, but front to back. So yes.
Oh, interesting.
I don't have it memorized, but
sure. Well, we'll read a little bit. Leviticus 25. Go ahead and flip open to it. What version you got?
New King James.
Not a bad one. Not a bad one. Go to Leviticus 25. We're going to start in verse 44.
All right. All right.
It says, as for the male and female slaves you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you, and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves. But as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. Was that a good law?
So you have to realize that when the Bible was written, and compared to now, things are taken out of context, and it's been rewritten 100 times. I will say that. But the general
so we can't trust the words.
Rule of thumb for the Bible, it's pretty good to follow morally.
Well, can we trust the words in the Bible or not?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so did God give that command?
No, he did not. That verse was taken out of context.
I didn't say anything. I didn't even interpret it for you. I just read the passage.
You didn't interpret it, but the people who wrote that version of the Bible interpreted it that way, is what I'm saying.
The translators of the Bible took it out of context?
Yes, the Bible has been rewritten hundreds of millions of times.
Well, that's not true. Okay, so the translators who wrote the NRSV, they went back to the Greek and Hebrew manuscripts, and they said, here's what this means in English. So they went back to our oldest and most reliable documents from the original language, well, almost original language, and then they just translated it. That's it. So what did they get wrong?
Like I said, it's really just interpretation, to be honest with you.
I didn't interpret anything. What did the translators get wrong?
My Bible, my verse doesn't say anything about. I'm looking at it right now. That same verse that you just wrote or you read. I'm not seeing anything about that.
What did it say? Read it. I can pull up the New King James on mine. It's going to tell you the same thing.
Go ahead.
All right, 1 second. All right, New King Jimmy version.
I have to find it again. What verse did you say?
Leviticus 25, 44 through 46. In the New King James, it says, "As for your male and female slaves who you may have, from the nations that are around you, from them you may buy male and female slaves. Moreover, you may buy the children of the strangers who dwell among you, and their families who are with you, which they beget in your land, and they shall become your property. And you may take them as an inheritance for your children after you, after you to inherit them as a possession. They shall be your permanent slaves. But regarding your brethren, the children of Israel, you shall not rule over one another with rigor." So same thing. Which, by the way, the New King James translation is not a bad translation. I just don't think it's always the best, but it's a fine translation. The original King James was fine for 1611, but it's trash for today. He had to go pray about it, I guess.
So.
No one heard anything you just said. When you swipe up from the app, we can't hear you.
I'm sorry?
When you swipe away from the app, no one can hear you. No one heard anything you just said.
Oh, I didn't know that. This is my first time in a live. I apologize. That's why I'm so nervous.
No worries, that happens. Okay, so in the New King James Version, it says the same thing. It says you can buy and sell slaves, or you can at least buy slaves, and they'll become your permanent property.
Right, but it doesn't condone that owning slaves is good, is my point.
It says you can do it.
Just because you can do something doesn't mean it's good.
Well, God says
does it say that you have to? Does the Bible tell you that you have to own slaves?
So just so we're clear, you're now shifting the goalposts. So I'll show you where next. So you've shifted the goalpost. The first claim is that all the commands of God are good. And then I read you a command of God, and you're saying, well, it's not good, but there's a reason, right? And the reason is because sometimes God doesn't give you good commands.
Okay, but did God specifically state that you have to own slaves, or is it just in the Bible? Did God specifically put in the Bible that you have to own slaves, and that it is good to own slaves?
First of all, neither one of those are claims that I made. So we're still on claim number one.
No, I'm not. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Trey, take a deep breath. We can get to your other claims as long as you finish the first one.
Right.
So the first claim you made was that all the commands of God are good. I read you a command of God. All I'm asking is whether or not that command is good.
But my question to that, was that God's command, or was that a Hebrew or someone in the Bible saying that?
Buddy,
was that Jesus Christ saying that?
We can get there. As long as you pay attention to the first question. I read you a command of God. Do you think that the command was good?
Can you one last time read that passage for me? There is something that I want to understand.
As for your male and female slaves, also, can you turn your speakerphone down? It's echoing into your microphone.
Oh, I apologize.
It's okay. As for your male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations that are around you. From them you may buy male and female slaves. Moreover, you may buy the children of the strangers who dwell among you, and their families who are with you. Sorry, I forgot.
Okay, can I pause you real quick? So, who's saying this?
God is.
Who is saying this?
God.
Jesus is saying this?
God.
God is saying this? I didn't know that God... I apologize because I didn't know that.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Leviticus 25:1 says that God spoke it.
Wrote the Bible. That's news to me.
No, it says the Lord spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai, saying, "Speak to the children of Israel and say to them." So in Leviticus 25, it's God giving instructions to Moses. Now, if you're saying God didn't really do that,
yeah, I didn't know that. Wow, I'm learning something.
Fair enough. Okay, so we started at number one, are all of God's commands good? I read you a command of God that doesn't seem to be good. Do you agree or disagree that it's good?
Well, I will argue the point, though, that it may not have been a command from God, because just because it's in the Bible doesn't mean it's from him. There are, again, hundreds of views in the Bible.
So why should I trust it? Listen, if we read a section of the Bible and the Bible says that God said something,
I said trust God.
Why should I trust anything in the book when the stuff that we don't like we can just throw away? Also,
that goes to my own personal belief.
Sorry to interrupt, but you still got a really bad echo. Can you like swipe away from the app and come back?
I have my volume turned down pretty bad.
No, it might not be your volume. Just swipe away from the app and then come back in and see if TikTok fixes it.
Okay, 1 second. Is that better?
Let's see. Yeah, maybe.
Okay, sorry about that.
I think it's better.
Again, when I came in here, I wasn't trying to like prove anything or anything. I just honestly wanted to know your personal opinion on why you believe God isn't real. Mm-hmm. We can argue all day on the passages in the Bible or our own personal beliefs. Again, like I said, I don't personally believe in religion because it does thousands of years of history has proven that it's a lie.
I agree. Yeah, the Bible is a lie.
Religion is a lie. God isn't, is what I'm saying.
Well, the Bible is a lie. Is what I'm saying.
That's my personal belief, though.
Okay. So you want to know why I don't believe in even a generic God?
Yeah, I do.
Because even the generic God is typically...
Yes, I have read the Bible. Doesn't mean I have to believe in it, though.
Yeah, so even the generic God is inconsistent with like the general properties of God. Most generic gods are like they're loving, they're good, they're all-knowing, they're all-powerful, and none of that works out, right? Because
not all religion states that. Take Satanists, for example. Satan's not all-loving.
Satanists don't believe in Satan.
All-caring. Regardless, my whole point was not all religions and all gods are all-loving, all-knowing, and all-caring. Is what my point was.
I didn't say all religions. I said the generic concept of God, especially the one that we get from...
Sorry, my bad. I was just trying to let you know, like, you know what, forget this.
The generic concept of God typically has a... Or you can leave. Okay, well. I don't know if that went the way he is hoping it was going to go, but I think it went the way we all knew it was going to go. Sayla, thank you for the super chat. It says, I don't think I have ever heard the apologetic of half a brain. Definitely a new one we can add to the books. Yeah, actually, I've never heard that one either. But listen, that's a fair cop-out. Like if you legitimately only have one hemisphere. And John Paul says, don't tell Doug, but I believe in the Flying Spaghetti Monster. Actually, John, so does Doug. Doug and Spanky and Roll in the Closet Goblin and the Flying Spaghetti Monster, they're all friends. They're all buddies. Don't worry about it. It's okay. And DMS says, thanks, Justin. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you, DMS. And Midlife Crisis coming in again says, caller isn't more disabled than other Christians. That's what I was saying, that prior caller. He doesn't sound any different from any other Christian we've talked to. And Adam says, all of these Bible bros who casually dismiss the Old Testament are flirting with Marcionism. Enjoy the lake of fire, heretics. Actually, that's the craziest thing is, so Marcion, he read the Old Testament and he took it literally, right? Which is why he came up with this idea of an evil Old Testament God. Joyful, my friend, thank you so much for the coconut tree and for the confetti. I appreciate that. Good to see you, friend. Marcion believed in a literal reading of the Old Testament, which is why he had to come up with the idea of an evil God. And then he had to come up with an idea of a secondary God that sent Jesus. But the Christians, they turned the Old Testament into a metaphor when they came around. Think of like the writings of Origen. Origen says that the laws given to Moses were like theological, metaphorical, not literal laws. Todd says, I have faith this imbecile is mega. Actually, I didn't think about that when I was talking to him, but you kind of know he was. It probably is the case. And Johannes says, I prophesy this will be read. Ergo, Doug is God. He absolutely is God. Praise Doug. Thank you, Johannes. And Silver Surfer with a $2 super thank. Thank you, Silver Surfer. Thank you. Thank you for supporting. Remember, all the funds from the live stream are going to AK Borealis today. You can donate directly to the cause in the links in the description of the video. Our friend AK Borealis. I'll put links on the screen here momentarily if you guys want to do a screenshot. Dennis says, what does it say that the guy with half a brain sounds like every other Christian that calls? That's what I'm saying, Dennis. The guy coming in with half a brain sounds identical to all of the other Christians we talked to. No better, no worse. So I think that tells you everything you need to know about the state of Christian apologetics. And Dylan, thank you for sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Thank you so much. And also, thank you for the $9.99 kill for the super chat. And I think this is Ewan. Thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, when we can't rely on our nation systems, we can always rely on each other. Well wishes and speedy recovery to AK. Thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate the support, and so does AK. And Neodine send $50 support, Canadian, which is probably going to be more valuable than US dollars soon. Thank you so much for the $50 in support. It says, for AK, I just received funding from the Canadian government for my chronic illnesses. Want to share my good fortunes. Well, thank you so much for passing this along. It really does mean a lot. My goal is to get her back to at least a point where she can get her insurance and she can get her medication. That's where we need to get to. I'm matching the first $1,500, so we have to at least blow through that first milestone of giving, friends. And Idle Sands send 101 for AK Borealis. Thank you so much, Idle Hands. That's not idle hands. That's being active. That's giving back to the community. Thank you so much, Idle. It's super appreciated. And then here in just a minute, I'm going to grab a couple more super chats, then we'll get our next guest in here. Xmillion coming in again says, according to 1 Samuel 17:49, Doug was solely responsible for conquering Goliath. Praise his rocking hardness. Just more love to AK. Well, thank you so much for still supporting Xmillion. And you're right. The thing that took out Goliath wasn't David, it was Doug. You think a little tiny stone's going to kill a giant? Of course not. But Doug would. Doug would knock him right out. And Alan, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, wishing AK good health and fortune. And same for you, Justin, and all the community. Happy 4th, everyone. Happy 4th of July to you as well, Alan. Super appreciate it. Big W. And look at the trees. Says, when the sad day comes, when you hang up the apron, baste the grill, would you consider donating Doug to the Smithsonian Natural Gem Collection so he can take his rightful place next to the Hope Diamond? I would look at the trees. I would 1,000,000%. I would absolutely donate Doug and Sharon Stone to the library, to the museums. And in fact, Sharon is petrified wood. She belongs in a museum. She's a work of art. And Hera, thank you for the 2666. Says, though they said bats are birds, so can the serpent be a worm? Oh, this is interesting. Eats dirt and classically shown coming out of an apple. Worm ate it, so must be safe. This is a really good comparison. I actually really like this because you're right. When you look at the description of the serpent in Genesis, if we're playing by Christian rules, then yeah, we can just say it's a worm. I'm with you 1,000,000% on this, Hera. I think we need to make this a movement. We need to make this a reality. This is actually a really good, really insightful thing to pick up on in the text. And Anthony says, Doug fixed my erectile dysfunction again. He's rock hard. Anthony's rock hard again. Thank you so much, Anthony. Thank you, Doug. And Morpheus says, welcome to the cookout show. Let's cook. Morpheus, buddy, we are cooking. Great to see you, friend. I hope you're doing well. And Theo says a fun argument for Christians on morality would be the Egyptian laws of Ma'at. Yeah, the 42 confessions of Ma'at, right? Says they didn't come from Yahweh and probably predate the Bible. So where did they come from? Also, Ma'at laws are greater than Mosaic laws. I'm with you. The confessions of Ma'at are definitely older than what we find in the Bible, and they encompass quite a bit of what we find in the in the 10 Commandments. We find that in there. All right. So I'm going to get the next guest in from our TikTok queue, or I'm sorry, the YouTube queue. We finally got some backlog on the YouTube queue. And then we'll get some discussions flowing. How you doing, Fleece?
Hey.
You with us?
Hello, you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing? I'm good.
Fleece, do you have any Wi-Fi? Because it sounds like your connection is pretty weak right now.
Well, what is it? Like it's skipping or something?
It did a minute ago. It might, if you don't move around too much, it might be okay.
All right.
So, Fleece, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm a team. I'm a believer, but as of right now, there's some things going on in my life that is like, all right, maybe God works in a different way.
Or maybe he doesn't exist, right? So, what God do you believe in?
I believe the God of the Bible, but like I said, I'm still having questionable things going on.
Well, let me ask you a question. It's perfectly normal to question the God. I don't think there's any problem there. You shouldn't feel guilty about questioning the God. I think the question I have is, what is keeping you still believing?
So what is keeping me still believing? I'm gonna be quite honest. To me, is that I'm gonna say a bit of fear. The fear is that, like, what if God is real, and then I started believing in something else, and out of nowhere I just get punished, and then I'm like, all right, God, it seems like you were real this whole time, and why am I questioning you? I'm not that questioning. It's basically like I should have just stayed where I was at.
So I understand the fear, right? The fear is, well, I can make the wrong decision, and then I make the wrong decision. I go to the hellfire, right? So I understand that. But let me ask you a really simple question right off the rip, which is, do you believe that the God of the Bible is like just and loving?
I believe he's just. I believe God is holy. So what I mean by God is holy is that the things that he does it's not sin, right? It's holy. Whatever he does, even if it's questionable, it's still holy.
Yeah, but the question
And
is not, are his actions holy? I'm just asking his characteristics. Is the God of the Bible, is he just and is he loving?
I think he's just, and I think he's loving in his own ways that we don't really understand.
Okay. So if the God of the Bible is loving and just, we can just look at kind of some of the doctrines and ask ourselves, is this loving and is this just? So for example, you think that probably like evil people who commit all sorts of heinous crimes, they end up in hell, right?
No, not exactly. Not exactly.
Well, who ends up there?
It's the unbelievers. So the people that I end up, well, based on my not gonna say religion, but based off what I studied on, and let me gather my thoughts. So basically, so what I believe in, and a lot of other Christians believe in, we believe in free grace. So what I mean by free grace is basically that once you accepted Jesus Christ on the cross, what he did for your sins, you are pretty much saved and go on your way to heaven. So you could still be a murderer, a killer, you could do a robber, you could be a rapist. At the end of the day, if you're already saved through Jesus
Cool.
Christ,
All
you're
right.
already going to heaven.
So what's hell for?
Hell's for is the devil and his angels, how it says in the Bible,
Then
but
why are humans going there?
because they don't have to. They don't have to.
Try again. Why is God sending humans to hell?
They're sending them themselves.
That's not
That's why
true.
Jesus Christ came.
Nope, wrong again. So no human alive chose to go to hell. They only go there because God sends you there. So why is God sending anyone to hell?
Well, I'm gonna go based on the Bible. The Bible says that the hell was made for the devil and his angels. It says
It's
it's basically
irrelevant.
saying like
It's irrelevant. Why God initially made it, first of all, isn't relevant. The thing that's relevant is, why is God sending human beings there? But it's also wrong. That statement can't be true because God's all knowing, and he knew before he made it that he would send humans there. So saying that he didn't intend to send humans there is nonsense, but it also just isn't relevant. The question is, we know he's going to send people there. Why is he sending anyone there?
well, the reason why he's sending them there is because of sin, right? You cannot. There's only heaven or hell. So
Why?
if you don't get rid of your sins, if you don't, so we got to look at it for how it is, right? God is indwelling in a place where there's no sin. It's all perfection. So
But why
if
is
you
there only
can't
heaven
get
and
rid
hell?
of,
Why are those the only choices?
well, we don't really know. I'll tell you that we don't really know.
So
But
that's the
like,
problem, is like, the Christianity is a false dichotomy. Like, you're suggesting that the only alternative to spending your eternity in heaven is being tortured alive in hellfire. That's a false dichotomy. God's all powerful. He could have done anything. He could have just made another planet where people who didn't want to go to heaven would go to the other planet and they can do their own thing. They can just go have a godless society. But he didn't do that. He chose to torture you in hellfire.
Well, God also gives people free will, right? So for me, yeah. So for me, like
you already admitted
a lot
that
of
you already admitted that God doesn't give free will.
No, I do, because you have a choice of going to hell.
No, you
have a choice.
Wrong again. You admitted already in this conversation that you don't have free will because you believe that once you commit your life to Christ, that you can't uncommit it. You can't choose to leave, which means God only gives you free will up to a point.
Well, that just means you're not going to hell. That just means you already chose to be saved through Christ. You're already of His, right? You don't want to go to hell, right?
Right, but
It's
what
like,
you're
all right,
saying is that a person who gets saved can't get unsaved, which means they no longer have the free will to unsave themselves. So God doesn't give you free will. He also doesn't give you a free will choice to choose Him because it's love me or burn. That's not a free will choice. That's an ultimatum.
Well, yeah, then I believe that God is that rough sometimes, you know?
Yeah,
I feel like people look at God as like this thing is like, well, I believe that's how real it gets.
But love me or burn is inconsistent with the idea that God values free will and that He's loving and just, because
that is free will, though. That is free will. It's like, well, if you don't want to accept my sacrifice, then you go to hell. You know,
right, okay,
this is the only way you can get to heaven.
Let me give you an example. Do you have any siblings?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have a sister?
Yeah.
Okay. If I approach your sister and I told her that, hey, I really want to take you out. We're like go dancing. It's going to be amazing. Be the best night of your life. And shit, doesn't even have to end. You can do it forever. But I said, if you say no to me, though, I will lock you in my basement and light it on fire. Am I a good guy?
No.
But I gave her a choice. Really. She doesn't have to choose the fire. She can choose me.
Well, what are you getting with that? I'm not really understanding the question.
You don't understand it. It's a direct correlation to what your God is doing. Your God says you have two choices. You will love me or I will torture you in fire. Do you think that's a free will choice?
Well, he's not saying love me. He's just basically saying you don't have to go to hell. I already made a sacrifice. You either you choose to love me or not, that's on you. But it's more like you don't want to go there. If you choose to love Christ, that's up to you. But you're still safe. Whatever you want to do in Christ, that depends on you.
Right, but you're still missing the point. The love is irrelevant. We're talking about the choice, right? I can't choose to accept God, that He's all good and He values free will, when the choice is pick me or burn forever. That's not a free will choice. That's an ultimatum. That's a threat.
Well, we're living under God, right? God.
No, we're not. That's what I'm saying.
That's the only God we have.
All right, so let's back up to the beginning of the conversation, okay? So I'm saying to you that the idea that a God is just and loving is inconsistent with the doctrine you believe in. You believe in a God that says, pick me or I will torture you for all of eternity. That's not just, that's not loving. Why are you being punished for thought crimes? I don't believe in this God. He doesn't exist in my mind. I can't choose Him.
But wouldn't you say that's like an emotional response?
No.
Because it's like, to me, it's like God is rough. It says in the Bible that God is a consuming fire. I mean, look at the things that happens in the world.
No one's asking if He's rough. We're asking if He's just. We're asking if He matches the description He gives Himself. He says He's just, but He will send people to eternal conscious torment for simply not choosing to believe in Him and accept Him, without giving us any actual evidence that we would need to do so. So me and other atheists and other people who aren't part of the Christian religion who look at it and say, yeah, it doesn't actually make sense. It's not logical. I'm not going to believe this thing. God's like, well, since you didn't choose me, I'm going to burn you for all of eternity. That's not justice.
That question is a bit complicated because you got to realize that even Jesus Christ, like you have heard it as a child, you have heard it's pretty much everywhere. You hear Jesus Christ all over the world, so it's like a warning. It's like a warning. It's basically telling you.
Just hearing it doesn't make it make sense. So just people telling you about it doesn't make it real to you. Like you need actual evidence to believe this nonsense. Like I could warn you about Muhammad all day long, and you're not going to convert to Islam. Just me telling you about Muhammad isn't the thing that's going to convert you. You telling me about Jesus isn't going to convert anyone. You have to back it up with actual proof. Like if I told you that there's a teapot circling Jupiter, that's a great claim. It doesn't matter how many times I tell it to you, though. You actually need to witness in a telescope a teapot circling Jupiter.
Okay. Well, the whole main thing is basically that a lot of people they're scared of that concept of hell, right? We're scared of that concept of hell.
That's where you're at. That's what I'm saying. The concept of hell only scares you because you haven't thought it through, right? If you believe in a God that's all loving and all just, he wouldn't be sending any people to hell for merely not believing something. It's a ridiculous concept. Why would you be punished for a thought crime?
Well, you're going to hell because of sin.
No, you're not going to hell for sin.
There's only 2 places.
Fleece,
You only can get to 2 places.
You're wrong. You're not going to hell for your sin. You're going to hell if you don't. No, wrong again, Fleece. You don't go to hell for your sin. You go to hell if you don't believe and accept this God in Jesus. That's why you go to hell. Because Christians sin all the time, and they're not going to hell. They're not going to pay for their sins. So hell's not a punishment for your sin. Hell is a punishment for your thought crimes.
Well, hell, you going to hell because you didn't accept Jesus Christ as your. So you didn't accept Jesus Christ for to take away your sins, right?
I know that's my whole point. I don't have a good reason to believe that this God exists. Therefore, I will never accept that this God exists, which means step number 1 of avoiding hell is already gone. It's already a wash, right? So Jesus dying for your sins is completely irrelevant if God doesn't give you the tools to even believe that he exists.
Well, you know what I think it is? Sometimes I think it's more of a pride thing. It's more like people hear that Jesus Christ is like, take that away from me.
No,
I don't
it's
really
not a
like
pride
that.
thing.
I don't want to hear that.
Nope, it's an evidence thing.
Because to me, like, I learned from some of these pastors, and a lot of these pastors, they teach some good things, and they're basically saying like a lot of people, it's more like it's a pride thing. It's like, I don't want to accept him. I'd rather go to hell. I don't care.
No,
I hate my life.
That's what preachers tell you. No atheist actually says any of that nonsense. Those are lies that preachers have to tell the congregation to put words in the mouth of non-believers because they don't actually know or talk to any non-believers. Non-believers don't say any nonsense like that. We don't believe in this God because it's illogical, it doesn't make sense, and there's no evidence for it. And we've already covered one of the reasons, because the God you believe in is all loving and all just, but he's willing to send literally anyone to hell for merely not believing that he exists. And that's not just. Meanwhile, you could be Jeffrey Dahmer and then convert to this religion and end up in heaven. And that's not a system of justice. At that point, all you're doing is you're saying, well, the people who like me, you get to go to heaven. People who don't like me, you have to burn in hell for eternity. So it's not love. It's not just.
Well, it's like a spiritual thing, though. It's like a bit supernatural, like, right? You are getting justified through spiritual things. So when you accept Christ, it's something spiritual, something spiritual happening. You don't really see it.
But that doesn't answer the problem. The problem is a logical one. You can't be all loving and all just and then do things that are not loving and not just. That's the problem.
So will you give me an example?
I just told you about the hell. Hell's not just. We can go to other scenarios. Like, have you read the story of David's punishment after he slept with Bathsheba?
Yeah.
Yeah. What was the punishment?
So you talking about when he committed adultery?
Yeah. What punishment did God hand down for that?
So the punishment was a curse. It was that his 2 sons, they wouldn't get. I don't really remember, but I just know it's like 2 sons, and it's the daughter. There was one of the siblings. I guess he raped his sister.
That's
and the other guy.
Different story. You're talking about Amnon and Tamar. We're not talking about that. There's 2 punishments given in 2 Samuel 12 for what David did. The first punishment is that David's child with Bathsheba gets sick for a week and then passes away. So the child takes the punishment. The second punishment is that 10 of David's wives get raped. Do you think it's just that, like, if I committed sin, that my child and my wife would get the punishment for it?
Well, that shows what sins can lead down to.
I didn't ask that. I said, is it just? Is it just for me to commit a crime and then my wife and my child get punished for it? So if I went to court and the judge says, I'm going to lock up your wife, I'm going to lock up your child because of the crime you committed, is that justice?
It looks like a curse. It doesn't seem like a justice, but it looks like a curse, like sin, the curse of sins.
Is it just? That's all I'm asking.
Well, did God do that?
Is it just?
Well, then who did that? Did God do that?
I gave you an analogy. I'm asking you if the analogy is just. If I commit a crime and the judge sends my child and my wife to prison rather than me, is that justice?
No.
Okay, and why is it not justice?
Because it looks like they don't deserve it.
Because they didn't commit the crime, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now the God of the Bible does this all the time. He punishes people for other people's crimes. Like he'll punish you for the crime that your king committed. He'll punish you for the crime that your father committed. He'll punish you for the crimes that one of your brothers committed. Is that justice?
It's not justice, but then you got to look at how sins, these type of sins can affect you, can affect other people.
If it's not justice, then you have to get rid of the notion that God is all just. If you're 100% just in all of your ways, that's what it says in Deuteronomy 32:4, then what that means is you can't be seen doing things that are unjust. So again, the properties of God as described in the Bible are contradicted by his actions.
Well, you got to realize that even then, those things, I don't think is God basically saying, oh, I'm going to do that. It's basically saying, I'm going to let that happen because there's also a Satan, right? There's an adversary. There's an opponent. And the opponent also puts his hands there.
You're wrong. God explicitly says he's doing it. It's a punishment for David, right? Punishments don't happen by accident. They happen on purpose. And God explicitly says that I'm doing it. In verse 11 of the chapter, he says, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor. God's saying, I'm the one doing it. I'm doing it because it's a punishment.
It's a good one.
Right.
But that's how I see it. It's basically saying some of these sins, because it seems like back then the sin wasn't so prevalent as it's today. So back then it's almost like you gotta follow these commandments because look how sin destroys everything. Look how sin comes in the door and it starts to mess with everything.
Who created sin?
Well, that would be God, right? But
right, okay. And who created the consequences of sin?
God.
Okay, so if sin has consequences, those are consequences that God chose. So God's responsible for the consequences of sin.
Yeah, but you got to realize that I don't know, you're making it seem like it's something so simple. It's basically, well, there's free will. You also cause the sins too. There's cause and effect, right?
There's no free will.
You do a certain sin it's a cause and cause and effect. It's gonna cause this type of effect. It's not just gonna cause whatever effect God wants it to be. It's gonna cause a certain effect. It's not gonna be all the same effect.
You don't have free will in the Bible. You have the illusion of free will. You don't have free will. Jesus himself said that no man comes to the Father unless called by the Father, or no man come to me unless called by the Father. The Father has to call you first. If God doesn't call you, you're not coming. Romans chapter 9, I'm sure you know the chapter. Paul famously says that it's not by human will or exertion, but on the grace of God. He says some people are literally created as vessels of wrath. God doesn't give you free will.
What does that mean? What does that verse mean?
A vessel of wrath is someone who's created specifically to go to the hellfire.
Well, you got to realize that God is all-knowing. He sees the future.
Mm-hmm.
He knows everything.
Mm-hmm.
He knows everything that will ever happen. So obviously, it's like he's gonna write those things down.
Yeah, he
already knows that people are going to hell.
Yeah, because he predetermined it. Correction, he predetermined it. Before he created the world, before he put the recipe in the bowl for the world and the universe, he knew how everything would play out. He knew if I put this bundt cake into the oven, this is exactly what's going to happen. He could have tweaked every recipe parameter in there that would resulted in a different world, a different outcome where there didn't have to be hell. He could do anything he wants to. So the fact that he's all knowing, all powerful, and he's the one that created the recipe means that everything that happens because God preordained it.
Well, yeah, of course. You also got to factor in the free will.
So you don't have free will then. If God preordained, if God chose the world that would result in Fleece being on my stage right now, there's nothing you could do to prevent it. There's nothing, because God can't be wrong about what he knows. And he set the ball into motion knowing what it would do.
So God already knows what's going to happen in the future. He already knows everything that's going to happen. He already knows everything.
Yeah, because he created it.
Present at all time.
We'll try this again, please. Okay. I'll do another analogy. All right. If I have if I go to the park and there's 5 slides at the park, right? Mm-hmm. Imagine for a second, I take a ball and I throw it down slide 1. I know if I throw it down slide 1, it's going to end at the end of slide 1. If I throw it down slide number 5, I know it's going to end at the end of slide number 5. Now, if I choose, right, to slide that ball down slide number 3. Now, I didn't force the ball to land in that position. I didn't pinpoint the exact position that ball would land in. But if you're all knowing and you threw that ball down the slide, that means you threw the ball down that slide knowing exactly where it was going to land, which means it's only there because you put it there. You knew it was going to be there. You could have put it down any of the other slides. You chose slide number 3, which means you're responsible for the outcome of what happens on slide number 3 when, if you're God, there's an infinite number of slides you could have put the ball down.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, if you're all knowing and you're all powerful and you created everything and you knew what was going to happen when you spoke and put everything into motion, that means everything that happened as a natural consequence of all the events that started from event number 1. Event number 1 kicked off event number 2. Event number 2 kicked off event number 3. Everything that happened since God spoke was an inevitable event that God knew was going to happen.
Okay.
And God could have done something differently. God could have created the world where Adam and Eve didn't eat the apple. He could have done that. He chose not to.
Well, I feel like you're trying to see it like this amazing world of gumball. Like, it's not like that, you know? Life is also there's evil things that people choose to do. People choose to do things selfishly because they choose to. Like, you're making it seem like God could have made the world like this amazing world of gumball. No, like, it's showing you.
He could.
It's showing you how stinky humans can be, right?
No, he could have.
Can be a messed up thing.
Fleece, he could have.
He could have, but it's not. It's not much.
He says so in Revelation 21. In Revelation 21, there's no more pain, no more sorrow, no more suffering, no more death, no more tears. God could have made the world where there is no suffering, no sorrow, no death, no tears. And that seems to be his ultimate goal. That's why that is the end goal in the book of Revelation. The fact that he didn't do that from day number 1 tells me that he's not all good.
Well, then you're making it seem like it's like a black and white thing because it's like,
is.
you got to even look at it that the fact that even angels can sin from heaven, and there's no sin in heaven.
Well, that's not true because Satan was in heaven in the book of Job. Satan literally walked right up to God and had a conversation with him.
Okay, well, what does that have to do with anything?
God can allow whatever he wants in heaven. He's in charge of the parameters. If he can allow Satan into heaven, he can allow anyone else into heaven.
Well, Satan is also the adversary. He's also the accuser. So you got to go up to God and accuse.
So what?
He's also the accuser.
Who made him? Who made him the accuser?
Well, you also got to realize that
who
Satan
made
is
him the accuser?
Well, God allowed him to be the accuser.
No. Who decided that he would be the accuser?
Satan himself.
No, God did.
God is allowing for him to be that.
No, God decided he would be the accuser. Satan doesn't get to decide to be God's adversary.
Well, God is allowing it.
No, God created him to be that. So You keep forgetting that your God is all-knowing and all-powerful. He created Satan, knowing Satan would be evil from the beginning. Jesus says that Satan was a liar and a murderer from the beginning. He created Satan, knowing that he would be evil, and created him anyways. He didn't have to, did he?
Yeah, no, I have that in mind. I'm just going based off whatever you're putting at that time, because that's how we're going. Like, we're humans, right? We're seeing it, whatever's going on at that time.
No, focus up though. Pay attention to what I'm saying. Before God created Satan, did he know that Satan was going to be evil?
Yeah, of course.
And did he create him anyways?
Yeah.
Did he have to create Satan?
No.
Okay. That means God chose to create an evil entity that is quite literally wreaking havoc on the earth, prowling around like a roaring lion, seeking who he may devour. That's God's doing. God did that.
Yeah.
That means God's responsible for Satan, which means, again, God is not just. If God is responsible for Satan and Satan's doing horrific, unjust things, that means God is responsible for all that horror show.
Well, you got to realize that you can also hold a temptation from Satan.
That had nothing to do with what I'm saying.
God gives you that power. God gives you that power.
So I know you want
holding that temptation.
I know you want to pivot to sin, but we're talking about Satan right now. Does Satan do horrible things?
Yeah, he does.
Okay, then how is God not responsible for everything Satan does?
Well, God is allowing it.
I didn't ask if he's allowing it. I'm saying, how is he not responsible for it?
Well, if you look at it that way, then he would be responsible for it.
I agree. Yes, he is in fact responsible for it. We can agree there. Okay, so now we can finally cut to the chase, which is that if God is responsible for all the evil and injustice of Satan, then we go right back to the nonsense properties of God. The idea that God is all loving and all just can't be true because he created Satan and is responsible for all the unloving, unjust thing that Satan does.
All right. So let me ask you, you believe in God, right? You believe in a higher power?
No.
No, you don't?
Mm-mm.
Well, that's the thing. It's like that makes it look a bit complicated, because even if you did believe in those things, right? Even if you believe in a God, or you saw that there was something there that was like, oh, that's a God doing it.
I've never seen a
When
God.
you see it like that, when you see the hand of God working on earth,
like how
you would think. It could be many different ways. It could be in ways where you wouldn't expect it.
I've never seen the hand of God before.
Never seen it?
Nope.
I could tell you, I have personally seen some things that it's like, oh wow, I can't believe that's coming from God, or it could be coming from Satan. I don't know.
Yeah, but Muslims, Hindus, everyone else would say the same thing. Like every religion has these, check out this miracle claim. So like, if that's the case, then we're left to believe in polytheism where all the gods exist.
Well, I believe God, during those times, he manifested himself in those ways. And you got to realize that some of these guys, it could also be Satan. It could be these diabolical demon things, these devils.
How do you know that the God of the Bible isn't actually the Satan from Islam? How do you know that the God of the Bible isn't actually a manifesting demon from the Aztec pantheon? Because if I'm looking at the different manifestations of evil deities, I would say that the biblical manifestation is pretty evil. I would warrant that the work of a demon before I put it on a god.
Well, you got to realize that the Bible, like back then, it was a bit more rough, but like nowadays, it preaches about grace and all those things. It preaches about righteousness.
So, why do I care about that?
You don't really see that in other religions. You would about the Jews. Like, I'm pretty sure the Jews, they're not supposed to. Well, whatever they got going on with their religion, they not too friendly with outsiders. And Muslims,
yeah, but that's
what the Quran.
That's what I'm saying, though. None of that matters to me. Like I don't have to compare Christianity to other religions to see if it's true. That's an irrelevant comparison. I don't think any of those religions are true either.
Yeah, but it's like I don't know. It's like then I'm trying to see how you see the world, and the way you see the world is like I don't know. It looks kind of. It looks
Logical?
kind of. I don't know. It looks a little bit like because you got to realize it's like yeah, you're breathing right now. You're having this. You're having that.
So
But what happens when you don't have all of those things? It's like
then I'm
you're
dead.
logical.
When you stop breathing, you die.
Yeah, but it's like how people see the world is like without a God. It's like I don't know. It seems kind of sad.
But to you, not to me.
Yeah, somebody said that if there's no God, there's not really a purpose. There's not really no purpose.
Well, the purpose is your own. You get to decide what your purpose is. Like I don't have to have a divine, entity in the sky telling me what my purpose is. I get to decide what my purpose is.
And you feel fulfilled by that?
Yep.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Well,
All right. So I like to point out one more thing, right? You ever seen where this president was cursing out Israel? Do you know about the verse that says that if you curse out Israel, I will curse unto you. I will bring curse unto you.
Yeah, so there's two passages. Typically, people quote Genesis chapter 12 or 15, I forget which one, where he talks to Abraham and he says that I'll curse people that curse you and bless people that bless you. And then this gets repeated a little bit in some of the prophets, specifically about the nation of Israel, not so much Abraham.
Yeah, it's like it's a general thing either way. So what I'm trying to, but you know about that president that cursed Israel from Venezuela?
I don't know anything about Venezuelan presidents.
Well, for some Christian, that's something that is like, oh man, that could be something from God. So this president, he cursed out Israel in public, and he just got cancer out of nowhere after that, and he just died.
It's kind of a bad track record because like the entire Near East curses Israel and they're still there, right? If God was serious about cursing those who curse you, he would have eliminated literally all of Islam at this point.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You got to see it as things to come. That these things they're to come.
Yeah,
so
I know.
You got to realize not everything is gonna happen right now.
When the
It's
promise
still
don't
going
come
on.
true, then it's just for the future,
Yeah, but look at Israel. Israel's still standing.
Mm-hmm.
Israel, they're strong. They're a strong nation. You can't just be like, oh, it's just a random nation. There's something going on over there, right?
Yeah, we
They
propped
try
them
to.
up with money and arms. That's what happened.
But why do you believe that? Why did it have so much power?
Because we gave it to them. We created the modern state of Israel. We worked with the British, who currently at that time owned the land, and we agreed there is a pact between multiple nations to create a nation state for Israel to live over there.
Okay, but there's still something there, right? Even if you look at it like that, there's still something there, right?
Yeah, there's a
That's
bunch
a
of
small
people.
nation. It's a bunch of people. Well, it's still a small nation that is basically fighting this Middle Eastern war, and it's pretty much all the nations is against Israel. So you got to realize, oh man, like these are these humble whatever people, and it's a small nation, and for some reason they keep on winning. They keep on being on top of it.
Yeah, because the
And
most powerful Western powers that have ever existed are propping them up. We're literally sending them military arms.
But why is that though? Why is that?
Because we agree that the nation of Israel has a right to exist. That's it. They're an ally of ours. You know that we're allied with them, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we defend Israel for the same reason that we defend other countries, because they're our allies. We have agreements to defend them.
Well, you got to realize that even then, having all those type of protection, there's still the whole Middle East. Like those people are. I don't want to sound too much of this, but they're extremists, right? You would think they will go all out of their way to destroy that nation.
No, they wouldn't.
So to me, that shows a bit of a miracle thing going on.
Why
right
would
there.
they? Do you think that all Muslims want to eliminate Israel? Why would you think that?
No, I don't think all Muslim, but I'm basically saying as a nation.
So what?
Just because a nation has this agreement they want to take out the nation of Israel, don't mean that everybody's involved. It's just a nation.
Which nation has an agreement to take out Israel?
A lot of the Middle Eastern countries.
Like who?
Iran.
Yeah, I think Iran really hates Israel. Who else?
Iraq.
I don't know.
Yemen.
I don't know if Iraq and Yemen are of the same opinion as Iran, but I'm sure they don't like
realize
Israel.
they fund those Islamists. They fund the Hamas. They fund those stuffs. You know, you could look it up.
Do they fund terrorism? Sure, I'm sure they do fund terrorism, but not just against Israel. I mean, against the entire West. So, but you're kind of missing the point. The point which we started on is that your God is inconsistent at best. Your God says that I will curse those who curse you, yet he doesn't. The people that curse Israel continue to live, and they're multiplying rapidly in number.
I don't know much about that.
Yeah, I do know about that. I mean, what do you think about 2/3 of the earth that don't believe in the God of Israel, much less the nation of Israel doing what they're doing right now?
But even then, you got to realize the curse could be somewhat different. It could be sickness. It could be deformities. It could be a poor country. It could be a whole lot of different ways.
I think the Australians are being cursed right now.
Well, I don't know what's going on over there.
Well, I mean, just pick any non-majority Christian country. Are they being cursed? Do you think Canada's being cursed right now?
What are they going through? I don't think so.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like you're using this really bad argument that, well, there was this one guy that cursed Israel and now he got sick. Therefore, it's true that the Bible says if you curse Israel, you'll be cursed. But that's not true, because millions and millions of people have been cursing Israel for a very long time, and they're completely fine. And in fact, they're thriving. Like if you throw 1,000 pieces of spaghetti at the wall, guess what? A couple hundred are going to stick.
Well, you got to realize that this president, he takes the whole charge of the nation, right? So he's the one that's saying that. So he's basically telling that to the world. So you got to realize that his word got a lot of impact to it. It got a lot of impact to it.
So do other nations. There are other rulers that are condemning what Israel's doing. How come they're not dead?
Well, you don't. Well, I haven't seen that myself.
Okay,
but I think that's a good argument, though.
Is you've picked one coincidence, and you said, "Look at this coincidence. It must be a prophecy." That's just not how that works.
It's not more of a prophecy. It's more showing like, oh, God is there. God is there. That's what I'm just trying to say. God is there.
Well, when God promises something, and then it comes true, I mean, definitionally speaking, that's just a prophecy coming true.
Yeah, but like I said, you gotta realize it's a precedent. It's not just this little guy that's going in home. He just came from work and he just going back. No, it's a precedent. It's a precedent. He's talking to everybody. So whatever he says has got a lot of impact to it.
What are you talking about?
So it's almost like, oh,
just so you know, you keep using the word president and precedents in similar contexts, and I think people are getting lost on what you're talking about.
So what I mean, president is obviously the whole world is looking at him. It's not just this regular guy that's just going out about and then he's just doing his job and comes back to like he has a whole voice to the nation and to the world.
Right. But follow me again. You're using two different words in similar contexts, and I think you've lost everyone. When you say president or precedent, those are very similar sounding words that have very different meanings. You have to pronounce those properly. I think you're mispronouncing some of them.
Yeah, nah, it's just I got a little bit of an accent, so it could probably just be that.
No, it's fine. It happens. Listen, I think our conversation's probably run its course at this point, but I appreciate you coming up and having a chat with us.
All right. But last thing, if you really want to see something that comes from God, how about this? Write a pentagram on the Bible and say, Satan, I invite you to come in and show me your real.
Oh fuck, that's easy.
And then put some blood on there. Put some blood on there.
I don't think I'm allowed to do that on TikTok. But I'll certainly draw a pentagram on. Let me find a marker, make sure it's permanent. Hold on.
And then put some blood on it. Put your own blood on it. Well, listen, and be like, Satan, I invite you to come in.
I've got a red dry erase marker. I can use this. I don't have any real blood, so let me open a page, and I'm gonna.
Or pray to the Santa Muerte. Pray to the Santa Muerte. And then let me know who that is. Pray to the Santa Muerte.
Okay, so I'm gonna draw.
The Holy Death. Pray to the Holy Death.
Draw a pentagram on the thing. And whose name do I put in this?
You don't. you could put your own name and put some blood on it. Just take out a little bit of blood from you and put it all over the Bible and be like, Satan, I invite you to come into my life.
How about I'll just put an S in the middle of it for Satan. Again, we don't get to put blood.
Put your name. Put your name. Put your name.
Oh, well,
I thought you said you didn't believe in that stuff.
My name's on the Bible. I'll put it right here, though. Let's say, with love to Satan from Justin. That good enough? Now what do I do?
Yeah, and then when you can, I'm just a little funky, but put some blood in it. Put some blood in it.
Again, I don't know why. I know you got Jesus blood in your eyes, but I'm not stabbing myself to draw blood and put it on the Bible. That's ridiculous.
No, you could just make a little cut and then just put it all over the Bible and be like saying, I'm showing you that basically whatever you're
Bible
doing
will work just fine. Just use some
whatever you're
saliva.
doing is gonna.
Oh, hold on, AK.
He
Can't hear you. So Fleece, my friend. What's blood gonna do for this pact? Why does Satan need my blood to come into an agreement with me?
Well, that's showing that you're being serious about it.
So I'm not serious about it unless I bleed on it.
Yeah, just put a little bit of blood.
Oh, how much
your blood?
How much blood have you given for Jesus?
No blood, but I'm just telling you.
No blood.
Right,
so you're not a real Christian?
Yeah,
oh my gosh. Now
I don't know what you mean by that.
Now I'm worried for Fleece's eternal soul. Fleece, you just told me that you can't be serious about something unless you put your blood on it, and you haven't given any blood to Jesus. I can only assume that you're not serious about Jesus.
It's not that. Let's just say sometimes.
Let's just pray the prayer. If Satan loves me, he'll answer my prayer. So I'm going to hold my right hand on the Bible where the pentagram is. I'm going to say, Satan, with all the love and respect.
You gotta mean it. You gotta mean it.
I do mean it. Don't call me a liar. Satan, with all the love and respect that we have for you, I honor you, and I want you to come into my heart and make me a true Satan worshiper. Show me that the God of the Bible actually isn't real and that you're the true God, because obviously as a Satan worshiper, I don't believe that Yahweh is real, but I do believe that you're real. So come and change my heart and make me evil and come into an evil pact with me. Shit, you can even like turn my eyes different colors or something. How's that?
Man, I feel like you scared, man. I feel like you scared. Just put a little blood on there and be like, Satan, you scared that he might show himself. I'm telling you, these things, they're real. They're real.
I'm not putting blood on my Bible till you put blood on your Bible.
I already have. I already did it.
You already said you didn't.
I did. No,
you didn't.
I tell you, sometimes I get a little bit.
Turn your camera on and show me the blood on your Bible.
Well, I put it on a page.
Open your camera and show me where you put blood on your Bible.
I threw it out.
Oh, now we got liars. You know where liars go, right? Liars go to the lake of fire.
No, I'm already saved by Jesus Christ. I ain't gonna know it. I'm gonna know it.
All of a sudden, he threw his Bible out. I bled on my Bible, but I just threw it out. Why would you throw your Bible out?
No, I didn't throw the Bible out. I took out a page.
That's disrespectful.
No. I took out a page and I put some blood on that page and I put it next to. I put it over a pentagram that I wrote and I put a name. And then
now you're just lying.
No, I'm not lying. So after that day, I got this really weird nightmare. I'm like, all right, it seems like whatever's going. I'm like, all right, whatever's going on, it seems that it's real. And this is why I came.
Nightmares aren't from God. Nightmares come from your own subconscious problems. That has nothing to do with God. But listen, please, I got to move on to the next guest. We've been up here for a while. We got to read some super chats and get on to the next guest.
Do that. Do the separate things, and you're gonna be like, oh wow.
I already told you I'm not bleeding on my Bible till you come and show me proof that you bled in your Bible. So until you do that, you won't be getting your wish. But once you do that, I'll be more than glad to go find some sort of diabetic poker needle downstairs and make myself bleed just for you.
Bro, you could just make a little cut on your wrist. You could just make a little
buddy,
cut.
I already told you, as soon as you do the thing you want me to do, I'll do it.
All right. I'll do it some other time. I'll show you.
Yeah, all of a sudden you're afraid of needles. Okay. All right.
I'll do it.
He didn't want to leave. AK, welcome in, friend.
Hello.
Great to see you.
Thank you so much. Just first off, thank you.
We got your back. You know, you're a beloved member of the community, and you've heard me say it before. You know, when friends need help, you just help them. Like, don't ask questions, just help.
I appreciate you.
So we got your back. AK, so I did a really poor job of describing to the audience kind of some of what you're battling with. Could you maybe fill in some of those gaps and give them the better information?
Yeah. So I got sick for the first time in 2016. And as of right now, I'm 13 ICU stays in with intubation for anaphylaxis. And that's the mast cell activation syndrome. And I'm deathly allergic to dogs, dog dander, dog fur, dog saliva. So that's that one. The other one I have is called common variable immunodeficiency. And in your blood, your body makes IgA, IgG, IgM, and that's essentially what your immune system is. And my body doesn't make any of it, so I have to self-administer immunoglobulin infusions once a week.
Once a week?
Once a
That's
week,
a lot.
yeah. Yeah. And I do all the care at home because it's for if I want to. I was going into the cancer center for my infusions, and it was $70,000 a week. So
And without insurance
was-
to cover, it's like impossible.
Yeah. And then I also have what's called Ehlers-Danlos, and a lot of people think that you're just super flexible with that, but it's actually the breakdown of your connective tissue. And so since August of last year, I've had 2 patellar reconstructions, and they both have failed. My patella is literally in my thigh.
Yeah, I got a picture of that. Hold on. Give me a second. You said this.
It's impressive.
It is actually quite impressive. Let's see if we can show it on camera. So this is what it looks like when your patella is no longer where it's supposed to be. It's literally up on the thigh. Not a great place for it to be.
Yeah. And then the last I have is POTS. And so that's if people don't know what POTS is like when you stand up really fast, you can get lightheaded. For me, a lot of times if that'll just come on out of nowhere and I'll just face plant and like pass out.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And I've seen that before. I've got a close friend of mine up where I'm at with POTS. And just very minor things, and boom, you're out. There's a time where she went like just down 1 or 2 stairs, and just going down 1 or 2 stairs, she got dizzy, ended up falling down all the stairs. Like it can be very difficult, or like just bending over to pick something up, boom, you pass out.
Yeah, that happened to me in July, and my husband heard me hit the ground, and I had a black eye for about 6 weeks. But I try to be positive because it can always be worse, because I have met other people who do have it worse, and so I always try to like live by that motto. But yeah.
Right. Well, we're going to do everything that we can. I've got direct donation links in the description of the video, friends. And all the proceeds from the super chats and everything from this stream is going to go directly to AK. I'm donating the first $1,500 matching. So friends, give. Make sure we grab hold of the matching donations, and we're gonna be live streaming all night. So stick around. We're going to raise as much funds for our friend AK as we can. Hopefully in the future, because you do have a pending, I don't use the word application, maybe a pending application that might go through within a couple months to finally get your disability, right?
Yeah, so I'm 4.5 years in. We went through the hearing. The judge was not very kind about it, so we appealed, and the higher court sided with us, which they told us that's a less than 1% chance. So that's awesome. So they kicked it back to her in August. The end of August of this year, I will have my final hearing. So we're really, really crossing our fingers.
Right.
Yeah. And my son also came up to me. My son's 16, and he wanted me to tell you, Justin, specifically that thank you so very much.
Well, I really appreciate that. And tell my son hello, and big W. We're going to do everything that we can. Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate you all. You guys have a wonderful day.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing with us. I know it's a hard thing to talk about publicly.
Yeah, it's the more we can get education out there, because silent illnesses, a lot of people think that if you look fine that you are. And so just try to raise awareness about it and have patience with people.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Patience. I agree.
So
thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye. Do you want to drop me? You can drop me because I don't know if it's good for the algorithm if you do it.
I don't know, actually. I don't know how that works.
I can do either way.
I'll drop you down, but you're welcome to come back anytime if you want to join in the conversation. Okay.
Okay, sounds good.
Cheers, friend.
Bye.
Big W for AK. I think she's got family events happening today, if I remember correctly. So we're lucky that she was able to find time to pop in and hang out with us. I told her I was going to be streaming all day. So awesome. Let me grab a couple of super chats, friends. And then we'll move right into our next guest. Leon sent $5 super thanks. Well, thank you, Leon. I appreciate that. And Voltage says, let them cook. I think that's what we're trying to do here. Actually, I think that's the goal. And Chris says, believers get roasted, seasoned with facts, and plated with a side of read the book. Here's your Michelin star. Well, thank you so much, Chris. I super appreciate it. And the grill is set to hot. I've got the temperature cranked all the way up. I've got the baster out. We're gonna be cooking here. We're gonna be doing some barbecuing. And holy shit, guys, the super chats are off the chain. Absolutely off the chain. I can't even tell you. So I'm just like glancing through the list, and there's so many super chats. I really appreciate you guys pitching in. Dan says $10 super thanks. I appreciate that, Dan. And B Bearded sent $20. Thank you so much, Bearded. He says, I'm just trying to buy my way into heaven. Praise Doug. Well, the good news is Doug doesn't need your money to let you in. Unlike these pimp pastors that need your money for jets, Doug doesn't need none of that. And Eric says, gotta love Christians who think atheism means I think God is mean are baffled when you say you don't believe at all. Pastors failing their flocks. So this is a really good point, because what believers think about atheists is not true to what atheism really is. They have no idea what's going on in atheism. And Cheese says, did the followers of John the Baptist mostly agree or disagree with Jesus and followers? What they disagree on, if any historical evidence. So kind of, there's like the sect of the Samaritans that kind of roughly affiliated with John the Baptist. And there were a number of John the Baptist like schools that existed post Jesus. And a lot of them kind of rejected Jesus as the Messiah in the traditional sense, because they didn't believe a lot of times in the prophets. So it's really interesting, because Jesus came from Galilee, but the believers that were in Galilee typically didn't actually believe in anything but the Torah. In fact, if you look at the Samaritan Bible, as you might call it, it's just the Torah. There's no prophets, right? So they didn't have this expectation that a Messiah was going to come and do a bunch of stuff. So when Jesus came and said he fulfilled all these prophecies, they're like, what the fuck are you even talking about? It's not even scriptural, right? So it's possible that a lot of the followers of John the Baptist might have been affiliated with this sect, but it seems to me that the closest followers of John the Baptist would not have been. They probably would have come from the Essene tradition. The Essene tradition came from the desert dwellers, and they believed that there was, in fact, a Messiah that was prophesied in the Bible, and they were preparing for the end. They were apocalyptic. I hope that helps. Dirt says, I'm playing rock, paper, scissors alone, and rock wins every time. Praise Doug. Always. Rock always wins. And to clear up on the John the Baptist discussion, what I'm saying is the people that were traditionally affiliated with John the Baptist that are today that exist, or in the modern era, were not they were not like the John the Baptist followers initially. The initial John the Baptist followers would have been very Essene in their practices. Germ says, no question for you today. Looking forward to the barbecue and just want to support our community of heathens. Hell yeah. Always remember, all morals supposedly come from Christianity. Donate to prove them wrong. That's right. Support our friends. Show the Christians that we don't need their book for morals. And Voltage says, Doug has provided stones, rocks, and obsidian to the ancestors. Hell yeah, he did. And fire through Flint. Pi says, happy cut Medicare food stamps to fund Billionaires Day. That's exactly it. The bill passed, right? So if you think what's happening with our friend AK is meaningful, it's going to happen to a lot of people. I have a lot of friends that are reliant on government healthcare right now that are going to lose their healthcare. It's going to be a shit show. Hundreds of thousands of people are going to lose medical access. Isaac says, got stopped by street preachers in Austin and pulled out your cheat sheet. Asked them if God is all good, all knowing. Pulled out Deuteronomy 22:13 and they ran. Hell yeah, they did, Isaac. Guys, if you're subbed to the channel, you got the cheat sheet. It's the best way to deconvert people. I think this is my opinion. It's the best way to deconvert people. And Hala Furphy, my friend, great to see you from Argentina. Thank you for the 666. Says, my Yelp review of Justin's barbecue. Host is great. Love the dinner with a show. My only problem was with the place is that they're always cooking pretzels. Well done, Hala Furphy. Amazing super chat. I super appreciate it. And big W, big W. Thank you so much for being generous, my friend. Let me grab just like three or four more. Kay says, hey, Justin, I don't think hell is justified, but what's the rebuttal against the idea that eternal torture is justified because of sin against an eternal being? Well, first of all, the reason, the way that we punish crimes is not by the status of the person that the crime is against. Is about the amount of harm that the crime caused. You cause more harm, you get bigger punishment, right? So this idea that, well, because God is eternal, he has to punish you eternal, that's nonsense. If God is eternal and he's all powerful, that means literally nothing could hurt God. There's nothing you could do that would hurt his feelings, that would hurt him physically. There's no damage done. There's no way you could damage God, which means any punishment, much less an eternal punishment, is silly. Doc Romanot, thank you for the $20 super chat, says, if Christians spend half as much time reading ancient Hebrew as they do arguing in comment sections, we'd already have a revised ESV titled the emotionally stable version. That's fucking crazy work, Doc. I love this. You've been around long enough to know that emotionally stable and Christianity they're not bedfellows. They're just not. Guys, thank you so much for all the super chats. We got a bunch more left to read, but I'm going to get our next guest in here. We've got Zelicity in the YouTube queue, the TikTok queue. Then we'll jump back to the YouTube cube. We'll jump back to the YouTube queue after Zelicity. If Zelicity connects, if he doesn't connect, then we'll go back. There we go. How you doing, Zelicity?
I am fine. How about yourself? Peace and blessing be upon mercy and grace. How's your day?
It's a great day. It's a great day. Zelicity, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I am 46 and a believer in God. Yes, but it depends on which one because I believe in them all.
So you are a polytheist?
No, I believe in just one, but I believe how they connect them. It's God.
So you believe in all the gods, but only one God?
Yes, I believe in all the gods, but only one God, because that's the word.
So how many gods are there?
You shall have no other gods before me. So there is only one God, but plenty of spirits with the word. It's God.
Give me a number. How many gods are there?
Just one word. It's God, but different languages.
I'm just asking you for a number. Give me one number.
That means you're kind of illiterate.
Give me a number.
I already did. One.
How many gods? Okay, so there's one God. Okay. Are there any...
Yes, one God within you all.
Are there any gods other than the one God?
Did he not understand what I just said?
It's a yes or no question. Are there any other gods other than the one God?
There is only one God within yourself.
I'm not asking you about the self. I'm asking about your belief system.
I'm asking you.
In your belief system, is there any God outside of the one God?
Yeah, you're God.
Okay, so there's more than one God.
No, there's only one.
So if I'm a God and God is a God, that's
you see
two
how it
gods.
could be confusing?
It's not confusing to me.
No,
you're just saying something that's illogical. You're saying that there's one God.
What is your name, sir?
What is your name? Stop talking. We're going to get through this, even if it kills you.
Because your name is not God. That's why.
We're going to get through this. You just said I'm a God, so stop talking. So we'll try this again. If there's one God.
Excuse me, sir.
If there's one God and I'm a God.
I never said you are.
If there's only one God.
I never said you're.
And I'm God, that means I'm the one God. If there's only one God and he's not me, but I'm also a God, that means there's more than one God. I'm trying to figure out when you say that I'm a God or that there's another God outside of the one God, how that's not polytheism. And I don't think you know how numbers work yet. I think this is kind of the problem that we're having. Now he's talking on mute.
The problem that we're having is you're not reading my question. Unalive yourself, because then you're a god.
How could I read read your question?
If you could unalive yourself, then there's more than one God other than mine.
Okay, so
you understand what I mean?
So we started.
Other than that, there's only one God. Mine.
So we started with the idea that there's only one God, and now you're saying that if I unalive myself, I'm a god.
You didn't understand that, sir. Unalive yourself, and then you could become a god. Other than that, there is only one God.
Okay,
mine.
So if I unalive myself, I become a god, right?
Yes, sir. And can you do that?
So have people been unalived?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did they become gods?
I'm telling you something without telling you, but
I need you to pay attention. Have the other people that have been unalived, did they become gods?
Only one God. It is mine.
Try this again. I didn't ask you that question. I said the other people that unalived themselves, when they unalived themselves, did they become God? Yes or no? This guy's not stable.
Did you understand that?
I need you
You're not
answer.
stable.
I need to answer the question. Or I need you to answer the question.
I'm telling you something without.
The people who unalived themselves prior to this moment in time, did they become guys? Did they become gods when they unalived themselves? It's just yes or no. All I need is the yes or no.
I told you something without telling.
Nope. I need a yes or no. I will mute you 500 times until a yes or no comes out of your mouth. So the answer to my question, is it yes or no?
And I will mute you 500 times too.
No, you won't. You don't have a mute button. In fact, you're not even on the stage anymore because at this point, this is just like abuse of the mentally disabled. And I don't think that's the best show. All right, let me grab our next guest. I think Reverend Danger is in the queue. Wasn't Reverend Danger here on Wednesday night? Actually, they're not loading right now. I wonder what happened with Reverend Danger. I think their connection's bad. Okay, well, we'll move on from Reverend Danger, and we're going to grab what looks like Duck. How you doing, Duck?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Welcome in. Duck, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a god?
Yes, and yes, but not as it's defined, I guess. As I define it.
How do you define God?
Well, that's too simple of a question.
Well, if it's too simple of a question, then it sounds like you're in the wrong place, because I asked you what you believed in, and you said you couldn't define it. And if you can't define it, then you're certainly not going to justify its existence.
Well, it has to be limited to your definition for me to define it like that.
It has to be limited to your definition. I asked you for your definition.
I gave it to you, though.
You didn't.
I gave you a paradoxical definition.
No, you didn't give me a definition yet. I asked you what God it is, and you didn't give me anything. So what God do you believe in?
Well, I believe in existence.
I believe in existence too. I don't believe in any God. So again, give me some attributes about your God. Does it have a name?
Is existence alone?
Does it have any properties?
Is existence alone?
Adorable. Prove it.
I asked you a question. Is existence alone?
Oh, I thought you said that God is existence.
No, I'm gonna build up to why I believe in God.
But I need you to pay attention to what's happening here. Before you can convince me about your God, you have to tell me what you believe about your God. I don't know anything about your God. So we'll start at square one. Tell me some properties about your God. What's he like? What's she like? What's it like?
Well, I'm going to do it with questions because...
Nope, you're going to do it with straight answers, or I'll kick you and move on to another person who will give me actual dialogue. So, can you tell me anything?
Are you scared?
Can you tell me anything?
Answer my question.
No,
is existence alone?
You're the scared one who's refusing to define your God. So you're running like a coward, and I'm going to...
You have to have it explained to you.
You're running...
You are projecting that you think you know the answer.
Then
I have to break it down for you.
Listen, dummy. I'm asking you to explain to me what your God is like. I want the information about your God, the God you made up in your own mind. I want that information. Can you give me the information? By the way, no one can hear you. You're muted. I'm asking you to give me the properties of the God you believe in so then we can have a conversation about that God. Are you capable of giving me the properties of God?
By answering the question, is existence alone?
Okay, so we're not going to do this. If you're incapable of answering questions about your God, then you're not adult enough to be on the stage, and you can go somewhere else. You can hang out and cry all you want. I won't even kick you. I'll just bring Wyatt in and let Wyatt talk and watch you crash out in the background. Wyatt, welcome in. Wyatt?
Hello, Mr. Justin. How are you?
I'm doing good, Wyatt. How are you?
Hello, can you hear me, Mr. Justin?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Good, good.
Wyatt, I think we might have a slight delay because your connection seems a little bit shoddy. I'm going to count to 3. When you hear me say 3, I want you to say 4, okay?
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
4.
Okay, about a 4-second delay. Is there a chance you can connect to the Wi-Fi because your connection's pretty poor?
Stand by. Yeah, let me see if I can.
Mm-hmm. I think his connection froze. I'm not sure what happened. Oh, I think he lost his connection. No. I think he might be coming back. Let's see. There's Wyatt. Let's bring him back in. All right, welcome back, Wyatt. Actually, your connection must be really slow because it shows you're not in here yet. Wyatt, but I think you're. It looks like you're outside. I think you need to go inside and get the Wi-Fi because your connection keeps freezing. I want to pop you down. Go get some real Wi-Fi and come on back because we can't talk to people on bad connections. All right, I'm going to bring in Jacob, and we'll see if this works any better. How you doing, Jacob?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Welcome in. Jacob, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
I believe in the God of the Christian scriptures as described in the Bible.
Cool, so you're Christian. What'd be the best argument or evidence for the Christian God being real?
Creation.
Can you demonstrate that there was a creation in the first place?
Can you demonstrate that it wasn't created?
I think that's an irrelevant question because we do exist, and we have in science a principle that seems to hold true, which is that matter and energy can't be created or destroyed. And since we have things that exist and we can't get something from nothing, then the only logical inference is that there was never nothing. And the scientific data that I'm aware of would demonstrate that the universe has always existed.
So I kind of go with John Lennox's position here, that the universe was created by God, and God isn't nothing. He is
adorable,
spirit.
but what evidence do you have that the universe even needed to be created? Because all the data I'm aware of would demonstrate that all the stuff in the universe, even if it's just like a quantum field, always existed.
Well, it didn't need to be It didn't need to be created as a necessity, but God chose to create it because He wanted to.
I'm asking about His desires. We're going back to the argument for creation, right? I don't believe there was a creation. I have no reason to believe there was a creation. I'm asking what evidence would convince me that there was a creation.
I believe there is.
Well, I know you do. I'm asking you for the evidence of it.
So, I'm going to be arguing from the scriptures, the Bible, and one of the things that the Bible says is that God chose to create everything that exists, including you, including me. You and I both bear the image of God. We look like Him. He did this for His good pleasure.
So you believe that there's a creation because the Bible said so?
Not only because the Bible says so.
Okay, can you give me something?
It's the primary evidence that I have.
Well, the Bible's not good evidence. You want to start there?
No, because I believe it is.
Well, you just appealed to the Bible.
Why isn't it?
So you just appealed to the Bible. Do you want to talk about why I don't think the Bible is good evidence?
I had one question. I'm sorry, we just kind of got thrown into conversation.
What you're not going to do is dodge from the topic that you brought up. You said that you're justifying the creation because the Bible said that creation happened. I'm saying I don't think creation happened. I don't think we should believe it just because the Bible says it. And would you like to hear my reasons why I don't think we should believe the Bible on the topic of creation?
It sounds like you're going to tell me whether I want to hear it or not.
Sounds to me like you need to actually follow along. Dialogues go in two different directions. Sometimes you get to say things and sometimes I get to say things. And right now I'd like to go down a dialogue path that you started. You started a dialogue tree where we went down the branch talking about why Bible is justification for things.
My tuning in and talking to you is because you had a statement.
Yes.
And you created a YouTube channel.
Yep. And
I'm calling into that channel.
And if you were following the conversation, we started with creation. You brought up creation. I was kind enough to let you start the talking point. You said that creation is evidence of God. I'm asking you for the creation of the evidence, and you're pointing to the Bible. Now I'm going to the Bible, and I'm going to demonstrate to you why I don't think we should believe the Bible when it says that we are created.
Okay.
Follow along?
I'm hearing you.
Okay, so in the creation account, it literally says that God created an earth and put a dome over top of it, a firm dome. Do you believe that there's a firmament?
There is an atmosphere.
Is there a dome?
It's a spherical atmosphere.
Nope.
So around the entire earth.
Is there a hard, firm dome?
Composed of noble gases, yes.
Not answering my question. I said, is there a hard, firm, solid dome?
Yes, composed of gases.
Gases are not hard, firm, and solid. It's literally a different
then why
state
do things explode in them?
It's literally a different state of matter, Jacob. A solid is not the same state of matter as a gas. I said hard, solid, and firm. Gases are not those things. I'm asking you, is there a dome over the earth that is hard, solid, and firm?
Where are you pulling that from? You said Genesis 1 or 2.
It's a yes or no question. Is there a dome over the earth that is hard, solid, and firm? It's crazy that you even have to think about this.
No, it's not, because you're trying to put things in hard categories framed in your framing. You don't want to accept another person's framing. If we want to put another frame on it, you would reject that frame immediately, call it nonsense,
Jacob,
mute me.
I'm not asking you for your frame. I'm asking you to answer my question.
Are you even open to having your mind changed? Can you answer that question?
Jacob,
are you
it sounds
even
like
open
you're
to
not open to having your mind changed, which is why you're refusing to answer simple yes or no questions.
I'm calling to convince you.
No one gives a shit.
Are you open to having your mind changed?
No one gives a shit about this meta commentary on what you think I'm willing to change my mind about. What they came to hear is a.
You said
what they came to
change my
hear
mind. I'm
is
asking,
a
are you open
substance.
to having your mind changed? If you're not open to having your mind changed, then you're just doing this for clout, clicks, likes, follows,
Jacob,
super chats.
I'm here
it's not about
to believe anything
convincing you.
that's
It's about
true,
you
and you're
building
crashing out
your
like a coward.
business.
So pay attention.
I'm not. There is a dome. It's composed of noble gases.
I
I've
didn't
answered your
ask you
question.
if there's
Can
a
we move
gas
on?
dome. That's not my question. My question was.
There's not a hard dome.
My question
but
was.
things blow up in those gases. They are a barrier.
So there's no hard dome, is there?
It's a barrier.
That's not my question. Is there a hard, solid dome?
It doesn't say that it's a hard,
I
solid
didn't say
dome.
that it did. I'm asking you if there is one.
No.
Okay, now we can talk about what the Bible actually says. Do you know that the Bible does describe the dome?
Which scripture?
There's like a dozen of them. In fact, it refers to it.
But can you reference one, please, so I know where you're going?
Yeah, we can start.
Can we please do that?
We can start with the actual word for the dome in Hebrew, which is rakia. Do you know what a rakia is?
I'm sure you're going to tell me.
So you don't.
Mm-mm.
The root rakia in Hebrew just means to hammer something out. It's the same word that we get when they're referring to like dome-shaped shields, dome-shaped bowls and saucers. It's just something that's hard and hammered out, which is why it was translated into the Greek as steroma, and it was translated into the Latin as firmamentum, if I remember correctly. All of these words in the original languages refer to something that is hard and solid, and the people who wrote these books literally described what it was made out of, and it turned out the Bible agrees. The Bible says it's hard like a cast metal mirror.
Well, it protects us from UV rays, solar winds, small meteoroids, and other crap flying through space. It protects us from quite a lot, I would say.
But is it hard like a cast metal mirror?
No, I would believe it's more, like I said, I believe it's composed of noble gases.
It's crazy that you won't answer my question. I'm asking, is the firmament you believe in, is it hard like a cast metal mirror?
Are you talking about the sky?
I'm asking you, your conception of the sky, is it hard like a molten cast metal mirror?
No,
okay,
but like
there you go.
Metal thing that protects you from projectiles, the atmosphere protects us from UV rays, solar winds, meteoroids.
Well, the
asteroids that are too
Bible
small
says that it's like the Bible says that the skies is hard as a molten mirror.
Well, I mean, I'm sure Bronze Age people only had certain categories to describe things.
Job 37 didn't say it was categorized like something you're describing. They're saying it's categorized like something that's hard. It says, can you, like him, spread out the skies hard as a molten mirror?
I'm sure that they only had certain categories that they would understand. And when language is limited and God is infinite, it can be really hard to describe an infinite being and his goings and comings and actions. So they probably only had certain categories that they can use, and they just kind of used the one that best fit what they saw.
So Hebrews didn't have a category for soft.
I'm not saying that they didn't. I'm just saying that ancient peoples had fewer categories than we probably do, and a more limited language than we probably do to describe things that they saw.
So you're saying the ancient Hebrew had no way of describing clouds?
I mean, they didn't have a way to describe God's chariot either. They described it as a wheel within a wheel spinning like a gyroscope.
We're not talking about God's chariot. We're talking about the sky. So did the Hebrews know that there were clouds in the sky?
Yes.
Or do you think that they knew they were hard or soft?
I don't think they knew that either. No.
Okay, so they didn't know anything about clouds then.
No, they could observe them, but they couldn't capture them. I don't think that they thought of clouds as solid objects.
No, that's not
because
true.
They seem to look like solid objects when you look at them.
They certainly didn't believe that clouds were solid objects. In fact, God describes himself as coming down in a cloud. And in fact, it describes that the priests would be within that cloud. They certainly didn't think that they were within a solid object. What they did believe was that those clouds rested underneath an actual hard, solid dome, and they described it like a cast metal mirror, which is ironic since a bunch of people in the ancient Near East believed the same thing. The Egyptians posited for hundreds and hundreds of years on what type of metal the firmament was made out of. They thought it was made out of bronze. Some of them said it was made out of crystal. Same thing with the Greeks and the Romans and everybody else. Even the Jewish rabbis went through great debates on whether or not they thought it was made out of a crystal or whether or not it was reflective like a polished metal.
Well, I mean, when you see the way that light refracts through the dome, you could confuse that as a crystalline structure because light does refract with water.
Could God confuse
it? I'm sure they've observed that. God's not the one describing it.
God is the one who wrote the book.
Moses wrote by God's dictation.
So God dictated the wrong thing?
And Moses... No, I'm saying that people using the information that they have, trying to depict heavenly, celestial happenings, are probably going to use the words that they think best fit what they see.
So God didn't tell them the right words?
No, God doesn't superintend that you describe it exactly
You
in this
said he
way.
dictated
There's only
it.
a couple of places where he does that.
You said he dictated to
He
Moses.
spoke to them what happened.
He spoke.
And then based on what they heard, they wrote down what they thought, how best to interpret it to
So
people.
God spoke to Moses and Moses didn't write down God's words. He just reinterpreted God's words.
He said, "You will be as God to them. I will tell you what to say, and you will tell it to them."
To Pharaoh.
Yes, and he was talking. Well, he was talking also. He talked also to.
And then he
to the people
reiterated.
too.
And then he reiterated verbatim what God told him to do. What I'm trying to figure out is why would God dictate a text to Moses to write, and then Moses not write down what God dictated?
I was saying he wrote it down, but he was trying to write it down in a way that the people who were hearing it would understand it.
Why didn't he just write it down in a way that's true?
Well, it is true because it's what God said, but they needed that people. I mean, you try to describe the sky to somebody.
Oh, it's easy. It's full of gases which are made up of really small particles.
I'm talking. Daddy's talking right now. Hey, no. I'm talking right now. Talking right now. Sorry, I'm in my son's room. It's nap time, so you got to give me some grace here. He wanted to show me a funny thing in his movie. So. Continue.
So what I'm saying is they had the language to describe the sky as full of small particles rather than a hard dome. They could have done it. They didn't do it.
What was the word then? What was the word that they could use?
I think anan is the word for clouds in Hebrew.
So you could say that the sky is clouds, but they would see that there's objects in the sky that aren't clouds.
They could just say small particles. They had words for small and for things. The word for thing is typically dabar, the same word for speak, but they could say that the sky is made up of really tiny things. It's not hard.
Okay.
Like they had vocabulary to describe the sky. If God was
I know they had a fully organized language. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to communicate, and they communicated with each other just fine. But I'm thinking, if I'm Moses and I'm shown visions of heavenly things,
who said anything about
I'm going to have to describe these things to people. Well, he was with God on the mountain. I mean, the 75 elders ate lunch or dinner with him.
Exodus 24
on the mountain.
That's one of my favorite contradictions. I know, but you're not actually answering the question.
I will be in this conversation for quite a while. Please don't interrupt.
The vision is irrelevant. We're talking about if you said God dictated Moses what to write, then he should have just wrote what God dictated to him. He did it for all the laws. In Leviticus 25, he theoretically writes word for word what God tells him to write. So why wouldn't he do it when he came to the firmament?
God often uses poetic language to describe things, and I understand that like hard firmament, solid dome isn't very poetic. But I guess what I'm saying is there's ways that you can describe things where you communicate the truth, but in ways that people can understand it. I mean, if you look up in the sky,
they can understand that the sky is made up of small particles and clouds. They understand that. It's not hard.
Are we clear on that though? Are we sure about that?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it was about 4,000 years ago.
Yeah.
All this is going down on a mountain somewhere.
Yeah, they've got words for
that. Okay. Well, I don't know why, and I don't have a problem with that. If you were about to ask,
I never said you did have a problem with that. I have a problem with it. Now, it's also true that the Bible says a bunch of other really dumb stuff about
your opinion, not mine.
No, I'll demonstrate it. So there's a bunch of stuff that the Bible says that's just not factually true. Like it says that rabbits and rock badgers chew cud, and that theoretically all women should bleed the first time they have sex.
Well, there is a seal that's broken. I'm sure you know that. You're a father.
Oh, that's not true.
I don't know if it's. Yeah, it is.
Nope, no, it's not.
Okay.
Only about 43% of women bleed their first time, according to statistics.
Yes, but there is a barrier, a physical barrier.
Not always.
Down there.
Nope.
Not always. There isn't.
Not always.
Okay, not always. So there is.
Yep. There's
If we can agree on that.
quite often is, and only less than half of them would actually bleed the first time.
I guess I could have. I guess I would agree with that. I think that was mainly just like a tradition, and I don't know. It's a weird tradition to me. I don't know why you would do this, but there was like a crowd usually, like to make sure that the marriage was consummated. It just seems very odd to me.
So you already know the tradition from Deuteronomy 22.
Well, yeah, it just seems kind of odd to me that you'd have a crowd waiting to see if the marriage was consummated. It just seems kind of weird.
It is a wild tradition. So you know in Deuteronomy 22, if the woman doesn't bleed on her wedding night and there's no blood on that sheet, the guy can have her stoned.
It was implied that she was not a virgin before her wedding night.
Yeah, no one cares about the crime. We're talking about the proof. The proof or the evidence is the sheet.
Well, I mean, I would say that God has the right, as the one who created us all. I know you don't believe that, but I do. So there's a disagreement there.
Has the right to kill innocent
women? I believe that God has the right. I believe that innocence is not implied in that text, but I would say
he has the right to kill women for a crime they didn't commit.
Well, there's an accusation of a crime, and it's investigated, and it's usually validated by 2 or 3 witnesses. She's not just stoned outright. There's a process of investigating.
Nope. The witnesses were on the outside of the tent verifying that the sheet wasn't faked.
And 2 of those witnesses would be her mother and father and members of her family. And I think they would have something to say about their daughter being stoned to death.
Typically, they're family members, but the witnesses has nothing to do with her innocence. The witnesses are just there to verify that she's not cheating on the sheet test, Jacob. The sheet test is the problem, because if there's no blood on that sheet and it's a legitimate sheet, it wasn't faked. If there's no blood on that sheet, then she can get stoned. That's the problem.
I think that her family would have something to say about that.
Like what?
And I think that it probably wouldn't go down just like that.
Like what?
I think
What
it
would
would
they
go down
say?
a little bit different. Well, because we have a God who's just and holy and righteous.
What would the family
and
say,
we
Jacob?
were created. I think they could testify for her purity.
How?
I think that they could vouch and testify about her purity.
How do you vouch that someone's never done something? Did you spend every moment with that person?
Well, they would have been, yes, intimately connected.
No,
in ways that our families today are not.
Completely false.
So intimately connected.
I have 4 sisters. I have literally no knowledge of when any of them lost their virginity. 0. You can't follow your family members around and be with them every moment of their life. Eventually, they're going to be out of your sight, which means you can't witness what somebody doesn't do. You can only be a witness for what they do.
Would you be able to attest of your sister's character before they were married to their prospective spouse?
Attesting character has nothing to do with evidence.
Yes, it's totally evidence. It's
no,
your experience of how your sisters acted and carried themselves throughout the entirety of your relationship with them.
That's not evidence.
Why is it admissible in a court of law?
It's not admissible. You cannot
witness testimony.
No.
Witness testimony is not admissible in the court of law.
Character witness has nothing to do. It's never going to change the evidence.
Okay. But it testifies about the people who the evidence has to point somewhere. Okay.
I know, and the bloody sheet is the only evidence mentioned.
It's not, because there's witnesses.
You think the woman's family is going to come up and be like, "Oh yeah, she's guilty, kill her"? Of course not. Of course the family.
The father has to go into.
The father
has to go into.
Of course the family is going to say that she is innocent, dummy. That's why character testimony isn't evidence. That's why you need the sheet.
But the father has to go grab the sheet.
I know.
It's not a dumb thing to say.
I know, Jacob. Follow along.
In the room where the thing happens.
Jacob, follow along. The question is the fucking sheet,
the sheet
Jacob.
Comes back clean. There's no blood on it.
So
how do they're going to stone her to death?
Just pay fucking attention for 5 seconds, Jacob. You're literally on a completely different topic right now. Pay attention. If she does not bleed on that sheet, that is the only evidence that's attesting to her innocence or her guilt. in the passage. Do you agree?
No.
Then go to Deuteronomy 22, find me other evidence.
The relationship.
Show me in the passage, Jacob.
Her relationship
Show
with
me in
her
the passage,
spouse.
Jacob.
The relationship
Show me
of
in the
the families.
passage. Show me in the passage.
In
Show
Jewish
me
cultures,
in the
there was
passage,
over a year
Jacob.
during the betrothal. No, I'm not going to agree to your category. Your framing is false.
No,
there
it's
is
not.
a
You're
context
false.
that goes beyond that passage.
You're wrong.
And you're trying to constrain my answer to fit your frame. If you want to hear what I'm going to answer, then you need to let me answer. What I'm saying is the relationship before that room was going on for over a year.
So what?
And the parents were deeply involved in it. It was called the betrothal period.
So
and
what?
It happened before the formal marriage and the consummation of that marriage. All of that is brought into account when that night shows
literally,
up.
None of
so
that
all
is
of that
true.
has been happening before
literally, none
that
of that's
night.
true.
Yes, it is. It's
no,
Jewish
it's not.
cultures.
No, it's not.
You know that it's true.
No, you know that you're
that
lying.
it's true because you studied it.
No,
No,
you
I'm
know
not.
that you're lying.
I'm not lying.
Abraham
How?
didn't have one.
What
Isaac didn't
evidence
have
do you have
one.
to prove that I'm lying?
Jacob didn't have one. Literally the same day that Rebekah was brought home, Isaac slept with her. The same day.
Yes, but that tradition hadn't been set up until after the giving of the law on Mount Sinai.
There's no law that addresses this. There's no year of betrothal. The only thing you get in the law
Then
is
why are
that
you saying that she would be stoned to death if the sheet came back pale? There's no law that addresses it.
Because no, I'm not talking about.
If there's no law that addresses it, then that's a nonsense statement. We shouldn't be talking about.
I'm not talking about a law establishing a betrothal period. I'm talking about a law stating that if a woman doesn't bleed, it's evidence that she's not a virgin. So follow along for 5 seconds. If she doesn't bleed on that sheet, is that good or bad evidence of her virginity?
In that culture, it would have been considered bad evidence.
Oh, okay. It is bad evidence. Okay, so the blood on the sheet's not good evidence, is it?
No.
Then how come God tells you to use it as evidence? How come he says you can stone a woman if she doesn't bleed on a sheet?
Because I think I think God has created a community of people that surround these two young people and model for them ethical, moral, biblically moral lifestyle, honoring God and obeying him. And that if this sheet comes back, they're going to draw on that community to make a determination about purity in this case, and that they will judge justly with God's guidance.
So you have to kill innocent women to set a standard.
No.
Yes, you would, because
you
the evidence because the evidence is bad, Jacob.
Preference.
Pay attention. The evidence that God tells you to use is not good evidence, which means roughly half of the women that would have been executed at best would have been actually innocent, because only half of them bleed their first time. So if you're allowed to execute a woman because she doesn't bleed on a sheet, that means you're executing innocent women.
I think when you're dealing with an eternal God,
he can't help
you
himself.
have to think about what?
You can't stay on topic. You can't stay on topic. Do you agree or disagree that according to the law, the way it's laid out, that innocent women would have been stoned according to the way the law is laid out?
I cannot agree with that because I believe God to be totally just.
We're not talking about God. We're talking about the law. So I'll just read it to you since you haven't actually read through it.
Yeah, and God created the law.
So it says, suppose a man marries a woman, but after
direct or lead the people.
Suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her, dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her. And now he's made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity. Okay, so far, where we've got in the passage is he's taken her to court because he didn't find the evidence, right? Okay, and he's allowed to do that, isn't he?
Then this is a deliberation period that wasn't mentioned to me.
I didn't ask for an explanation. I asked for a yes or no, Jacob. Pay attention. So in the passage, no one can hear you while you're muted. You can crash out all you want. but I'm going to make you stay on a linear conversation, whether it kills you or not. So you're going to stay on a linear path or, well, that's it. You don't have another choice. That's what's going to happen. So in the passage so far, the man didn't find evidence of the blood. She didn't bleed, so he takes her to court, right?
I don't have to answer that.
You do.
No, I don't.
Well, then I'll just remove.
Then
I'll just move on to somebody who will actually have an honest dialogue. Since you're too cowardly, you have no power of the Holy Spirit. The minute you get confronted with a question you don't like, your little pee-pee does a turtle right back into its shell. You can't handle it. You know, your little anus puckers up and you just clench rather than answering honestly because you don't have any power of the Holy Spirit. Jacob, you know you're muted right now. Your screen tells you you're muted. I don't know why you keep talking while you're muted. It's on the top of your screen. It says you're muted. I don't know what to tell you. It's okay if your equipment doesn't work. So Jacob, what's going to happen here is we're going to walk down linear lane. We're going to read the passage. We're going to talk about what the passage says, whether you like it or not. And I'm not going to let you divert.
Can people hear me?
I'm not going to let you divert to other topics. I'm not going to let you divert to nonsense talking points that are unrelated. We're going to read the passage and talk about the words that are in that passage. Can you follow that?
Am I speaking right now? Can people hear me?
We can hear you. I asked you a question that's quite obvious. I want you to answer.
We can talk about the passage.
Okay. Now, in the passage, it says that he goes into his wife and he says there's no evidence of the virginity. We know what that means. It means she didn't bleed. And then the next thing he does is accuses her formally in court. Follow?
And there's an investigation, like I said before, you said that I was wrong about
Jacob,
saying
we're not even that far. Use your Holy Spirit patience and try to follow along. So in the passage, the guy says, I did not find evidence. I did not find evidence of your virginity. And then what does he do?
He makes an accusation.
Exactly. And then what happens?
Then the father goes to provide proof of the evidence to the elders.
Okay. And what's the evidence that God tells them to provide?
I don't know. I'm not looking at the passage right now. I'm talking to you.
It's a sheet. He says, then they will spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. It's a sheet. It's the bloody sheet. So the evidence of her innocence or guilt is the bloody sheet. Do we agree thus far?
I think that is a piece of evidence, yes.
It doesn't say any other evidence. It mentions only the sheet. It says you will go to court, you will spread out the sheet. If in fact the man was lying and there's blood on the sheet, then he has to pay a fine and he can never divorce her. If it turns out that he's right and there's no blood,
never divorce. He can never divorce her. That's a key thing.
That's what it says. Just keep paying attention. Now, the end of it says if it turns out that that she's guilty, right? The charge against her that she's not a virgin is true. It says, if, however, the charge is true, that evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they will bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town will stone her to death. The only evidence ever given by the Bible is, in fact, the bloody sheet. That's it.
Can we agree that there are things that happened, maybe even in that scenario, that weren't written in the Bible?
It certainly could be, but you don't know what they are. All you have is wishful thinking. Okay. We do have the tradition from the actual rabbis that indicate that we do have writings from the actual rabbis, Jacob, that indicate what kind of things they would have been doing. What we don't have, you know what we don't have? We don't have a single source that says you can let somebody off capital punishment because somebody vouched for their character. That's not a thing that happens.
I said that would be considered in the deliberation.
It would not.
Of the elders. Now it's not. Okay.
It's capital punishment.
We can disagree on that.
It's capital punishment. You're either guilty of the crime and getting capital punishment or you're not.
Why bring it before the elders then?
Because he
If it's so
wants
black and white,
her
why
to
about it?
be stoned. Because even in ancient Israel, you couldn't just accuse somebody and then get the justice you wanted. You had to prove that your accusation was true. And the proof that this guy's accusation is true
Right.
is, in fact, the bloody sheet. But it turns out that the bloody sheet's not good evidence. There shouldn't be a law in the Bible stoning women for not being virgins, because there's, in fact, no actual way to know if you married a virgin. It's not even possible.
I'm not going to try to argue whether or not it is possible to know that, because I don't know.
It's
but
not.
one
We have
thing
the
I
data.
will say is I think that her parents, well, I mean, fine. I'll take your word for it. But what I am saying is, like, what we see in that passage, though, is we see both sets of parents. We see the elders of the city. We see the man and the woman, and there's a deliberation that happens. And her parents would have to agree with the evidence of her guilt in order for her to be stoned
No, they
right outside
wouldn't.
in front of their house. I know it doesn't say that in the passage.
They would not.
I think they would.
Nope.
I think they would.
In fact, Deuteronomy explicitly tells you that if you disagree with the ruling of the priests and the elders, that you'll actually get punished yourself. Doesn't matter if the family agrees with the punishment. The fact of the matter is the punishment isn't decided by the family. It's decided by the elders.
The elders, who are members of the same community and have probably known these kids since they were little anyways.
I said elders, not parents.
Like, that's what I'm trying to say. I know, but I'm saying there's context for this entire thing.
I know. I know the context. I studied it, Jacob.
Okay, well, you're not bringing any of it to bear on what we're talking about. You're saying
none of
God,
it's
unfeeling
relevant.
God, evil, unjust. Huh?
Because none of it's relevant.
Yes, it is. It's
not
completely
relevant,
relevant.
Jacob. Give me one piece of evidence that they could bring outside of the sheet. One piece.
Again, I don't have it open in front of me right now, but if you give me a few minutes, I can go grab my Bible.
Take your time. Whatever you think is going to help your cause, go get it.
Okay. Can you wait for a moment?
I got time. I'm here all night.
All right.
When you don't like what it says, just add your own stuff to it. I don't like what the Bible says. I'm just going to add my own take to it. It's crazy. It's crazy how many lies you have to tell yourself to stay in this religion. Well, let's grab a couple of super chats. Oh, we got a super chat in here from 55445. Says, funny how the early U.S. adopted the slogan, "Don't tread on me," with snake imagery when the dominant religion at the time had said to stop on. That's actually pretty good. I do like that. Welcome back,
All right,
Jacob.
so I don't have. Thank you. I don't have my everyday Bible, but I've got the one that I was given on my wedding day by my pastor as a wedding gift. So he called it. He said, "I wanted to congratulate you with a family Bible." So I was like, "Thank you." So what passage are we discussing here?
Deuteronomy 22.
Deuteronomy 21, 22. All right. And what verse are we talking about? 13, right? You're talking about 13?
Mm-hmm.
All right. If any man takes a wife and goes into her and then hates her and accuses her of misconduct and brings a bad name upon her, saying, "I took this woman, and when I came near her, I did not find her in her evidence of virginity, then the father of the young woman and her mother shall take and bring out the evidence of her virginity to the elders of the city." So they're bringing out evidence of virginity, like you said, in the gate. And the father of the young woman shall say to the elders, "I gave my daughter to this man to marry. He hates her." So we've read all of this. I'm trying to read it forward. "And the elders of that city shall take the man and whip." Okay, here it says, "I did not find in your daughter evidence of virginity, and yet this is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. And they shall spread the cloak before the elders of the city. Then the elders of that city shall take and whip him, and they shall fine him 100 shekels of silver, and give them to the father of the young woman, because he has brought a bad name upon a virgin of Israel, and she shall be his wife, and he may not divorce her all his days. But if the thing is true, that evidence of virginity was not found in the young woman, then they shall bring out the young woman to the door of her father's house, and the men of her city shall stone her to death with stones, because she has done an outrageous thing in Israel by whoring in her father's house. So you shall purge the evil from your midst. If a man is found lying with the wife of another man, both of them shall die. If a man who lay with the woman
section.
Well, no, but so God is setting Israel apart as a people for his treasured possession.
Yeah,
and so
we're aware of
these
this.
laws.
We know how laws work.
But I don't think all of the viewers are aware. God is trying to make them pure.
They know the Bible better than you do. I can promise you that. So, Jacob, the question isn't why God gave the command. The question is whether or not the command should even exist, because the only evidence that's ever presented in the passage about stoning the woman is whether or not she bled on that sheet, right?
Yes, but it's implied that the community would know her character. Yeah.
Knowing a person's character is irrelevant. You can't know whether or not somebody
you can't separate laws from relationships.
Something.
Laws
Yes,
govern relationships.
You literally
You
can.
can't separate laws from relationships. No,
wrong.
you can't.
Completely wrong. You can't.
My relationship
You can't
to
prove
the U.S. government is as long as I obey their laws, I get to enjoy the privileges of citizenship. That's why
you
laws
can't
exist.
prove somebody.
It's a relationship between me and the U.S. government.
Jacob, you can't prove somebody innocent by saying I had a relationship with them, and I don't think they would do it.
Okay, well then I will leave you.
Wait, no, I want you to stay here. I want to be with Mom.
Well, go be with Mom, buddy. I'm trying to have a conversation. Stop interrupting.
You can't overrule evidence with I don't think my daughter would do that. That's not how that works.
I know, but you can use other context as evidence.
The context
She's situated inside of a community of people who knew her character. That matters.
The context is not evidence. Knowing her parents doesn't make her innocent.
That's true.
If that,
I'm not
if
trying
that
to say
mattered, he wouldn't have brought her up on charges.
What I'm trying to say is that the people that are dealing with this case are the people who are closest to it and have the most to lose based on its outcome. That matters. And what I'm saying is
it matters because the only evidence is the sheet.
Are going to affect the outcome, can affect the outcome of the deliberation.
No, they will not.
Okay.
You're lying.
Okay.
You cannot vouch for somebody in a capital punishment case. You can't say, well, I don't think they would do it. That's not how that works. That's why God didn't say, go find character witnesses. Go find somebody that will vouch for her. He didn't say any of that. He said, lay out the sheet. See, you don't like what the Bible actually says, so you have to add to it.
No, I actually do. Because it says if the man is found to be lying, the man will be beaten.
And what happens to the woman?
If the woman is found to be lying, well, she gets stoned.
Based on what evidence?
Based on the evidence that God has decided is evidence.
Which is what? What's he list?
The sheet.
Which is bad evidence. You already agreed, which means God is willing to execute young women for not being virgins because they didn't bleed on a sheet, which means the God that you believe in not only is barbaric, but he's literally also doesn't understand. He literally also doesn't understand biology, Jacob.
Your judgment doesn't really matter in this
your
case
judgment
if we
too.
believe that God is the judge.
Your judgment too, because you agree with me that innocent people shouldn't be killed, don't you?
And I believe that a holy, just God would not kill innocent people.
Do you believe that innocent people should or shouldn't be killed?
They shouldn't.
Okay, well, God disagrees. Either he disagrees with you or he doesn't know how biology works, because he's willing to execute half of the women brought up on charges in Deuteronomy 22.
I mean, we can sit here. We can sit here and we can cherry pick verses all day long and try to say, God,
I've got hundreds
God's a barbaric, evil.
Want to see more?
I know you do. No, I'm trying to make a case now because you've made your point. God's a barbaric, evil, unjust person. Why should you? Huh?
I said, I know you want to make a case. You're tired of getting cooked. Yeah.
How am I being cooked?
Literally, everyone knows you're well done at this point.
Really? I'm well done.
Put a 1 in the comments if Jacob is already cooked well done at this point.
Well, good thing for me, I don't care about the opinions of people. Rather, I care about the judgments of God. And if he's perfectly just, then not a single innocent person has come to any kind of horrible end.
Well, you're wrong about that.
Didn't deserve what came to them.
Nope. Want to see more?
I don't believe that a woman who doesn't have blood on her sheet or who is being brought before the tribunal is going to be found guilty unless God decides that she be found guilty. Now, the sheet isn't the only piece of evidence, but it's a piece of evidence in the verse.
Give me another piece of evidence other than trust me, bro.
It's not just trust me, bro. Trust her community, bro. Her father and her mother have more to lose in this scenario than you do, than you or I do.
Yes, they would have made sure. Then they would have made sure she bled on that sheet, Jacob.
They could lose their daughter. I think they have way more invested in this scenario than you or I do.
Their investment is irrelevant. You cannot have your parents fucking vouch for you in a capital punishment case. Your parents are never going to show up.
They're the ones who present the evidence.
Jacob, pay fucking attention.
How are they not in some
way attention,
involved?
Jacob, pay attention. Your parents.
I am. It's a capital punishment case.
You can't pay attention because you keep talking. Your parents are never going to show up at your capital punishment case and say, yeah, fucking stone them. They're never going to do it. They're your parents. Would you ever show up at your child's capital punishment case and say stone them? Would you do it, Jacob?
No.
Okay, and why not?
The parents.
And why not?
The parents
why not?
don't.
Jacob,
in this case,
Jacob, stop talking. I'm going to mute you if you don't stop talking. I'm asking you easy questions. I'm asking you easy questions. I just need you to answer them and stop being a coward. Why wouldn't you?
No, you want to mute me when I...
No, I want to mute you because you don't have any respect for the platform you're on, and you think it's okay for you to talk over me, even though you don't want me to talk over you. But you're in the wrong place because I have the mute buttons. I can talk over you all I want. Now, this conversation didn't have to go sideways. I talked to lots of people before you, and the conversation didn't go sideways. This conversation is going sideways because you can't have a conversation, not me. So if you want to have a real conversation, you don't talk over me. I won't talk over you. I'm talking over you because you're talking over me. The minute you stop talking over me, I won't have to talk over you. You get to decide how this conversation goes. Now, I ask you an easy question. If your child was brought up on capital charges, would you do everything in your ability to defend their innocence, even if you didn't have any evidence of it?
Yes, like these parents would.
Of course you would. And why would a parent do that?
Well, because, it's a lot of different reasons, mainly because I love my son and I would like to hope better things for him. And I'm going to try and investigate as much as I can to find the evidence of his innocence because I believe it to be there and trust that my son was obedient to me and to the standard which he was raised to.
Right. So your child's innocence in your mind is a trust me, bro.
I mean, I think laws are based on relationships, and there's no way that you can prove that it's not.
They're quite literally not based on relationships. They're based on evidence. That's why all capital punishment charges are based on the weight of the evidence, not based on the weight of personal character testimony.
It says God doesn't judge the outward actions of a person, but he judges the hidden character of the heart. And so him being a perfect and just judge, I'm fairly confident he would not allow innocent people to be stoned to death on their mother and father's porch. And so I believe that if the evidence points to where God says it points, and God is completely just, then the people that had that happen to them had probably not been faithful in more than just one way.
So then,
and that's all. And I trust myself to the judgment of God.
So then you're not accepting what the passage says. The passage doesn't say that God is judging.
No, I am.
The passage says that you take the bloody sheet or the not bloody sheet to the council, and the council will examine that piece of evidence. That's what it says. If there was another method, if there was another procedure that they should have been following, God should have mentioned it, but he didn't mention it. He only mentions the bloody sheet. God delegated to his priests, to his judges, how to handle the case.
And what I'm saying is, I asked you earlier on in the conversation, are possibly other things that weren't written in this passage that happened that aren't mentioned? And you said yes, and I'm thinking that this is describing two specific scenarios. Is this the entirety of the set of scenarios that you're likely to encounter when dealing with this part of law?
What I'm saying is that
are these the only two?
What I'm saying is that what you're imagining is happening isn't happening because it doesn't make sense. It's not even relevant to what's happening, right? The fact that the parents are going to defend their daughter's innocent is completely irrelevant. That's going to happen no matter what the charge is. Your child will never be brought up on capital punishment charges, and you're not going to defend them because that's how parents are. So the fact of the matter is, when this young woman is brought up on capital punishment charges for not bleeding, it doesn't matter what the parents say. It doesn't matter how much they love their daughter. None of that matters. What matters is the actual evidence. And the only evidence that God ever mentions is, in fact, the sheet.
So God's love for them doesn't matter at all?
No.
Like God's love for the people in the scenario doesn't matter at all?
No. Because God wants them.
I would say that it does.
God wants them dead, Jacob. He said, you must purge the evil from among you.
And why would he want that?
Because he wants the evil to be purged from among them. He's more concerned with purging evil than with their lives.
No, he's more concerned about preserving the purity of his people as a set-apart people, as distinct from the nations around them, to vindicate his glory and his righteousness.
Right, which is what
otherwise he couldn't judge the nations.
Which is what
otherwise he couldn't judge the nations, right?
Jacob, I said this already. You don't have to kill innocent women to make a nation holy.
I don't think that he killed innocent women.
He instructed them to.
And I believe that when you try to separate laws and cultural things from the context that they're in, and try to look only at like specific isolated cases, we miss a lot. And I don't think God is so callous and uncaring. No, I'm not saying that you are. What I'm saying is there's an entire context that we're not bringing into this deliberation. Her father, like you said, what parent would want to present capital evidence against their child? None. But these parents are doing it because God dictates it. I think he does it that way because he knows that they have to, but I think God does it that way because the parents are going to be the most staunch defenders of her purity and innocence. And so if evidence, like the sheet, but I don't think that's the only evidence. It's the only evidence mentioned in this passage.
One real piece of evidence they could have brought. Character testimony is not evidence. It has never been evidence. It will never be evidence. Character testimony is only relevant when you're sentencing somebody to prison and you need to determine if you think that person is able to be rehabilitated. Capital punishment doesn't rehabilitate anyone. Character testimony isn't relevant in capital punishment cases.
Well, well, there's also punishment against the man if his accusation is false.
So what?
It's a great financial loss to him and a beating.
Not relevant. Don't care.
Well, it is relevant because it's part of the case.
No, it's not relevant. We're talking
about woman's not the only person who gets punished if there's misconduct. The man is also punished.
Jacob, pay attention. We're talking about whether or not the sheet is good evidence because it's the only evidence mentioned. Now you're saying there must be a better piece of evidence that somehow nullifies the bad evidence. I'm still waiting for the good piece of evidence that nullifies the bad evidence.
You know who I'm talking to. I've told you about this before. My family is getting restless. I'm probably going to have to, yeah. I read that passage, and I read the Old Testament, and I see a lot in it that it's about God establishing his people as separate from the nations.
Jacob, we know the story. We've all read it. No one cares about that. What we're trying to figure out is if this case law is justified. This one
You're trying to decide if it's just.
law, is this particular law a just law? And everyone here can see that it's not just because whoever wrote it was under the impression that all virgins bleed the first time they do the deed, and they don't.
I've already said that I think that God is just and wouldn't allow innocent people to die
How would he prevent it?
I mean, that's up to him. I don't know.
So how do you know he would prevent
this
it?
passage.
Why would he
know that there is
why would he
New
give them
Testament,
commandments?
though,
Why would he give
there's a
them
New
commandments
Covenant.
to do the thing if he didn't want them to do it?
I didn't say he didn't want them to do it. I just said I don't think he would allow innocent people to be stoned to death.
How could he prevent it? He told them to do the thing.
He's the God of the universe. He kind of created everything.
So
I
how
think
is he
could
going to
prevent
fix
it if he
it?
wanted.
What's he going to do?
He's already fixed it by his perfect justice.
No. I'm talking
He's
about
perfectly holy.
We're not talking
and
about
perfectly just.
We're not talking about your euphemisms for God. We're talking about what method. How is he functionally going to save this woman? What's he going to do?
Okay, so I'm going to say this, and there is a spirit, right, inside of a person. Do you believe that?
No.
Do you believe a person has a spirit? Okay, well then we're already starting at opposites. So I believe that people do have a spirit. It's their personhood. The body that they live in right now is just a container for the eternal state where they will get an eternal body. And I believe that if anybody is killed unjustly, then they will be vindicated by him after death in his judgment as a determination of heaven or hell. I believe that. And so if this woman is killed in the physical body unjustly, because there was, like you said, or like I guess we kind of agreed, the bad evidence, then there's an eternal reward for that woman in being with God for eternity. And it says to be separate from the body is to be present with the Lord. I feel that even if she was killed unjustly on earth because of a human error in interpreting God's judgments and his laws, then I believe that she's going to have an eternal place with God. And that's ultimately what the Jewish people want, is to be with God forever. And if she was killed unjustly, she's with God. If she was killed justly, then she's going someplace else.
Cool. So
but I believe that God's judgment in this is perfect.
Her innocent execution is meaningless then. It doesn't matter if she gets executed innocently.
No, I'm saying it means more because she has a spirit that goes somewhere after that, after her body is killed.
Okay,
and if that spirit has been, if her body has been unjustly killed,
does justice matter, Jacob?
Because it matters, because I'm concerned about an eternal perspective that sees past just the physical realities, which you seem to be preoccupied with.
Does justice matter on the earth, Jacob?
It matters eternally.
Nope, I said on the earth. Does justice matter here on the earth?
Only so far as the communities that are executing it feel it matters.
So does it objectively matter?
Yes, and my objective standard is God's own decree that he is perfectly just. And I said, if the woman was killed on earth, because we have fallible, broken, and imperfect people misinterpreting God's laws all the time, they're doing it even right now today, I believe that if she was killed unjustly, and if she is in fact innocent, but she was killed based on a misinterpretation of God's law, or a correct interpretation, but a misunderstanding of the evidence, then I believe that God will take her to himself and she will be with him for all of eternity, because I believe that human beings have a spirit.
So just so we're clear, you're saying it's okay for God to give them laws that result in innocent people being killed because they get to go to heaven?
No, I'm saying God is perfectly just. And I'm trying to give us an eternal perspective for what that justice looks like. There are imperfect rulings, right? You would say that people on earth can give rulings based on the law, but maybe the law that was written down didn't encapsulate all of the possibilities, but it just gave like a narrow set. And let's say of that narrow set, there might have been people who were technically guilty of breaking it, but not intentionally culpable. And I would say that God, who measures the heart, is going to judge the heart. And if that person is unjustly executed on earth, will make a determination based on their heart about whether or not they spend eternity with him in heaven.
Okay, so when does an innocent woman get justice for being executed?
I would say I believe in God's perfect justice. And I believe that it includes a spiritual component, which you disagree. but I'm going to have to say I disagree with you on this point. I think there is a spiritual component.
Jacob, when?
And
I
I
asked
think
when. When does the innocent woman who's killed get justice?
I would say after, in the case that I'm representing, probably after her physical death, but her spirit will live with God forever.
Okay, so it's exactly what I said. It's okay to execute innocent women because they will get justice.
I never said it was okay. I just said that it happens.
You're justifying it by saying that they're going to get justice in the afterlife. So what you're saying then, it doesn't matter that innocent women get killed here because they'll get their justice in the next life. That's what you said.
But by what moral component, like where do your morals come from that would give you the reason to be outraged at the outcome?
Huge pivot. Not even going to entertain that pivot. We're still talking about Deuteronomy 22. So in Deuteronomy 22, you and I both agree.
You're calling things just.
Hold on, Jacob.
Just, I'm just saying by what standard do you do
just
that?
has a definition. I don't need a standard. The word just has a definition. All I need is a definition of the word just. So the word just means that you get what you actually deserve. And what you actually deserve is never punished for a crime you didn't commit. You should never be punished for a crime you didn't commit and then call that justice. There's not a definition of justice in any possible world that includes innocent people suffering for crimes that they did not commit. So we can agree that my moral standard's irrelevant. We're talking about the definition of words. So the fact that
I'm trying to convince you, so your moral standard is kind of relevant if I'm trying to convince you.
No, my moral standard is not relevant. I'm talking about the definition of justice. That's all I'm talking about. I'm not talking about if I think God is immoral. I'm not talking about if I think God is barbaric. I'm saying based on the definition of the word justice, what God is doing in Deuteronomy 22 is not just. It's injustice.
Okay. So you're saying that examples like these are reasons why you don't believe in God?
No, there's a million reasons other than this that I don't believe in God. This is one of thousands. There's so many reasons not to believe in your God. I think the most compelling reason not to believe in your God is, first of all, the Old Testament is horrific. But second of all, Jesus didn't fulfill a single prophecy, not even one fucking prophecy. Yet the Bible props him up like he was the Messiah predicted in the Old Testament.
Yeah, but you would probably attribute all of the prophecies that were given about Jesus to the people of Israel and say how the people of Israel had already fulfilled them.
No.
Wouldn't you?
I would give them the actual original context, the thing you love so much, and I would explain to you how they're actually not talking about some future guy named Jesus. Almost all the prophecies are just out of context quotations. Shit, half of the prophecies in the Gospels about Jesus aren't even prophecies. They're just random quotations from the Psalms.
Not all of them, and think there's a prophecy specifically in Isaiah that talks about a suffering servant. And out of Egypt I called my son.
That's not a prophecy.
He will be called Wonderful Counselor.
Out of Egypt is not a prophecy.
What is it?
It's a history of the Exodus.
A retelling?
Hosea 11, verse 1 and 2 is a retelling of the Exodus. Have you read the whole thing?
Well, I mean, I believe that.
So you haven't read the whole thing.
Some of the stories that were. What are you talking about?
Hosea,
read the whole Bible?
Hosea 1 and 2. When Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. That's the Exodus. It's not a prophecy. It's in the past tense. It's history.
Right, and so he's retelling, right?
The Exodus.
But I believe that some of the in the Bible have prophetic significance in predicting future events. Hello? I can't hear you. I think you said hold on. Wait.
Sorry about that. I had to switch earbuds.
Yeah, I've had several interruptions. Thank you for kids. You know, they don't have a script.
No, it's okay. I've got kids too. I understand. So the fact of the matter is, Hosea 11 verses 1 and 2 is not a prophecy; it's history. So Jesus couldn't fulfill anything in that.
I know, but would you not agree, though, that some historical stories have prophetic significance in predicting future events?
No.
Like if you don't learn from your past, you're doomed to repeat it.
That's not how prophecies work.
I know.
That's just called learning
but that's
from your
like
mistakes.
a modern colloquial. Right, that's a colloquial example of, I guess, a truism. But I believe that there are certain stories like David in some of the Psalms when he's talking about his turmoil and dealing with the betrayal of his sons, or the chaotic madness of a currently reigning king of Israel, where he says he utters things relating to his context, but can be attributed to Jesus.
Why?
As describing certain situations that he's gone through.
Why would I do? Why would I take the words of David and say, "Oh, this must be about a future individual"? Why would I do that?
No, but you can look at Jesus' life and see how events in Jesus' life parallel those.
So do mine. Events in my life parallels David's Psalms. So what?
Yes, and that's. I feel like that would be an encouragement.
Shit. So I'm the Messiah.
Bible is true. Huh?
Am I the Messiah?
You were made in the image of God.
Am I the Messiah?
Whether you like it or not, me or you. No.
But some of the events in my life parallels David's Psalms.
Yes.
So I'm the Messiah.
I'm agreeing with that.
Oh shit. Okay, I'll take your tithes and worship.
I'm not going to worship you.
First rule in the cult of Justin is that there is wine at every meal, and Kraken.
Is that a super chat?
I'll give you even more than a wafer. I'll give you a whole loaf of bread.
Sounds good. I guess what I'm saying is Isaiah 53. I think it's 53. Could be wrong, but it talks about the suffering servant.
That's the only one you guys have. I know.
It's not the only one, but it's the best one.
It's actually not the best
kind
one.
Of agreed. Do you have a better one?
Yeah, I think some of the better ones is like Jeremiah 33, where it actually mentions the Messiah. Ezekiel 36 and 37, where it actually mentions the Messiah. Isaiah chapter 11, where it literally mentions what the Messiah is going to do. Ezekiel chapter 45, where it mentions what the Messiah is going to do. These are like clear messianic passages about what the Messiah is going to do.
And do you think that Jesus changed anything? Like, what do you think? Do you think that Jesus changed anything when he came? And if so, what do you think he changed?
I don't think he changed anything. I think he was a liar and a fraud.
So you believe the liar narrative about Jesus?
No, I know he's a liar and a fraud.
How and why?
First of all, because he violated what God said in the Old Testament. God said not to add or to subtract from any of the laws of Moses, as Deuteronomy chapter 12 and chapter 4. He also, in fact, tried to change some of the laws of Moses in Matthew chapter 5, although he literally went out on a limb and said, also follow all the laws of Moses. It's also true that he claimed to be the Messiah, and he didn't actually do anything that the Messiah was supposed to do. He also said he was going to come back within the lifetime of his disciples, and he didn't do that either.
You're breaking up. Can you repeat what you just said? You got kind of like muddled a little bit. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I said Jesus claimed to be the Messiah, yet he didn't do anything the Messiah was supposed to do. He said his second coming was going to happen before his disciples all passed away. That never happened. He's just a fraud.
So wait, the vision to John didn't happen before he passed away?
The vision to John has nothing to what he said in Matthew 16 and Matthew 24.
The vision of Revelation like depicts his second coming before John's death, and he was referencing John when he talked to Peter.
Is John one person or two people?
Well, he's one person, but
does the word,
he said, "What is it to you if he must stay alive until I come again?"
Does
Jesus
the word
visits
some
him again
mean one or more than one?
He was talking about John to Peter, and he says, "What is it to you?"
Mean one or more than one?
It means more than one.
Okay,
but he didn't say some. He was referencing John.
In Matthew 16, he says some. It says, "For the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for what's been done. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." That's the second coming with the clouds and the angels and the power, all that. That's the second coming. He says that it's going to happen before some of you standing here pass away. They all died. The only one left in your worldview, the only one left standing in John. And saying that it came true because John had a dream is an adorable way to fix this problem, but it's laughable.
It's not laughable. The Revelation is a real vision, and he did see the resurrected Messiah.
It didn't say you'll see a vision.
To him.
He He didn't say that you, John, will see a
But
vision.
Jesus visited
He says
him
some of
in
you
an
standing
Jesus
here
visited him.
will see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. Claiming that somebody later in a dream dreamed about it or in a vision had a vision about it isn't the same. If Jesus wanted to say that one of you will have a vision of me coming back before all of you pass away, he could have said that, but he didn't say that. So you have to change the meaning of words and add words to the book to make it fit.
Yes, I understand. Oh man, probably not the best time to have a conversation on the 4th of July.
I understand it's a holiday.
Yeah, everybody's all restless, and my kids want to go to the splash park. So,
well, listen,
gotta make that happen.
It's already 5:45 where I'm at. It's probably late for you as well. Take them before the sun goes down and lose all your heat.
Yeah, but I want to land the plane and the discussion. I do feel like it has been more reasonable in our conversation than I anticipated it would be. I'm really pleased with that. A reason why I was asking if you were open to having your mind change is because I was, wanting to have like a more free form discussion and talk about like specific, like different topics, which you do talk about different topics. And I was trying to just make sure that you weren't just doing this to like slam dunk on Christians and try to make them seem foolish. But I think that there is some of that, though.
But even if I did, what's it matter to you? Even if all I wanted to do was dunk on Christians, you have no power to stop me because I have facts and you don't.
I actually do have facts, but I feel like, and here we disagree again. Are you open to having your mind changed, or you just believe that no matter what evidence or facts or metaphysical realities are explained or presented, you're just not going to change your position?
Are you open to being wrong about Jesus?
I had to be open to being wrong, or else I wouldn't have chosen Jesus.
Right, but are you open about being wrong about Jesus, about Christianity not being true?
That's kind of, I know him.
Yeah,
personally.
That's adorable, but doesn't answer my question. Are you open to being wrong about Christian faith?
I would say yes and no. Like, I mean, I guess I'm open to hearing arguments, but I'm not inclined to believe those arguments. That makes sense.
And I'm not inclined to believe any of the arguments you have for Christianity because I already know that none of them actually add up because I spent my life studying this business and it doesn't add up. Now, I'm open to the evidence, but I know you don't have any.
Can I just, if you could entreat me for a moment, just kind of you said you've got all these passages and you said that the main reasons you don't believe is because you believe Jesus to be a liar and he didn't fulfill a single prophecy. But people have made, like, I mean, I've heard several. I mean, what do you say about a guy like Lee Strobel? He investigated the claims of Christ, ends up becoming a Christian.
No,
what do you say about Middle Eastern people?
Lee Strobel's a joke.
Lee Strobel, yeah.
I've read his book. He went around and asked conservative scholars softball questions and then claimed that he was doing a legitimate inquiry. He wasn't. What he should have done is gone to some actually academic scholars and some historians and some classicists and asked them the same questions, but he didn't do that. He's a joke. He's a hack.
Well, so do you believe that Jesus was a real person? He actually existed in history?
Yep, just like Muhammad, just like Joseph Smith.
Okay, and so, but you believe that he was lying about being the Messiah. But what?
I know
why?
he was.
Can I ask why?
Because I've read the Old Testament and I know what it says about the Messiah, and I know he didn't do any of those things. And the stuff that he claims to have done, he didn't even do those. Like it's claimed in Matthew 21 that when he rode the double donkeys into Jerusalem, that was to fulfill what was spoken by Zechariah. But in the 9th chapter of Zechariah, it literally says that he's going to be a physical, actual king, and he's going to put down all the war horses and war chariots in and around Jerusalem. He didn't do any of that. This is a warring king in Zechariah that defeats all of Israel's enemies, which Jesus sure as hell didn't do.
He said he came humbly and mounted on a donkey's colt, the foal of a beast of burden.
Yeah, and then read the very next verse. Have you bothered to read verse 10? There's more than one verse in Zechariah 9.
Yeah. Going there. Just give me a moment. I've got one hand. Zechariah, you said?
Yeah, Zechariah 9:9.
Zephaniah. Okay, here we go.
I mean, Zephaniah is kind of a laughable book too, but don't worry about that. Read verse 10.
Rejoice greatly, O daughter of Zion. Verse 10, I will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow shall be cut off, and he shall speak peace to the nations. His rule shall be from sea to sea and from river to the ends of the earth.
And this is would
you believe that? King? Yeah, well, I believe that his kingdom is not of this world. This is when he's talking to Pontius Pilate. He says, "My kingdom is not of." Well, what he said is, "My kingdom is not of this world. If it were so, my subjects would have kept me from being captured by you."
I know, but that's not the prophet says. The prophet says his dominion will be from sea to sea. Those are physical, geographical markers.
What I'm saying is, yes, but I'm saying that his kingdom is currently acting through his people to do his will, and it's a kingdom that's been established in our hearts through faith.
And so is
faith
mine.
Is the key here.
Everyone put a 1 in the comments if the kingdom of Justin and Doug is living inside your hearts, and that my kingdom is actually not of this world. See how easy it is to make unfalsifiable claims about mystical kingdoms far away?
It's not a mystical kingdom far away. It's a spiritual kingdom.
So is mine. Mine's a spiritual kingdom.
You've told me. So you believe in spirits now?
No. Mine's a different spiritual kingdom. It's not the same as yours.
Well, I agree with that. I fully agree with that.
A lot of ones in the comments. A lot of people feel Doug living in their hearts.
And I would love to have a conversation with each one of them about what it's like to have a relationship with Jesus. And I know you've studied this a long time. But I have a different experience than you do, obviously, and I have. I believe that the Bible is more relational than it is about like rules and regulations.
Is it true though?
I believe that God's justice is perfect.
Relationship has nothing to do with whether or not the book is factual.
I have a hard time believing that the Western civilization could be built off principles found in a book if they weren't true.
It wasn't built on principles from Christianity, unless you include slavery. It was definitely built on slavery, which is justified in the book.
Oh, so individual liberty, but personal responsibility, each for the other, that doesn't come from the Bible?
Nope. It already existed in Greco-Roman culture, and shit, they already had it in like Eastern cultures too.
Except in those cultures, the kingdoms fell quickly. Well, not the Roman, not the Greco-Roman.
China fell?
China, but China, it's their version of communism is.
We're not talking about communism. We're talking about ancient history. You brought up ancient history. I'm saying the idea of individual responsibility existed within China long before Christianity. It's not a Christian doctrine.
They have a different philosophical substrate though than we do.
No, they don't.
I would say the West and the East have been separated by Eastern mysticism, and Westerns, they believe more in intellectual logic, and they have different philosophical presuppositions for doing.
I disagree with that wholeheartedly. Half the world's greatest engineers come from China.
I didn't say they didn't make good systems. I was just saying that I feel like the democratic system, which we don't have a democracy, we have a representative republic that's chosen by a democratic system.
And where did this idea come from?
I believe that idea came from. I do think that Socrates and Aristotle and the Romans, I think primarily is where it came from. Rome.
There's a guy named Plato that wrote a whole book about it.
Yes, the Plato's Republic. Yeah, I got it. I think that's where the ideas come from, and philosophically is where they started. But I believe the laws and some of the founding documents of our country talk about a spiritual component, even referencing God directly in the Declaration of Independence.
Did it reference the Christian God?
No, but many of the founders were Christians,
and
or
many of them
deists
were
at the very
deists.
least.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there was a mix of Christians and deists, but
right.
that kind of makes my point that Christian principles were definitely considered and argued over in Congress and enshrined into law. It's part of what created the society that we live in now. I'm not saying it was like.
So should we bring back Sabbath laws? Do you think we should be throwing people in jail for breaking the Sabbath?
I had an argument with a guy over the laws about the dietary laws and the Sabbath.
I didn't ask about dietary laws. I about the Sabbath. Do you think that we should be arresting people for violating the Sabbath?
No, but I think.
Then what good are the biblical laws if you don't want to follow them?
It's not that it's the people who believe in them will actually follow.
You believe in them. You don't even want to follow it.
I go to church.
No. First of all, that's Sunday. It's not the Sabbath. Second of all, there's a punishment for breaking the Sabbath.
It's Saturday. I go to church on Saturday.
Okay, so you do actually follow the real Sabbath, but do you punish people for not following the Sabbath?
I feel like what does Paul say in Romans? He says, "I don't even judge myself, but I leave all the judgment to the Lord. The Lord is the judge. I'm not."
The Lord, you just stone people. The Lord said to stone people that didn't obey the Sabbath.
Well, I'm not God though. Like I don't.
Did you leave it up to God or not?
Mine is flawed. Huh?
Did you leave it up to God or not? Because God said to stone them.
There's some. Jesus comes and says some things and changes some things.
Like what? Because in Matthew 5 he says to follow the laws.
Here's what he says. He says, "Your people." The woman at the well is like, "Your people say we should worship on the mountain in Jerusalem. But my people say we should worship on the mountain here."
Was it John 4?
And he's
I
like,
think it's John 4.
"Truly, truly, I tell you." Yeah, But he said, "Truly, truly, I say to you, a day is coming, is now here, where you will worship neither on that mountain nor in the mountain in Jerusalem, but true worshipers will worship the Father, who is Spirit, in spirit and in truth."
Did he mention the
so
laws
that means
there?
You can worship.
Because it almost sounds like he didn't say anything about the law in the passage you cited.
But he didn't say anything about Doug either.
Oh, he doesn't have to. Jesus is a liar, Doug's the truth. So the fact of the matter is, we're talking about Jesus' position on the law. The passage you cited doesn't say anything about the law, but Jesus does talk about it. He says in Matthew 5, "Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish, but to fulfill." Yeah, abolish and fulfill don't mean the same thing. I don't know if you knew this, but abolish means they go away.
I know, but
fulfill means that you actually do them. That's why he says, "Truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished." And then get this is where you you got Christians stop reading. Verse 19, "Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven." Which means Jesus thinks following the law makes you great. Can we agree on that?
I want to focus on two things. Jesus said, "All is finished" on the cross, meaning he fulfilled it all.
Nope, that's not what that means.
Because we were insufficient.
Nope, not what that means.
We disagree. I believe Jesus did.
When Jesus says all is accomplished, he's referring to his mission. His mission is accomplished. He didn't say it's not a callback to Matthew 5. Matthew 5 says that all being accomplished includes the heaven and the earth passing away. The heaven and the earth didn't pass away. All is not accomplished according to Matthew 5.
Right, but the substitutionary atonement means that I get Jesus' perfection in the act of repentance, and I believe in faith that when he comes, I'll be welcomed by him because I have his perfection.
If you do what?
Huh?
Why do you need the atonement?
Believe the gospel.
No. Why do you need Jesus? Why do you need Jesus' blood?
Because no human being can be perfect or perfectly obey the law.
And thank you, because sometimes people disobey the law. So God does want you to obey the law. Even in the Jesus framework, the Jesus blood is not to get rid of the law. The Jesus blood is to cover you for when you make mistakes and you don't actually follow the law to a T, which again is a contradiction of what God himself said in Deuteronomy. In Deuteronomy, he says to follow the law literally forever.
God in Deuteronomy it said it is impossible for the blood of bulls and goats to take away sins.
He did not
However,
say
that. Yeah, he did.
No, he literally.
He said it is impossible. He said it is impossible.
He did not say
for
that
the blood
in
of bulls and
Deuteronomy.
goats to take away sins. Well, maybe not in Deuteronomy, but it was said in one of the prophets
Hebrews?
said it. I believe it was Isaiah. Isaiah said. There's a passage where it says it's impossible for the blood of bulls and goats to take away sins, but it's done every year symbolically in the hope that, and then they talks about the fortellings of the Messiah where he would die as like a lamb.
That comes from Hebrews. Hebrews 9.
Hebrews is after that.
I know you're quoting Hebrews. That doesn't exist in the Old Testament. Hebrews says, "For if the blood of bulls and goats and the ashes of a heifer sprinkling the unclean sanctifies the purifying of the flesh, so on and so forth."
Well, there's also a quote in Isaiah.
I think the one you're referring to, there's a passage in Hosea where he says, sacrifice I have not wanted, something of that nature.
Yeah. Sacrifices I have not required of you, but
that's the one you were looking for.
The sacrifice of praise. Yeah. The sacrifice of praise. Yeah. But my wife is getting mad at me.
Okay.
And I'm on 7% battery. But hey, I just wanted to come and try to convince you, but I guess this is not a good format for that. But
I need
I've
evidence.
appreciated the conversation.
Thanks, Jacob.
I'll see. What's your name again?
Justin.
Okay. It was nice meeting you, Justin.
Good talking to you, Jacob. Have a good one.
All right. Bye.
Those poor kids, unfortunately, they've been waiting for this conversation and didn't even get to go to the splash pad. All right, friends, let's get back to business. First of all, we got a couple super chats. I apologize. I'm now completely, that was a long conversation. I'm now completely buried in supers. Afro sent $100 for the cause. Says, praise Doug. May he be the rock we all stand on together. Thank you so much, Afro. For those who are recently into the live stream, we're raising funds for our friend AK Borealis, who has a number of chronic illnesses and is at this point has been denied, but we're hopeful maybe we'll get some progress getting disability insurance. But the fact of the matter is right now she can't get medical care, she can't get the surgery she needs, and she can't even get her medication to manage her chronic illnesses. So we're doing a fundraiser for our friend AK. All the proceeds of this live stream are going to AK Borealis. I'm matching the first 1,500 hours. I think at this point we've probably surpassed that, so that's awesome. So let's keep pushing. We're going to keep debating. We're going to be debating all night here, friends. So Afro, thank you so much for supporting the cause. I really do appreciate that. And YLD says 4AK. Thank you so much, YLD. Or I think it means wild adult. Thank you for supporting. And also Cahoto, my friend, welcome in, says, I'm always a stream behind because I don't live and drive. But I hope Josue sticks around and listens. It never gets easier hearing religious people justify with their mouths abusers I would not entertain as a thought. Yeah, Cahoto, I'm with you. And Josue from the last stream was a little difficult to talk to. He was just kind of came in, wanted the tone police half of the time. But thank you for supporting. And Dr. Joe, my good friend, thank you so much for supporting as well. Dr. Joe says, for my friend AK, also nice to spend a day of freedom with my friends who have been liberated from toxic belief system. Isn't it a day of freedom? Is it not a day of freedom, friends, that we can celebrate being free from this cult? And remember, we're free because the truth sets us free. It is the truth that sets us free. So thank you everyone for being here. Also official Harry Weldon, thank you so much for the $50 super chat and donation. I really appreciate that, friend. And also from GPEGEMGTM3, thank you for the super chat. It says, thank you, Justin, for all you do. Thinkers like you and Aaron Ra make me want to go back to school for evolutionary biology. Keep up the great work. Well, I really appreciate the kindness and the super chat as well. And I love education. If I could go back to school right now, I would. I'm hoping to, fingers crossed, in like 2026. to finish to do my PhD, but we have to feel some things out. Chip, thank you, my friend, for the 1999. It says, best wishes to AK Borealis. Our medical team sucks. System sucks. I agree. We'll contribute more directly, but this will help towards Justin's threshold. Well, thank you so much, Chip. I really appreciate that. And you can give directly to AK. I've got links in the description of the video for anyone that wants to directly send support to our friend AK Borealis and not have a chunk of it taken by YouTube. So unfortunately, when you gift on YouTube, they take like 30 to 40% of it. I forget kind of the number, but they take a pretty healthy chunk of it. So, but you can gift directly to AK. So I'm looking right now. Let me check where we're at with some of our totals. And we're making some progress. It looks like right now, one second. All right, so it looks like right now we've got about $1,800 or so raised. So we're off to a smashing start. We're at about $1,800. So we're going to do $1,800 raised plus the $1,500 that I've got, and now we're off to a start. We're up over the $3,000 mark, and unfortunately for the amount of funds we need, this is still a drop in the bucket. So we're going to keep pushing, friends. We're going to keep raising funds for our friend AK Borealis and make sure that she can get the medical care that she needs. With that, let me read a couple more super chats, and then we'll move right along. Michael says, "Let AK know that Doug works in mysterious ways, and he always fulfills his prophecies. Rock hard for Doug." He always does. He always thank you to hear another prophet here, Michael. And Baggy Man, thank you for the $20 super chat, says, "Great cause, Justin. Here in the UK, we're so lucky to have National Health Service despite the recent right-wing governments." Praise Doug. I know, Bag. And the same thing. So I've used the Canadian healthcare system a little bit as well. The Canadian healthcare system's fantastic, right? The propaganda that we're fed here in the US, that like these other healthcare systems are like evil and toxic and they're harming people, is just not true. In fact, we've got a branch of the company that I used to work for in Italy, and everyone comes back from Italy saying how much they love the healthcare system there and how much they wish we would modernize our system to finally have a single payer system. It wouldn't even be hard. We could market it by just saying, hey, we're getting rid of insurance companies. That's it. That's all you have to say. We're getting rid of insurance companies, and then bada boom, bada bing, you're done. You can start a single payer entity funded and ran by the government, just like Social Security, Medicaid, whatever, and it'll be handled. Get rid of all the profiteers. Spiky, thank you for $20. He says, "Cheers from the Discord family." Hey, Spiky, good to see you. I'm used to a different icon for Spiky. Says, "This is the cookout everyone should want to be invited to. Praise Doug and happy grilling." Well, thank you so much, Spiky Steve. I really appreciate that. And we are grilling. We had a long grill just a moment ago, and we're going to keep the grill fired up. Fierce Interaction says, "Faith led me to believe Doug is my rock hard savior." He really is. And we already saw at least one miracle of Doug today. We already saw a miracle of Doug healing somebody's ED. So, I mean, what more evidence could you want? Jennifer says, "I love your live streams because even when I am 1 hour late, I think is what it says, there's hours left. Happy 4th. Well, thank you so much, Jennifer. I really appreciate that. And I have a good time on the live streams, even if you guys are, but I have a better time when you're all here. And Michael says, "Chipping in to help Atheist Care." We need to start our own atheist insurance company just called Atheist Care. I'd buy him. Sam says, "I have intractable epilepsy and have had a few brain surgeries as well. I don't think I've cried this much even as a child. Fear I'll lose Medicaid, but will always be rock hard for Doug." Well, Sam, thank you so much for being rock hard. And even in what appears to be your difficult moments are willing to help and pitch in. And unfortunately, you're in the same boat that we're in, where we've got people that need help and we're doing what we can to help, even though we know that there's only so much help we can do. We're going to do what we can do. And Cora, thank you so much for the $10 super thanks. And Vaughn says, "So sorry that people struggle with paying for medical aid in the U.S. System is broken and only going to get worse. Here's something to help." Well, thank you so much, Vaughn. I super appreciate that. And you're right. It's only going to get worse, and that's the unfortunate situation. Is we don't have, like, it doesn't look like it's going to be getting better anytime soon. That's just the honest truth. Let me grab just like 2 or 3 more super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Infidel, great name, says, "Hey, I've been watching your live streams for a few months now and wanted to contribute to the cause. I hope AK can get whatever she needs. All the best, brother, and may Doug bless you." Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you watching. Thank you so much for being here and for supporting. And The Walking Dad said, "Blessing of Doug be upon AK. Enjoy your 4th of July safely, and raise and rolling rock for Doug." Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Walking Dad. And guys, make sure you're enjoying your 4th as well. And thank you for spending some of your holiday time with us. Aaron says, "Curious how frequently people remember passages that never existed," huh? Aaron, if I had $1 for every time an apologist had a passage they knew was there, but they couldn't remember where it was, I'd have a lot of dollars. I think AK is back with us. Hold on. AK, welcome back.
Hello. Thank you all so much. I just appreciate you guys.
Well, listen, AK, we really appreciate what you do for the community as well. Like, I'm surprised that I didn't hear sooner about your situation, but it's hard when the Discord's growing. You know, it's getting big, right? So it's easy to get lost in the sauce over there.
I just appreciate everything. So I'm just speechless, honestly, which is rare.
Well, I mean, you know, we're gonna do as much as we can. For those who weren't here earlier, AK is our friend that we're raising funds for. There's links in the description of the YouTube streams if you want to give directly to her rather than giving through the YouTube stream. But AK, for the people who weren't here a little while ago, you want to kind of fill them in on your situation?
Yeah. So I have 2 rare autoimmune diseases. I have 4 total, but the 2 rare ones are, the first one is called common variable immunodeficiency. And my body does not make any form of immunoglobulin. So once a week, I have to self-administer immunotherapy at home. And so for people who donate blood, if you've ever wondered what your blood is doing, that's actually, you're helping people like me when you go in, because that's how they do a process with blood and plasma to extract the immunoglobulin. So I do that. And then I also have another one called mast cell activation syndrome, and I'm deathly allergic to dogs, dog dander, dog fur, 13 ICU stays with intubation. I've used over 100 EpiPens in 8 years. The last anaphylactic reaction, it took 7 Epis to get me 5 miles down the road, and I went unconscious twice in the ambulance. Yeah. And then I also have what's called POTS. And that's when a lot of people, it's when you stand up really fast, when you get the stars. For people like me, if I move a certain way too fast, I'll get the stars and I'll just face plant and pass out. And then the last one is Ehlers-Danlos, and it's a connective tissue disorder. My joints dislocate, like I can just roll over in bed and dislocate my shoulders. But I just had it's my 4th surgery, but my 2nd patellar reconstruction in less than a year, and it did fail again. So my kneecap is in my thigh, and if you want to show the picture, I'm actually really proud of this picture.
It's crazy to look at. Hold on, let me pull it up.
My doctor and my husband are like, "You defy the laws of physics and gravity. Like, we do not understand how you're walking around."
So here's the situation with the knee. The patella is currently in the thigh. And for those who don't understand the illness that you have that causes this kind of stuff, can you explain that a little bit?
So, the connective tissue will break down, and so what essentially happens is it stretches and stretches and stretches, and so we're a person who normally would, quote unquote, normal, would have stronger tendons. They're not as flexible. It's like me, I can basically wrap myself into a pretzel because that's how stretchy my connective tissue is. And so over time, it makes your joints dislocate. It also affects your stomach, or like your digestive process. My tummy doesn't drain properly, so I throw up a lot, which is unfortunate. You start looking at things like, how bad is that going to come back up? Bananas are not bad. Just going to throw that out there.
I do love some bananas. And the reality is the situation is that right now we don't have we don't currently have Social Security available to you. You're working through the system, even though the system's kind of been denying you at every turn, but possibly in the future you might be able to get it if it gets approved through the court.
Yep, the Supreme Court sided with me and kicked it back to the judge when we appealed my my disability application. We're 4.5 years in, and the end of August, I will have my last hearing with them. So hopefully we will get sided with. It just got to the point with insurance after I couldn't work anymore in 2021. Because with the common variable immunodeficiency, the most common form of unalivement for people like me is respiratory failure from the common cold.
Right.
So like if my kids get sick, I actually have to quarantine from them just in case. And the insurance, like our insurance prices went from like $384 a month to over $1,000 a month. And Alaska has like this weird loophole to where insurance companies can bill you more because it's above usual and customary.
Right.
So, and Justin knows a little bit about Alaska. The healthcare in Alaska is extremely lacking.
It's bad.
It's really bad. I got denied care in November when I went to the emergency room because I was leaking spinal fluid, and I was told I was a seeker and faking, and was denied care and had to drive over 60 miles to the next hospital for an emergency surgery. Yeah. It's rough here.
Yeah. So for those who haven't been to Alaska, my mother actually used to live in Alaska, and we've experienced a lot of the same headaches with the Alaskan healthcare system. We ended up having to move her down here to my state to actually get her proper medical care, because otherwise she wouldn't be here today. She would have been dead 10 years ago. We wouldn't have her. But I understand that, people can't just get up and move their family to a whole different area of the world. That's not something that's to be expected. I had to force our mother to leave Alaska. Like, she would have died there, right? She got so incapacitated that basically the kids got together and said, "We're taking you to Ohio." And she really couldn't do anything because at that point, she was so incapacitated from the lack of care that she wasn't mentally present. But that's how bad the medical system there. We got her back to Ohio. Within months, she was recovering. So they don't have a lot of capacity in Alaska, and so they turn a lot of people away, especially if you don't have insurance. If you're in Southern California and you don't have insurance, it's fine. They'll still see you. But in Alaska, like, you have to have the insurance. You have to have the insurance companies backing you, even though in your state, as you already said, they can jack your insurance rates higher just because you have a condition.
Yep.
That's crazy.
And with like each immunoglobulin infusion it's $15,000 per one, and then the Xolair shots that kind of help keep that IgE cell at bay with that makes me go anaphylactic. Those are about $20,000 a shot, and I'm able to self-administer at home, which is kind of a blessing because going to the cancer center and sitting there, it's a 1.5 hour drive each way. So
Right.
I was getting kind of tired. Yeah. So,
Well, I appreciate you sharing with everyone. It's certainly it's a difficult situation. I don't think a lot of us can imagine ourselves in it or appreciate how severe the situation is. But we're going to do everything we can to help you out. Okay, AK?
I appreciate you. Thank you guys so much. And I don't know if you want me to hang out up here, if you want to drop me, whatever's good.
Well, whatever's up to you. I know you've got, I think you've got events going on with your family today for the holiday, probably, right?
Yeah, we'll be done in about 2 hours.
Yeah, hang out with your family. We're going to be here all night. Do what you have yourself a good time. We'll see you again after the event.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate you all. I love you.
Absolutely. Love you too. Have a good one.
Bye.
All right, friends. Thanks for being here. We're going to keep pushing. We're going to get our next guest into the guest box. We're going to get Seejin pulled in and see what's going on with Seejin. For anyone who wants to give directly to AK, there are links to her money apps in the description of the YouTube video. And then like I already said, all the proceeds for this live stream will go directly to her after YouTube takes their cut as well. And we did meet our match. We're finally past our match. Now, like the first time we did a fundraiser, somebody else came in halfway through and says, "Oh shit, I'll do another matching donation as well," and which we're perfectly open to. It's really fun to do matching donations. But Sejin is not connecting. I don't think Sejin is actually with us. So we'll give them like one more second to connect, and if they don't connect, we're just going to have to move on to the next one. Lots of waiting. I see waiting emoji, and they dropped. Okay, so they're not going to connect. Cool. So we'll move on to our next one. How you doing, Tiny?
Pretty good, man. I just wanted to pop in real quick to say happy Boom Boom and Barbecue Day, and I hope that everyone out there has at least one wiener in their mouth today. Praise Doug.
Absolutely.
I appreciate your face, Justin. Yeah, man.
Good to hear from you. Did you crack 10,000?
Not yet. I'm like real close. I think I'm like, I don't know, 80 away, but I'm real close.
80. Guys, he needs 80 new followers to crack 10,000. If you're watching this on TikTok, follow my friend Tiny. Let's get him past the 10,000 mark so he can finally get access to the YouTube or the TikTok Creator Fund, and so that he can get the video bookmarks. Those are amazing, where you can catalog your videos by bookmarks. Tiny is a great member of our community as well. So I certainly want everyone to know about his work here on the platform.
Thank you, Justin. I appreciate that. But yeah, like I said, I'm just popping in to say hi and wishing everybody a happy 4th. And you guys are awesome.
Well, good to hear from you, buddy. You enjoy a wiener in your mouth as well. DW97, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
Christianity.
Cool. What would be the most compelling evidence or argument for the Christian God to be real?
I would say the prophecies in Daniel with respect to Jesus being the Messiah.
Sure. Can you pinpoint the one that he fulfilled?
I would say one would be Daniel 7:13-14. It talks about a son of man who approaches God on his throne, and he's worshipped by people from all nations, and he's given an everlasting kingdom that does not pass away.
Sure.
And he's called the Most High in Daniel 7:27.
All right, so let's actually read Daniel chapter 7, because I think you're leaving out some of the important stuff. So in Daniel chapter 7, it says, "I saw one like a human being coming with the clouds of heaven, and he came to the Ancient One and was presented before him." Okay. Now, you're suggesting that this must be Jesus, right?
Yes.
Why? Because when I'm reading Daniel, it's also true that this is a similar description given to Gabriel. Gabriel is described as being a man and also being like the son of a god.
He's referred to as being a son of a god.
Yeah.
Well, which verse is that?
When they're in the fiery furnace, though, it says there's another individual with them. It says it has the appearance like one of the sons of God. And then that same paragraph, if you keep reading, is that individual is called an angel.
Right. So angels are sons of God. So it's saying he had the appearance of an angel.
That's right. Yeah. And then the angels in the book of Daniel are also referred to as men. In fact, when Gabriel approaches Daniel in one passage, it says that Gabriel the man approached me. So the angels in Daniel are in fact this weird, goofy hybrid that's like a human being and also like a son of a god.
Well, Gabriel and Daniel, he's always the one that's giving the interpretation of the vision.
Mm-hmm.
So like Daniel 7:15-16 is giving the interpretation. Daniel 8:15-16 is giving the interpretation. Mm-hmm. And Daniel 9:21, he's giving the interpretation. The one in Daniel 7:13 through 14, the Son of Man, he's worshipped by people from all nations.
Well, it doesn't say the Son of Man.
Say that again?
It doesn't say the Son of Man. It says one like a human being, or one like the Son of a Man.
Right. Yeah, okay. Right. But in Daniel 7:27, he's also called the Most High.
Yeah, I know.
And I would also,
whoa. 7:27?
Yeah. So it says
I don't see that at all.
Well, it says the one that's given the kingdom is the Most High. It says whose kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and all dominion shall serve him.
I read the kingship and dominion and the greatness of the kingdoms under the whole heaven shall be given to the people of the holy ones of the Most High. That's Yahweh. Yahweh is the Most High.
Okay, I'm reading the King James Version. And
I would not recommend that.
But either way, not Daniel, but Isaiah 9:6, it also refers to
Let's jump around.
It says a child is born who is called Mighty God and Everlasting Father.
Well, in the past tense, the child's already been born.
Well, but it seems to me it's talking about the same person because...
certainly not.
Well, it says the person in Isaiah 9:6 is given an everlasting kingdom as well, so it has to be taught, and he's called God.
Well, the throne of David is giving an everlasting peace. It doesn't say that the individual himself will live forever. Although, if it did, I wouldn't be surprised. Like I wouldn't be surprised that it said that. They did believe that there would eventually be a messianic ruler that is ageless, I guess you would say. It says there'll be endless peace.
It says, the child will be called Mighty God and Everlasting Father. And in Daniel 7, the person is worshipped, and he's given an everlasting kingdom. And in Isaiah 9, he's given an everlasting kingdom.
Well,
so it seems
David's kingdom was already given to him as an everlasting kingdom. That's why it says, a child has been born for us, a son given to us. This is in the past tense. This is Isaiah writing about a child that's already been born, most likely Hezekiah. It says authority rests upon his shoulder, and he is named. Now, if you know anything about enthronement prophecies in the ancient Near East, you would know that this is pretty standard fare. We have them in Egyptian and Babylonian texts, where when a young king is projected or is now selected to be the next king, you have enthronement prophecies where they give the king various theophoric names. In fact, in ancient Egypt, they typically gave 5. There were 5 theophoric names that were given to the king, and they were just like this. These are not saying that the child itself is going to be Mighty God, Everlasting Father. Theophoric names are describing the God, not the person.
Okay, but why would he have multiple names that mean God?
Because they're theophoric names. They don't describe the individual, they describe the God.
So who else in history other than Jesus was referred to as God?
I don't know. I'll say it for the third time. These names do not describe the individual mentioned in verse 6. The names describe the God of the individual.
Okay, why do you think this child has already been born?
Because it says so. It's in the past tense. A child has been born for us. A child has been given to us.
But when God gives prophecies, he usually speaks in past tense to refer to something that's going to happen in the future.
No,
like
he
Isaiah
certainly
4.
does not.
Yeah, he does.
No, he doesn't.
He does.
No, he doesn't.
Isaiah 14:12, he talks in the past tense to refer to something that's going to happen in the future.
Isaiah 14, he's telling you to do something in the future. He's not talking about the future in past tense. He's saying in the future, give this lament to the king of Babylon. The lament is to be given after the fall of the king of Babylon, which is why the lament is talking about the king in the past tense, because the lament is meant for after the king falls, so you can make fun of the king that has fallen. It's not a prophecy given in the past tense.
He does the same thing in Isaiah 14:4.
He doesn't.
He talks in the past tense
to
refer to something that's going to happen in the future.
No, he doesn't. Read it. Verse 3, when the Lord has given you rest. That's a future time period. When the Lord has given you rest from your pain and turmoil and the hard service which you were made to serve, you will take up this taunt against the king of Babylon. He's saying, in the future, when the king of Babylon falls, you will read this taunt to him. And this taunt to the king of Babylon, which would have been written on the scroll, is going to be talking about the king of Babylon in the past tense, because it's referring to what the king already did after he did it. It's not making a prediction in the past tense.
Well, I know there's other examples in Scripture where God does the same thing.
I've never seen it. I hear Christians tell me over and over again that God does this thing. I've never seen it. You always bring me to passages where it's clearly not talking about the future in the past tense.
Okay. What do you think about the prophecy in Daniel 9, the 70 weeks?
I think it's quite clear that it's referring to Antiochus Epiphanes, which is why almost all scholars of the book of Daniel agree on this. Antiochus Epiphanes is the man in the chapter, the one that's doing the desecration of the temple. It's recorded in 1 Maccabees chapter 1 and 2.
No, well, in Daniel 8, he's the one that's doing the desecration of the temple.
And 9. In Daniel 8, Daniel 9, it's literally the final
9,
kingdom's Greece.
No. Well, Daniel 9 is a different one, because in Daniel 8, it says after the desecration of the temple, it will be reclaimed and restored. In Daniel 9, it says the temple is destroyed. So it has to be talking about a different time. And plus, if you calculate the 70 weeks, it ends up right to where Jesus arrives.
Not even close. The 70 weeks start in 605.
No, in Daniel 9, it says...
You're wrong.
Daniel 9,
you're wrong. Do you want me to tell you why you're wrong, or do you want to sound stupid by saying a bunch more stuff?
Go ahead.
Okay. Now, when Daniel receives the prophecy, why is he suggesting that there's going to be 490 years? What's leading him to this conclusion?
Because he's told there's 70 weeks that are going to be decreed upon the people.
Which was prophesied by whom?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so if you read from the beginning of the chapter, not just a snippet that you like, read the whole chapter. He says he was reading in the prophet Jeremiah about the punishment for the 70 years. It's Jeremiah 25, and he says that the Israelites are going to be in bondage for 70 years, then they're going to come back from bondage and return to their homeland. And it didn't seem to happen, because at the beginning of the chapter, it's positioning him just after the 70 years. Now, I don't think he wrote this at the time. I think he wrote it in the middle of the 2nd century, but it's being positioned shortly after the 70 years would have expired, right? So the first year of Darius, if it's the Darius we know of, then it would have been about 522, which means it was already after the liberation of the Israelites from Babylonian captivity. And he's like, hey, what gives? We were supposed to be restored, right? But they weren't restored. So he's trying to figure out why. Well, if you keep reading, he tells you why. Because they violated the command of Moses. Now the violation resulted in a punishment that takes their initial punishment and multiplies it by 7, right? It says, I think it's verse 15. Let me see. Nope, I think that's too much. What verse did he bring Moses into it? Anyways, I'll grab it real quick. Well, verse
so
11.
You think these 70 weeks are years and not weeks of years?
They are years, but keep following. So he says in verse 11, all Israel has transgressed your law and turned aside, refusing to obey your voice. So the curse and the oath written in the law of Moses, the servant of God, have been poured out upon us because we have sinned against you. So he's saying, this is why we didn't get restored after 70 years, because we've transgressed Leviticus 26. And Leviticus 26 says, after you disobey me, if you will not turn to me, I will multiply your punishment by 7. So he's saying, okay, our punishment is for 490 years, not for 70 years, because we didn't obey God. So the 490 years is how long they're going to be punished. It's not a timeline to Jesus. It's how long will they be punished?
So when do you start counting? Because
605.
in Daniel 9, well, in Daniel 9 it says the counting starts after the word goes out to restore and rebuild Jerusalem.
That's right. That's exactly Jeremiah. That's Jeremiah's prophecy. The word going out is a prophetic word, not an edict from a king. That's 605.
Well, well, in Ezra, it says the king Artaxerxes, he gives, well, in Daniel 9, it talks about the Jerusalem being rebuilt with a wall. Mm-hmm. And that happens during Artaxerxes' reign because he sends
well, it doesn't say that in Daniel.
Nehemiah and Ezra back to Jerusalem, and they start rebuilding the city.
That happened prior to Nehemiah. That was already happening way before Nehemiah did that. The Edict of Cyrus, the Edict of Cyrus, listen, the Edict of Cyrus, they already went back. They were already working on it. They already had houses and temples and walls. They just weren't completed yet. And Nehemiah wasn't given an edict by anyone to go do anything. He was given permission and a letter of passage that will allow him to collect some items to use in the rebuilding process. And then he went back and did some rebuilding. God tells you in Isaiah that Cyrus is going to rebuild the city. But DW, none of that's relevant. The 490 years start at 605. The 490 years is how long the Israelites are in bondage. That's it. If you think the 490 years are not about their bondage, then you have to throw away the whole first half of this chapter.
I think the verses like Ezra 7:8, where Artaxerxes gives a decree that allows Ezra to return, and
he doesn't give a decree.
Well, that's what it says.
He gives a letter. Nehemiah gets a letter that allows him passage that he gets to show to other people, and they're going to give him passage and goods to go help in the rebuilding process of the wall. But Daniel doesn't say anything about that in chapter 9.
Yeah, I got to pull it up. Give me 1 second.
It says, "Know therefore and understand from the time that the word went out," meaning it already went out. It's not in the future tense. "Know therefore and understand from the time that the word went out." It's a prophecy. It's the prophecy of Jeremiah that already went out. It already happened. Past tense.
Which translation are you in?
I'm using the NRSV.
Okay. Well, the King James says, "From the going forth of the commandment to rebuild Jerusalem."
Why are you reading the King James? I don't know why I have to have this conversation with Christians. The King James Bible was fine for 1700s. It's not 1700s anymore.
But the verse seems to be about Jesus, because if you go off of the dating in Ezra 7:8, it
Ezra's irrelevant.
It leads you exactly to when Jesus came.
First of all, it doesn't, and second of all, it's irrelevant. It has nothing to do with Daniel 9.
But it also says in Daniel 9 that it talks about a Messiah who was killed.
It does not. It doesn't say the Messiah is being killed. It says a Messiah is killed. There's 2 Messiahs in Daniel 9, 2 of them.
Yeah, the Messiah, the Prince of Cyrus, and then the Anointed One.
I don't think so at all. No, I think it's Joshua the high priest.
Well, of course you do. But
the first one is Joshua the high priest. The second one is Onias III. Onias III was cut off and murdered by Antiochus Epiphanes. Antiochus Epiphanes is the guy that this chapter is responding to.
Well, it seems to me to be about Jesus, because it says after the Anointed One is killed, there will be the final week.
Onias III.
Well, the first Roman-Jewish war was 7 years long. That would be the final week, and it says the temple.
The final week. The destruction of the temple was 40 years after Jesus died. 40 years.
Right.
So this is not about that. There's a half a. How many years are in here after Onias III dies? Hold on. It says, after 62 weeks, an appointed one shall be cut off. That's Onias III, shall have nothing, and the troops of the prince shall come and destroy the city. Okay, so this is going to happen. They're going to come and destroy the city at the same time that this person is cut off. Not 40 years later.
It doesn't say. It says after, but it doesn't say directly after.
It doesn't even say after. It says, after 62 weeks, an anointed one shall be cut off, shall have nothing, and the troops of the prince who is to come shall destroy the city and its sanctuary, and its end will come with a flood, and to the end there shall be war, desolations are decreed. This is not something where someone gets cut off and then a whole generation later the temple gets destroyed.
It would be the same generation, but
it's not the same generation. It's 40 years later.
Okay, but the first Roman-Jewish war was 7 years long, and in the prophecy, 3.5 years into the final week, the temple was supposed to be destroyed.
3.5 years, yes.
Into the first Roman-Jewish war, the temple was destroyed in 70 AD.
40 years later, not 3.5 years later. Follow Daniel. Stop trying to pigeonhole the 70 CE nonsense into it.
69 weeks until the Messiah comes. But it doesn't say.
But it didn't say the Messiah. DW, I don't know. Put your King James Bible away. There's not a single word in Daniel that says the Messiah. It's not in there.
What? Okay, it says anointed one.
It says a anointed one.
Right. So a Messiah. Does Messiah mean anointed one?
Yeah, Messiah just means anointed one. The Messiah in Jewish lore is a final Messiah, not a Messiah. It's the final Messiah. And in Daniel 9, you've got two anointed people. Both of them appear to be priests.
Why do they appear to be priests?
Because we know exactly who this is talking about. In the book of Daniel, every single prophecy ends in Greece. Every single one. Greece is the final kingdom in every prophecy of Daniel. Which is why when we get to Daniel chapter 9 and it's describing to a T Antiochus Epiphanes, we know that this is the kingdom of Greece, and it was written in the 2nd century during the revolt of the Maccabees. You can just read about this in 1 Maccabees chapter 1 and chapter 2, when it says that Antiochus Epiphanes was uttering arrogances against the Most High, waged war in Jerusalem, set up the desolation of abominations inside the temple, made an agreement after he had killed Onias III, made it an agreement with his brother Jason, cut off the sacrifices and offerings for a period of about 3 to 3.5 years, exactly like it's told in Daniel chapter 9. Everything that Antiochus Epiphanes does is detailed in chapter 9.
Well, no, because in Daniel 8, it says there's two separate abominations of desolation. Because in Daniel 8, it says after the abomination of desolation happens, the temple is reconsecrated and cleansed. In Daniel 9, it says...
Show me the verse.
In Daniel 8...
Because just so we're clear, it did actually happen. I don't know if you know this, but during the Maccabean period, the temple was desecrated, and then it was restored. Not in Jesus' time period.
I know. Daniel 9 is supposed to be about Jesus, and it's destroyed in Daniel 9 after the abomination and desolation.
Because in Daniel chapter 8, it says the end. The end comes with the Greek period, is what it says. The end of all things.
Daniel 8:14 is where it says it'll be cleansed afterwards.
All right, we'll read it.
And some translations say reconsecrated.
It says, because of the wickedness, the host was given over to it together with the regular burnt offerings. It cast truth to the ground and kept prospering in what it did. Then I heard the Holy One speaking, and another Holy One said to the one who spoke, for how long is this vision concerning the regular burnt offerings, the transgressions that make desolate, and the giving over of the sanctuary to be trampled? And he answered for him, for 2,300 evenings and mornings, then the sanctuary will be restored to its rightful state. Yeah, I know.
Right, that did not happen in Daniel 9. In Daniel 9, it was destroyed, and that's what happened in 70 AD.
No, Daniel 9 doesn't say that the temple's not going to be rebuilt, or that the temple's not going to be restored.
It will be destroyed.
It says it doesn't.
Not happen.
First of all, it doesn't say exactly what you think it says in Hebrew, but to the point, in Daniel chapter 8, it says exactly the thing you don't want it to say.
What's it say?
It's a vision for the end times. So he came near to me when I stood, and when I came, I became frightened and fell prostrate. But he said to me, understand, O mortal, that the vision is for the time of the end. The ram and the shaggy goat in Daniel chapter 8 is the same end times prophecy that ends in Greece as Daniel chapter 9. Both of them end in Greece.
No, it's not about the end of Greece.
No, it's about the end. The end. That's it. When the final earthly kingdom is done.
No, it says the end of indignation, which is, if you read Daniel 11, it talks about the end of indignation. It's the indignation of the king.
Focus up. We're in Daniel 8. In Daniel 8, he's given a vision of a ram with 2 horns and a shaggy goat. The shaggy goat is clearly the nation of Greece that defeats the ram. This is said as a vision for the end. Verse 17.
Yeah, so if you read Daniel 11 is about Daniel 8.
We're in Daniel. We'll go to Daniel 11 and 10 next. We're in Daniel 8. Pay attention.
Okay,
in Daniel chapter 8, what does it mean that this is a vision for the end of time?
The end of indignation, and that's cleared up in Daniel 11.
Nope.
Yes, it is.
Nope.
So if you read Daniel 11:30,
he can't help himself. We're still in Daniel 8. You're going to have to focus. So in Daniel 8, there is a vision of the end. The time of the end. The period of indignation is the period of 490 years that they're going to be suffering under foreign rule, which again started in 605. So Daniel 11 is not going to help you.
Daniel 11 is about Daniel 8, correct?
Daniel 11 and Daniel 8 are related. The same way Daniel 7, 8, 9, and 10 are all related. All of them, every last one of them, every chapter of prophecy in Daniel ends in the kingdom of Greece. Every single one.
Daniel 7 and Daniel 9 are together, and then Daniel 8 and 11 are together.
I disagree. They're separate prophecies.
If you read it carefully, that's true. But
and
Daniel
all of them end in Greece.
They end in Rome.
No, they don't. Rome's not mentioned once.
But Daniel 11:30 clears it up. It says the end is the indignation of the king. In Daniel 11:36, it says the same thing.
Which king?
Antiochus.
Yes, exactly. Antiochus Epiphanes. The end is when the Greeks are in power under Antiochus Epiphanes.
It's the end of the king's indignation.
That is the end. That's the end. The end is when Antiochus Epiphanes is destroyed. They overthrow the rule of the Greeks, and then finally they get the stone that wasn't cut by human hands.
Yeah, it's the end of his indignation, which
it doesn't say that.
It does.
It does not say that.
11:30 and 11:36.
It says until the time of the end, for there is still an interval until the appointed time. The end is always the same thing. It's the end of their 490 years and also the end of the oppressive forces, the Greeks. It's the end. It's done.
Okay. What's the indignation in 11:36?
I already told you 3 times. The indignation is the period of 490 years that they're suffering under foreign power, which is culminated with the leadership of Antiochus Epiphanes, the one who utters great arrogances.
Okay, so what does 11:30 say? It says it specifically says the indignation is the king's.
says, for ships of contemn shall come against them, and he shall lose heart and withdraw, which also didn't happen, by the way. He shall be enraged and take action against the holy covenant, which he did, Antiochus Epiphanes did that. He shall turn back and come to an understanding with those who forsake the holy covenant. Forces sent by him shall occupy and profane the temples and fortresses, which is what Antiochus Epiphanes did. Again, the whole thing's about Antiochus Epiphanes. Every last word of this. They shall abolish the regular burnt offerings and set up the desolating sacrilege. That's Antiochus Epiphanes.
Yes, 8 and 11 are together, and 7. Those two are about Antiochus.
No, all of them are. All of these prophecies end in Antiochus Epiphanes. Every single one.
Nope.
Yep.
Daniel, like I said, in Daniel 9, after the Messiah is killed and the temple is destroyed, it's not rebuilt.
It doesn't tell. First of all, it doesn't tell you that. It doesn't tell you that it wasn't rebuilt.
No, but it says it's destroyed. In Daniel 8, it's not destroyed. It's reconsecrated and cleansed.
It doesn't tell you that the temple is destroyed in the way that you want it to be destroyed. The word that's actually used in the original Hebrew doesn't connotate that it literally ceased to exist. It means that it's desecrated. If you use, I forget the Hebrew word at this point, but if you just look at the usage of that word, it refers to all kinds of stuff that still existed. It doesn't mean that it gets completely destroyed and annihilated.
It says, in the people of the prince that shall come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary.
And they did.
Sanctuary is
And they did.
Yeah,
Read 1st and 2nd Maccabees. Antiochus Epiphanes went down to Egypt to try to gain power over the Seleucid or the Ptolemy. I forget if he was Seleucid or Ptolemy. I think that was Ptolemy down there. He went down to get a handle on that kingdom and tried to take ownership over that kingdom because he didn't like what they were doing, even though there was some alliances with them. On his way back north, he marched into Jerusalem, killed Onias III, cut off the sacrifices and offerings, invaded the temple, put up a statue of Zeus, and started having his officers force people to eat pig meat. He cut off the sacrifices and offerings of the Jews for about a period of 3.5 years, exactly half a week, as described in Daniel chapter 9.
And then the same thing happened in the Roman-Jewish War. It was 7 weeks long. It was destroyed 3.5 years into the war.
Oh,
like I said,
the length of the Roman Jewish the length of the Roman Jewish War wasn't 7 years, and it also isn't relevant.
It started in 66 A.D. ended 73 A.D. It was destroyed 3.5 years in 70 A.D.
Yeah, but the sacrifice and offerings were cut off for a period of only 3.5 weeks, and then they were restored. That didn't happen in 70 A.D. It also talks that there's going to be a desolator, and his end is coming. The end of the desolator is coming. None of that matches up in 70 A.D. It does match up to Antiochus.
There's no specific. Well, it might have been Vespasian, but
who's the desolator in 70? Who?
It would be the Roman soldiers who were murdering Jews who went inside the temple.
This is singular. The desolator. Who's the desolator?
Oh, Vespasian.
No, it's not Vespasian. When did he die?
He died shortly after the war ended.
When did Titus die?
I'm not sure.
We can look it up. Titus Vespasian. He died in 81.
Oh, what's your point?
It's 11 years after the fact. In Daniel chapter 9, read carefully. He shall make a strong covenant with many for 1 week. Who did that? What leader made a strong covenant with the Israelites for 1 week and then for half of a week make sacrifice and offering cease? Who did that? Who did that? Made a covenant with the Jews that got rid of the sacrifices and offerings for 3.5 years. Who did that?
Vespasian. The covenant.
No, he didn't. No, a covenant's not war. Words mean words. Vespasian didn't make a covenant with anybody, with the Jews. This is covenant. Covenant. The person in history who made a covenant with the Jews to cause the sacrifice and offerings to cease, that was Antiochus Epiphanes.
What does covenant mean?
A covenant is an agreement, a pact.
declaring war is a pact.
No, it's not. Now you're getting desperate, DW. This is sad. Claiming that war is a covenant is embarrassing.
So why don't you think Rome is the fourth kingdom?
Because Rome's never mentioned, and Greece is mentioned as the final kingdom like 3 times explicitly.
Greece did.
Greece did what? Greece is what the prophecy is about. I agree.
Greece existed during when he was given the prophecy. Rome didn't exist yet. That's why it's not mentioned. It's
I
mentioned as the
know.
fourth
Yeah, Greece existed while he was giving the prophecy, which is why he was giving the prophecy, because the prophecies were given during the time period of the wars with the Greeks. That's why the author knows everything about the 2nd century, and he knows fuck all about the 5th century. He doesn't know a damn thing about the actual time period that Daniel would have been living in, but he knows everything about the 2nd century because he was living in the 2nd century.
Well, I would disagree with that.
Well, you'd be wrong then. Who's the father of Belshazzar in actual history?
Now, hold on. But I want to get to Rome.
Just pay attention. Who is the father of Belshazzar in history?
Nabonidus.
Okay. And who's the father of Belshazzar in Daniel?
Nebuchadnezzar.
Oh, are they the same people?
It says Nebuchadnezzar's son, but if he's his
Are Nebuchadnezzar and Nabonidus the same people?
Well, in the Bible, it refers to this like the sons
Crazy
of David.
that you can't just say, are Nebuchadnezzar and Nabonidus the same people?
Like the sons of David
are Nebuchadnezzar and Nabonidus the same people?
No, it doesn't matter. It says
okay. Now, is there any family relation between Nabonidus and Belshazzar, or between Nebuchadnezzar and Belshazzar?
Say what?
Is there any blood relation between Belshazzar and Nebuchadnezzar?
It's not clear.
It is clear. We know from history that it's clear. They weren't related. Nabonidus was not related to Nebuchadnezzar. Nabonidus ascended through the throne, according to legend, completely unrelated, without any birthright to the throne. He was gifted the throne by his God.
There's no affirmation that they were related. There's no evidence that they weren't related.
No, there's direct evidence that they weren't related because we know who Nabonidus' parents are.
He is an heir to the Chaldean dynasty.
No,
he is likely
Nabonidus was not an heir.
He is likely related in some way.
He was not related. We have the birth records. His own mother tells us. If you just look through the Babylonian records, his own fucking mother tells you what happened. Just pick up a free copy on the internet of ancient Near Eastern texts relating to the Old Testament and read the letters that his own mother wrote. He was not related to Nebuchadnezzar.
Was Nero genetically related to the emperor he replaced?
This guy's crazy. No.
He was adopted, right?
Adoption makes you a father. If somebody adopts you, that makes you a child of that person. Nabonidus wasn't adopted by Nebuchadnezzar. He wasn't adopted by anybody.
Well, you can't prove that he wasn't related in some way to Nebuchadnezzar.
Yes, I fucking can. We have the birth records.
And they don't disqualify Nebuchadnezzar from being related to him.
Yes, they do. They explicitly say that they're not related.
It doesn't. But
yes, it does. They are not related. There's no blood connection between Nabonidus and Nebuchadnezzar.
Okay, that's fine. I want to know why you don't think Rome was the fourth kingdom.
Because Greece is the fourth kingdom. Greece is always the fourth kingdom in every one of these prophecies, and the 490 years starts in 605, has not a damn thing to do with Rome. Rome's not even mentioned.
So the four kingdoms is based on the Daniel 2 vision, right?
The four kingdoms end in Greece too. In Daniel chapter 2, it's literally Babylon, Media, Persia, and then Greece. And if you want to challenge that, I've got a little mountain of evidence against you. I will waste the next half hour of your time reading all of the ancient sources from the Jewish literature, from the Greek literature, and the Roman literature, demonstrating that those were the four kingdoms that they conceived in the order of succession, and that's why Daniel used those four kingdoms.
So who is the second kingdom that replaces the Babylonian kingdom?
I just told you, it's the Medes. The Bible even agrees. Jeremiah and Isaiah both told you that.
So Cyrus the Great united the Medes and the Persians in 550 BC. When he took over.
Oh, no. Not according to Daniel, not according to the Bible. The Bible says that the Medes were coming to. The Bible said, DW, listen, I know that you can find modern historians that think that the Medes weren't involved in the downfall of Babylon. But pay attention to what I'm saying. All of the ancient history and the Bible itself says that the Medes were there first and then the Persians. The only disagreement you have in the actual history is, in fact, the chronicles of Cyrus himself. It does. I'm gonna read you from the Bible where the Bible tells you exactly. I'm gonna read you from the Bible. Stop talking. You're just gonna embarrass yourself more. The more you talk over me, the more silly it's gonna look when I read you these passages. Go to Isaiah 13:17. Read it. Is this your first time reading this? Who's God stirring up against the Babylonians? Who is it?
The Medes.
Oh, shit, the Medes. Oh, wow, that's weird. I thought it was going to be the Persians. Okay. Well, what about Jeremiah 5:11? Actually, my verse got cut off. Let me grab Jeremiah 5:10 through 12.
So like in it says Darius the Mede is the one who conquered Babylon.
I know. Thank you. So
the Medes and the Persians were united kingdoms. They were united kingdoms.
So this is another problem because there's no Darius the Mede. This is the other problem I keep telling you about. There's no Darius the Mede in history. There's no Darius the Mede in history.
You can't. Historians didn't know King David was a real person until 1994.
Sure, then show me a Darius the Mede in history.
Just because we don't have evidence of a Darius the Mede doesn't mean he didn't exist.
So it's true because the Bible says so. You know, we have a list. We have a list of Median rulers, right? Like history has left us the information. There's no Darius the Mede there.
All right.
The Bible says that the Medes are the people that God is stirring up against the Babylonians. The Bible says that. It just happens to be that the ancient histories say the same thing in the writings of Herodotus, in the Sibylline oracles, in the Dead Sea Scrolls, in Polybius, in Tacitus. Even in the Annals of Tacitus, it says the same thing. The Testament of Naphtali says the same thing. Xenophon, Pseudo-Plato, they all say the same thing. There were 4 kingdoms: Babylon, Media, Persia, and Greece, and that was the order of succession, 4 of them. So when Daniel says there are 4 kingdoms, and the last one, Gali G, just happens to be the Grecian kingdom because the rest of Daniel agrees. Yeah, I'm inclined to believe what all the scholars are saying and what Daniel himself is saying, that the final kingdom is the Greeks.
When was the Babylonian kingdom overthrown? What year?
It depends on which history you're reading.
So,
according to Cyrus, it was roughly 539. According to other histories, it wasn't. According to other histories, in fact, the Babylonians were fighting an uprising of the Medes prior to the conquering by Cyrus. In fact, it's not even clear in 550, when Cyrus claims to have conquered the Medes, that he actually did conquer all the Median Empire. He claims to conquer the Median Empire, but we have alternative accounts from history that claims he didn't conquer all of the Median Empire. It says that he only conquered part of the Median Empire, which means there's some sort of an autonomous collective Median Empire that's still floating around at the interchange between Babylon and Persia.
Right, but history says in 550 BC, Cyrus united the Medes.
Who said it? Who said it?
That's history.
Who? Name the author, because I can name you the actual authors that are saying what I say.
Well, you could just Google it and it'll.
I have Googled it. I've read the history. That's why I know the nuance and you don't. Xenophon says there was a large deserted city. Its name was Larissa, and it was inhabited in ancient times by the Medes. Interesting. What happened to it? Says the city was besieged by the king of the Persians at the time when the Persians were seeking the wrest from the Medes, their empire, but he could not capture it. Xenophon is literally telling you in 370 BCE that the Medes were actually successful in fighting off some of the onslaught from the Persians. And if you read more history, you will discover that during the tail end of the Babylonian period, when Nabonidus fucked off for 10 years and left the kingdom, that there was an uprising by the Medes. The Medes had an uprising and rebelled against the Babylonian overlords. That's why their kingdom is there. The Median Empire was gigantic. You just don't hear about it because it didn't last very long.
When Cyrus the Great conquered Babylon, the Medes and the Persians were a united kingdom.
At the time Cyrus marched into Babylon, he had already conquered the Medes. I agree.
Right. So how could they be two separate kingdoms if they're united? If they are united, so in Daniel 2 vision, the second kingdom replaces Babylon. What kingdom replaced Babylon?
The Medes, and it doesn't say that it replaces Babylon.
It doesn't say
you are being replaced by this kingdom. And again, if you are actually listening, all of the ancient histories that we have, all of the ancient history we have, especially the Jewish history, says that the order of succession was the Babylonians, the Medes, the Persians, and then the Greeks. Jewish literature says this.
But if you go off the vision in Daniel 8:20, when it's talking about the ram that has two horns,
which is the ram with two horns. You're talking about the ram that has two horns, which is a combination of two different people groups. I don't know if you know this, but a kingdom made of two different people groups. The kingdom made of two different people groups is still two kingdoms in one.
Exactly. So who are the kingdoms? Media and Persia.
We all know that. DW, pay attention. We already know that eventually the Persians conquered the Medes. They remained two separate powers under one king. That was what it was. It was two separate kingdoms. They were never united. No, never. They were conquered. They were a vassalage. The Persians never gave up their autonomous control and claimed to be Persians. That's why every time you see it referenced, they're talking about the Medes and the Persians. The Medes and the Persians. That wouldn't happen if they became the same people. There were two different empires. One just happened to be subjugated to the other.
Well, even in the vision, it's the kingdom is depicted as one united kingdom.
It's not. It is not depicted as one united kingdom.
And the one horn represents media, and the other one.
The word united does not show up in that text. You have to add it to it because you don't like the text. The text depicts one dominant kingdom that is made up of two smaller kingdoms, and that happens to be the kingdom that you call the Medo-Persian kingdom. If there were one kingdom, it would just be the kingdom of Persia, but it wasn't. It's the Medes and the Persians, two different people groups. One of them happens to be a vassal state of the other, two different kingdoms. And guess what? The goat that takes them out is Greece. It's the final kingdom.
It's the third kingdom. It's not the final kingdom.
It's the final kingdom.
The fourth kingdom, no,
is Greece.
But the reasoning that you're using is you're saying media. So you're saying media is the kingdom that conquered Babylon.
No, I'm saying that Daniel believes that the Medes conquered the Babylonians because all of the Jews, all of the Greeks, all of the people in that time period believed it, and all of them said so. Testament of Naphtali, written in the 2nd century, says, I saw, for I was there, and behold, a holy writing appeared to us, saying, Assyrians, Medes, Persians, Chaldeans, Syrians shall all possess the captivity, so on and so forth, of the 12 tribes. They're listing them as separate kingdoms. They didn't believe that the Medes and the Persians were one people group. They were treating them as a separate people group. They were a vassalage of the Persians, the same way Israel was a vassalage of the Assyrians at one point.
So you're saying the kingdom of Media and Persia were never considered a united kingdom?
They were never a united kingdom. One of them was a vassal state of the other.
Cyrus conquered Media. They became the Medo-Persian Empire.
No, they became a vassal. There was no united kingdom between the Medes and the Persians. They weren't friends. They were separate fucking kingdoms.
But Greece can't be the fourth kingdom because
it can be. Because it is.
That conquered Babylon is Media and Persian Empire, is the Medo-Persian Empire.
No, it wasn't. The kingdom, according to Daniel and according to all the ancient histories, was in fact the Medes. Dionysius of Rome literally said so. He catalogs the history for you. He says, for the empire of the Assyrians, ancient as it was, running back to legendary times, held sway over only a small part of Asia. That of the Medes, after overthrowing the Assyrian Empire and obtaining still a wider dominion, did not hold it long, but was overthrown in the 4th generation. The Persians who conquered the Medes did indeed finally become masters of almost all of Asia. All of the ancient histories, every single one of them. The only history that doesn't say what I'm saying is the chronicle, the war chronicles of King Cyrus himself. Every other ancient history says that the Medes were there first for a short period of only 3 or 4 years. One text even says for 4 generations, however you wanted to interpret generations.
Correct. The Medes were part of the Medo-Persian Empire.
No, they weren't. They were vassals of Persia. Did you not read the quote from Dionysius? Did you not hear it? Do you want me to read it a second time?
Sure.
Okay. For the empire, listen very carefully, and I don't want you to gish gallop to a new topic. I'm going to read this to you, and I want you to respond to what he says. For the empire of the Assyrians, ancient as it was, running back to legendary times, held sway over only a small part of Asia. That of the Medes, after overthrowing the Assyrian Empire and obtaining still a wider dominion, did not hold it for long, but was overthrown in the 4th generation. The Persians who conquered the Medes did indeed finally become masters of almost all of Asia. Why would he say this? Where is he getting the information from? What do you think?
Where is he getting this? He's getting it from history.
Oh, interesting that a Roman historian is getting this from fucking history. Isn't that wild how that works?
Yeah.
And who did he say first conquered the Babylonians?
Cyrus the Great.
No, that answer my fucking question. Stop gish galloping. Who did he say conquered the Babylonians?
The Medes, who were part of the Medo-Persian Empire.
No, he didn't say the Medes and the Persians. He said the Medes, and then the Persians defeated the Medes. I'll read it for you a second time. I know listening is very hard for you. I am so tired of you not listening to the words coming out of my mouth. I'm going to read it for the 3rd time. I'm going to need you to listen to it intently. It says that the Assyrians, the Babylonians, held sway over a small part of Asia. That of the Medes, after overthrowing the Assyrian Empire and obtaining still a wider dominion, did not hold it for long. Why did they not hold it for long? Well, it tells you. Because they were overthrown in the 4th generation. The Persians who conquered the Medes did indeed finally become masters. He is telling you that it was in fact the Medes first, which is why Jeremiah says it's the Medes, which is why Isaiah says it's the Medes. The Medes were there first, and then the Persians. The only ancient account that disagrees with this is that of Cyrus.
No, because in 550
Find me a quote. Find me a quote from somebody in the ancient world that's not King Cyrus that disagrees with this?
I have to do a lot of research and get back with you, but I know I have read the history.
No, you haven't.
Media and Persia were united kingdom in 550 BC.
No, only according to Cyrus. According to all of the Jews, according to all of the Greeks, and according to all of the Romans, that was not the case. And I don't know if you know this, but as it turns out, the author of Daniel would have been a Jew. And all of the Jewish sources we have disagree with you. The Bible disagrees with you. The Dead Sea Scrolls disagree with you. The Deuterocanon disagrees with you.
All right. So what are the other reasons you don't think that Jesus was the Messiah?
Because he didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy, especially not the ones from Daniel.
Well, I hear you bring up the prophecies like the one about him riding a donkey.
Yeah, that's that's one of my favorites. It's embarrassing that he thought that was fulfilled.
Well, no, I don't think that was about Jesus.
Well, it certainly wasn't about Jesus, so Matthew was wrong.
Exactly. Yeah, Matthew was wrong. Well, whoever put that note in Matthew was wrong. I agree.
Okay, so the Bible shouldn't be trusted. I agree.
No, and I mean Mark's gospel doesn't have that in there.
So Matthew shouldn't be trusted.
The gospels were copied and transcribed hundreds and dozens of times, and people added stuff to them. So like the copies that we have, you're going to have like you're going to have some flaws in there like that.
So Matthew shouldn't be trusted, is what you're saying.
No, you can trust 99.9% of it, but I'm
Why?
talking about
How do you make that calculation?
Because only the editor notes where it says like this was to fulfill. Matthew didn't say that.
So who said it?
Whoever copied it down. Like this is like his own.
How do you know? How do you know that that wasn't Matthew?
Well, Mark doesn't say it.
So what? There's a lot of stuff in Matthew and Luke that don't show up in Mark. I don't care. How do you know Matthew didn't say it?
I don't think that I mean, the point is it's not about Jesus, and I agree
it's not about Jesus. I agree. Matthew was wrong.
All right. So what are the other reasons you don't think Jesus was the Messiah?
Because again, he fulfilled 0 messianic prophecies. Exactly 0 of them. And your best shot, I know you came into this thinking your best shot was going to be Daniel, but it can't be Daniel for all the reasons I enumerated and you ran from. Every time I brought up a point, you just gish galloped to a new point. I had to chase you around the book of Daniel for an hour. Daniel doesn't end in Rome. It ends in Greece. Now, outside of Daniel, your next best prophecy is going to be Isaiah 53, but Isaiah 53 is about the nation of Israel. And I know you think that it can't be about the nation of Israel, and you would be wrong. Outside of Daniel and Isaiah 53, I know for a fact you have nothing. You have nothing even close.
I'm not really sure about Isaiah 53. I do think it could be a dual fulfillment.
Why?
But that's not.
Why do I believe in a dual fulfillment? When you say there's a dual fulfillment to a prophecy, you're saying I believe in a second interpretation of the prophecy that is disconnected from the original context of the prophecy. Shit, I can do that. I've got a whole list of prophecies that I fulfilled as long as you believe in dual fulfillment. Am I the Messiah now? Joseph Smith was a dual fulfillment of a bunch of prophecies according to the Mormons. Do you believe in Joseph Smith?
No.
Are you a Seventh-day Adventist, by the way?
No.
Just checking. How much time have you been studying the book of Daniel and not even ran into one academic source? Because all of the academic sources agree with me. Unless it's written by like an uber conservative Christian, but within actual academia, the book of Daniel is dated to the 2nd century and the 4 kingdoms end in Greece.
Well, it's dated to the 2nd century because historians presuppose that he wasn't a real prophet.
Nope. You want to know why it's dated to the 2nd century?
Why?
Because a bulk of the book was written in a form of Hebrew that didn't exist until the fall of after the Jewish revolt from Judas Maccabeus. Part of it was written in Hasmonean Hebrew. That did not exist. Mishnaic Hebrew did not exist until after the period of the Greeks. It was set up during the Hasmonean Empire as a point of national pride. That's why we know it was written, a lot of it was written in that time period. Also, the Aramaic portions are written in late stage Aramaic, not the type of Aramaic that we would have expected during the time period of Daniel.
Most of the book of Daniel is not written in Hebrew.
Actually, you'd be wrong. It's like split half, like half and half between Aramaic and Hebrew. We also, believe it or not, we have believe it or not, DW. I don't know how many times you have to learn. You know, when you talk while I'm talking, no one can hear you, right? I just listen. I just want to make it clear for your own sake. Please tell me you know that when you talk while I'm talking, people can't hear you, right? Did you know that?
Yep.
I'm just letting you know, because if you want people to hear what you have to say, listen, if you don't, fine, just talk while I'm talking. I don't care. But if you want people to hear what you have to say, you have to wait until I'm done talking. That's all. Okay, so the book of Daniel is written primarily in both Hebrew and Aramaic. There's large sections in Hebrew and large sections in Aramaic. In fact, according to the study Bible I'm looking at, it says Daniel 2.4 to 7.28 is written in Aramaic. Fair enough. That's it. The rest is in Hebrew. It says chapters 8 through 12 are all in Hebrew.
All right,
so
well,
half and half.
Yeah, but the form of Aramaic in Daniel
is
over
late.
90%. Over 90% of it, the imperial form, which was dated to Daniel's time.
Certainly not.
There's like fingerprints of like later forms of the language.
Yeah, you'd be wrong.
Because the document, the Dead Sea Scroll document, was obviously, it was transcribed hundreds of times, centuries later. So it's like picking up these fingerprints of later forms of Aramaic. But over 90% of the Aramaic in Daniel is consistent with his time period.
Nope, you'd be wrong.
But you can't use that argument to say that the book of Daniel was forged, because like it's going to have some things from a later form of the language.
What I'm saying is that the Aramaic found in the book of Daniel is late stage Aramaic. It's not 6th century Aramaic.
No, 90% of it is the imperial form of Aramaic.
You would be wrong. Samuel S. Driver, the motherfucker whose name is on the Hebrew dictionary, who also did Aramaic, said that it was from late stage Aramaic. The guy, if you look at a Hebrew dictionary or look at a Hebrew Aramaic dictionary and you see a guy named Samuel S. Driver, that motherfucker, that lexicographer, said that this is late stage Aramaic. Now, if you know a different lexicographer that disagrees with Samuel Driver, I don't know who would. I don't know who in the right mind would disagree with someone like Samuel Driver. Find him for me. I'd love to hear what they have to say.
Yeah, so over 90% of the Aramaic is...
What script is he reading from?
I'm not reading the script.
What? Okay, where did you get the information from? Are you looking at an apologetics website, or looking at what some pastor said, or looking at what some goofy conservative scholar said who doesn't have any expertise in Aramaic? Or are you actually quoting someone who does paleography? Are you quoting someone who actually is an ancient lexicographer? Can you tell me that? Can you find one of those people?
I looked it up on the internet.
Yeah, you Googled it. Yeah, I know. And you found some source that agreed with you and said, that motherfucker's right because he agrees with me. Find me an expert that agrees with you.
So you're going to appeal. You think that my sources weren't from an expert. I don't have my sources.
I know your sources aren't from an expert because I've actually read the sources from experts and they disagree with you. I actually did the work. I actually went through the actual academic sources for people who specialize in Aramaic to find out what they said, and they agree with me. That's why I have this opinion. If they didn't agree with me, then I would tell you that it was written sooner. But they don't disagree with me. They agree with me. That's why I believe it. No, I used to believe what you believe. I used to believe that Daniel was written during the period of the Persians, maybe even sooner. My mind was changed by hearing from the experts. You haven't done that. You actually haven't read anything from experts.
No, this I read a research paper from academia.edu.
Who?
And it said,
who's the expert?
I don't know. I didn't read his
well,
name.
Academia EDU is not a source. It's a repository. I could publish a paper on Academia EDU. It means nothing.
Okay, so can you prove it wrong right now? Was not the bulk of the Aramaic in Daniel from the 6th century? What percent? Because it did. Do you agree that?
Why would I prove you wrong? Do you think I speak Aramaic? So just to be very clear, neither one of us speak or read Aramaic. I can read Hebrew. Reading Aramaic's a different beast. I mean, I can read some of it, but I don't know the grammar. So no, I'm not going to walk through the Aramaic Bible and show you why it's not actually dated to the time period of Daniel. All I can do is point you to an actual professional who already has. Now, if you have a professional, if you know a guy that specializes in Aramaic and does lexicography and does this kind of work that agrees with you, find him for me. Find him. Also, keep in mind, I already know who you're going to appeal to, but go ahead. If you find them.
I'm not searching for anybody.
Okay, so you don't have anyone, right? So when you start talking about ancient languages that you don't know, you have to appeal to an expert. It's like if I started talking about medical treatments, I have to. DW, again, no one can hear you. Why are you talking while I'm talking? If you want to talk about medical experts, medical advice, you have to appeal to medical experts unless you're a medical expert. If you want to talk about the Arabic language, you need to talk to someone who natively speaks Arabic or is an Arabic expert. Neither one of us speak or read Aramaic fluently, and neither one of us has an opinion on the Aramaic of Daniel that's relevant. We must appeal to an expert in Aramaic. I've done that. I've appealed to the experts in this field, and they don't agree with you, and therefore I don't agree with you. If you want me to agree with you, find me an expert in this field of study that agrees with you, that can provide an argument that you can't provide, because you don't have an argument for it.
Yes, my argument is over 90% of the Aramaic in Daniel is dated to 6th century BC.
Prove it.
It's in imperial form.
Name the expert that gives that data. Just saying it doesn't make it true. I could do the same thing. I could say 20% of the Aramaic in the book of Daniel is late stage Aramaic. I could just say it. Does it make it true?
Okay, can you make the case that it's not true?
I told you, I don't read Aramaic, and neither do you. So you have to appeal to an expert who does, an expert who specializes in Aramaic. You don't, and neither do I. I've already given you one of the most reputed experts in this field of study, and that expert agrees with me. If you can find me another expert that disagrees with me, I'm more than willing to take their opinion into account. But you just saying something means nothing to me. I will never take advice on Aramaic from a guy who doesn't know Aramaic.
All right, I got you. Well, you have a good day.
All right, have a good one. Cheers, buddy. I've never had a conversation with DW that didn't result in him just jumping around from one point to another rather than actually staying still in the text and addressing what the text say. Every single conversation with him goes exactly the same way. What about this? What about this? What about this? Circle back to the first point. What about this? What if I state it 3 more times? Dude lives in a circular house. He's literally pacing the walls in a circular house as he's up on the chat. Okay. Let me grab a couple more super chats, friends. I've got so many super chats that I'm trying to get to as many as I possibly can. Dr. Joe says, guest just contradicted himself. Started with, it's not a sin. You can be all sorts of horrible as long as you believe and go to heaven. He does a complete reversal and insists it's about sin. Oh, that was the prior guest. You're right, though, Dr. Joe. He actually did straight up contradict himself. And Dr. Thank you so much for super chatting and supporting the cause. For those who are just getting into the live stream, we've got a mountain of super chats. I'm going to read as many as possible, but we're raising funds for our friend AK Borealis, who unfortunately, due to chronic illnesses and the current state of our government, isn't qualified or has been denied for disability and therefore can't get insurance, and is currently out of medicine, doesn't have, can't get the insurance she needs to get the surgery she needs. And let's just say she's living day to day right now. So all the proceeds from this live stream is going to be donated to AK. You can donate directly to her using links in the description of the video rather than letting YouTube take a cut of the proceeds. So that's a really good way to do it. I already put in a match for the first $1,500, and we've got that match now. So we've got the match done. But I'm here all night debating. We're gonna debate as long as possible. I'm gonna raise as much funds for AK as possible. She's a valued member of our community, and as I learned growing up, hey, when a friend needs help, you help them. That's all there is to it. You don't bicker about it. You just help them. So we're out here practicing the morals that Christians don't have by trying to make sure that our friends don't fall through the holes in our public safety net. Because in America, shit, our safety net's pretty holy. It's not a good safety net. But I'm going to try to read as many super chats as possible. It's possible I might miss some because we've got so many people super chatting because they want to support the cause. Nightman says, hey, Justin, quick question. In the Bible, what is the worst thing that Satan did? How does it compare to the atrocities of God himself? Something tells me their deeds aren't exactly even. Well, Nightman, you're actually right. So in the Bible, the majority of the people that are executed by God. Satan really only does some stuff in the book of Job. He, with the permission of God, executes Job's children and servants, but he doesn't do much beyond that. He's not really depicted as an evil entity in the Old Testament. That's more of a New Testament idea. God, on the other hand, kills the Egyptian firstborn. He unalives everybody on the planet. He commands mass genocide. It's pretty rough. Sea Salt says, there's passages in the Bible that speak negatively about pride. If you are ashamed, you stop doing it. Wouldn't have to be prideful of your religion to keep participating in it. Is that itself sinful? Well, I think being proud of God is different than being prideful. I think my understanding of the word prideful as it relates to the biblical text is it's pride of self. And that is the type of thing that they don't want. They want people to put their faith in God. A minute says, as we celebrate the day of Doug, the day Doug gave us, let us be prepared tomorrow's Dougly event, Black Sabbath's final concert. Hail the keepers of the sweet leaf. I actually didn't know that was her last concert. I falsely assumed that a long time ago that they weren't doing concerts anymore. That's actually really interesting news to me. I'm sad I'm going to miss it. Jennifer, thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, kids tell us stories about things they want to be true and then double down and get nasty when confronted. Believers are adult children who never developed past learning their magical thinking, bully kids on the playground. Actually, that is kind of the case. They will literally come door to door to bully you on their religious nonsense. Thank you for supporting, Jennifer. I appreciate that. And Jake, my friend, welcome in, says, my friend works in a pub and likes to dress up as Mother Teresa. It's the best fancy dress costume I've ever seen. Bar none. Great play on words. This is why the internet was made, folks. This was good, Jake. And again, always finding jokes I've never heard. Jake, you're a professional at this, my friend. And Silver Surfer coming in again with another $19.99. Thank you so much, Silver Surfer, for supporting the cause. Super appreciate it. And our friend Flanker is with us. Flanker says, Christians will say, without God, we will resort to survival of the fittest while they strip healthcare from millions of people. God forbid our government does anything to help average Americans. What would Jesus do? Jesus wouldn't do what Christians are doing. I think I can say that, but you're right. It's the hypocritical stance that they have, where they talk about how God is all loving, we have to take care of each other, and so on and so forth. But then they will literally institute Christian nationalism and strip people of their care, the care that needs to save their lives. They won't do it because they're pro-life. John says, even though you are a heathen who fails to acknowledge the Church of Lisa the Rainbow Draft. Oh, I don't know about Lisa. Leaves be upon her. I support your channel. More head. Well, thank you so much, John. I appreciate that. And listen, I don't know anything about Lisa the Rainbow Draft, but I would believe, if you give me the information, I would believe in Lisa the Rainbow Draft. And Vinny, my friend, thank you so much for the super chat. Says the verse we don't sing, no refuge could save the hireling and slave from the terror of flight or the gloom of the grave. And the star-spangled banner in triumph doth we raise over the land of the free and the home of the brave. I actually forgot about that. This is the forgotten verse of the national anthem, where it literally talks quite literally about the slave and the hireling. Similar to how, like, even in the 10 Commandments, it says not to covet your neighbor's slave. It's weird how ready all of these godly people were to accept slavery. Like, they just didn't question it. They didn't care to question it. They were okay with it. Carlos, my friend, thank you for the 500 MX. Thank you so much, friend. It says, here supporting AK, get better, hugs, and live for you or live for you. Well, thank you, Carlos. Carlos, you're always so generous. Thank you so much for giving to the cause. AK really needs it and really appreciates it. And MRG, thank you for sending out 20 Deconstruction Zone membership. That's huge, my friend. And also, Ren says, thank Doug that's over. For the love of Sharon, keep smoking them, Justin. Hey, thanks, Ren. I appreciate that. And we did go a little bit long with that last guest. I've talked to DW before. He's never fun to talk to. He's always that insufferable, but what do? We do what we can. Also, Carlos, thank you for sending out 10 Deconstruction memberships as well. I just saw that. Thank you so much, Carlos. And Joseph says, medical debt is #1 cause of bankruptcy in USA. Doug, help us. It is the #1 cause, I would say, not just of medical bankruptcy, but also people dying from lack of care, is because you just can't afford the shit, All right, let me grab our next guest. We've had some people waiting patiently in our YouTube queue. I'm going to get Jesus Saves from the queue. Welcome in, Jesus Saves.
What's going on?
Not too much. How you doing?
I can't complain.
Jesus Saves.
Do you mind? Do you mind if I switch to my Wi-Fi? Because right now it's on my cell phone.
No, go ahead.
Would you be able to bring me back in?
Mm-hmm.
Like if it just... All right, hold on 1 second.
See if we can connect. I'm sure he'll be back in the box in just a second. Okay, he dropped. He'll be back in a second. I don't know why I bring up DW. He always kind of gets under my skin. I think, last time I talked to him, I said to myself, it's obviously, one second. It's obviously because DW can't actually have a genuine conversation. He just goes from point to point to point without actually finishing anything. And then you just end up chasing him around. All right. So back at it, we've got Jesus Saves with us. Hopefully your connection is a little bit tighter. How you doing?
Yeah, we're good.
I can hear you. Yeah.
You can hear me?
Mm-hmm.
All right, sweet. So like I've listened a little bit of, I don't know how the YouTube algorithm had found its way to let me see some of your content. I'm a believer in Yeshua HaMashiach, right? Jesus Christ. And so like you say you don't, I've heard you say you don't believe in spirits. And so it's like, okay, well, how do you, one big question I think that anybody that would, ever be sensible would be like, how can you prove God? And knowing, if you're a believer, that God could easily prove himself. And so then there's these things that, pop up. And so you go across all across the board. And I'm like, all right, well, and then you're listening and you're like, okay, well, he doesn't even believe in spirit. So like God says himself, he's spirit. But then you're like, I don't believe in any spirits. And then it's just like, okay, well, what do you do with that? And then there's like questions that pop up right there. It's like, okay, well, Ouija boards, now how do those work? And people, I mean, you'd have to say millions of people are lying about that, right? You know,
Yeah,
and
that's not
friends
even
have
hard.
close experiences.
Yeah, the
Well, hold on.
Ouija
You
boards
know, hold on.
are
Wait.
what we might
Well,
classify
I got
as
a roommate.
psychosomatic,
I got a
like they're a
roommate.
phenomenon that
No, hold on.
happens through the placebo effect.
Well, I have a roommate, and I've heard his. This is my friend for years, and you know, it's not like a topic of every day. We're like, hey, have you heard about some spirits or something? No, it's not like that. It's just like one day we'll be chilling. He's had multiple things. He said he's been in his grandma's house. This was before I was ever a believer. You know what I'm saying? I was like a street dude selling, you know, weed and stuff, you know? And, you know, he'd be like, bro, over at my grandma's house, this place is haunted. He'd be like, I'll be down there playing a video game. All of a sudden, in the back, a stove will fling open and stuff will come to flying out of it. Because they would have
you seen it?
like pans in it. Huh?
Have you seen it?
Well, I'm telling you a
I've
testimony
never
of my
seen
friend,
it. I
right?
don't know if you know this. I don't believe testimony of somebody's friends. That's not evidence
No,
to
no.
me.
I feel you. So I'm hearing the story just like you, right? I'm hearing the story just like you, but he's like, this has happened, and he's also had other encounters, right?
I'm
And
sure
you can
he
hear these
has.
stories across.
I'm sure he
Right,
has
but-
stories. There's lots of stories about fake spiritual encounters that never happened.
Mm-hmm. I mean, but also people do have their experiences when they go to touch the Ouija board, and they have their own accounts,
I've never
right?
seen it.
But so you're like poltergeist and all that footage and all of it is
Yeah.
just nothing
It's fantasy,
to
man.
you, right? Right. So then it was like, okay, sweet. But then you're like, okay, it seems like, so like on your page you have like ex-pastor. So it seems like at one point you were like believing and then you kind of walked away. Is that what that is? Or like what is the Justin story of learning the Bible?
I believed it, and then now I don't believe. Is that
Is that
difficult to
it?
understand?
Oh, no. I was just asking. So you did teach about God. Preach. You were out talking about God, right?
I just told you I used to believe. Yeah.
Because that's what like. Okay. And then now you talk about God all day still.
Yeah. Because the
Okay.
Christian religion is dangerous.
Okay.
So
Right, okay.
if you used to
So-
believe in vampires and then you lived in a country where people wanted everyone to believe in vampires and were making you live by vampire laws, and you were like, listen, I don't actually think vampires exist. Maybe we shouldn't be doing all this. Do you think you'd be justified in saying, hey, maybe we shouldn't do this vampire thing?
No. It's just like you still talk about God. So you believe in God. You talked about him all day. You don't believe in God. You still talk about him all day.
Right.
God bless.
Because it turned out that it wasn't
God bless.
true.
God bless.
And I think that it's good to believe things that are true.
Okay. So then I'm
Do you
like,
have any
okay, so
evidence
then
that it's
all
true?
that's left. No, hold on.
So you
all
don't.
that's left. There's all that's
I want to
left
clear
is
this up. You don't have any evidence, though, right?
of what?
Of God being real.
Well, that's what we're getting into. So
Do
all
you have
that's
any?
left with.
It's funny
with
that you can't
hold
say
on,
yes or
wait,
no. Jesus says you can do whatever script you want to. I just want you to answer
No,
this
no,
one
no,
question.
no. It's not a script. It's
Okay,
just like
then answer
it's
the
just,
question.
it's-
Do you have evidence or an argument?
yeah.
Okay, let's have
That's what we're
that.
getting
That's
to.
what
So
I want.
all that's left is now let's dive into the name of Yod He Wah He.
You're not
Let's
gonna like
dive
this.
into
Do you know
the name.
Hebrew?
So hold on.
No,
So with the
I'm not
name,
gonna hold on. I asked you a simple question. It's not your live stream. Do you know Hebrew?
well, that's what we're.
Answer
I
the
know
question,
that you know a little
Jesus
bit.
saves. Do you know Hebrew? It's a yes or no question.
I've studied what I've studied.
So the answer is no, you don't. Okay, so now you want to give me a lesson on Hebrew. Go for it.
All right, sweet. So, like, it's easy because, like, you know that names had a meaning. Like Moses was drew from the water. Like the name had meaning. Like they weren't running around with random names in the whole Hebrew culture because you're talking about Israel and Hebrew that they believed in the names, right? So let's dive into the names, right? The
Fine.
Yohe Wahe in
Are
Paleo
any
Hebrew
of the
was
names
pictorial in
are hold
nature. It
on.
means
Just
hand behold, nail
just
behold when it was written.
just stop talking. Hold
Hand
on.
behold, nail behold.
Okay, you're muted. So I got a violation on YouTube. It says live restricted for some audience. Your live contains themes that some may find uncomfortable and has been restricted for alcohol, tobacco, or drugs, which is weird because we didn't mention any of those things. I don't know how that happened to be. Oh, I see. I put an image on the screen that has a flaming tire, and now it thinks that we're talking about smoking. Okay. Well, in that case, let me remove that image. I thought it was going to be fun, but apparently it's not fun. Now I got to restart the TikTok stream. Okay, sorry guys on TikTok, I got to restart the stream. Oh, the guest. Oh, Crystal says the guest said he used to sell smugs. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize he said that. That makes sense that he would say something like that. All right, let me restart the TikTok stream for the third time, and we'll get it going. Okay, TikTok stream's open again. Sorry about that. And we'll continue where we left off. Okay, so Jesus says, what's your name, by the way? I don't want to call you Jesus.
I mean, it's all praise be to Yah, though.
What's your name?
Joshua.
Is your name Joshua in real life?
Mm-hmm. That's my name.
Okay, Josh, let's talk. Okay, so does any of the names of Jesus end in proof that God is real?
Well, that's the name.
I didn't ask you
His
what you think
name
his name is. I'm asking
everything.
you if his
So,
name
like, for
ends
instance,
in evidence that God
for
is real.
instance, you said, is a spirit a verb? Yeah, because Yah means I am. He exists. The
The word
existing
spirit
one
is not a
an
verb.
action.
The word spirit's not a verb.
What?
It's a noun.
Yahweh,
Yahweh's
when
a
said as a
name.
verb, hold on, wait. Yahweh, when said as a verb,
This can't
means
be
to be.
happening. Yeah, but the word spirit is a different word. Did you know that spirit
His name's Yahweh.
Did you know that spirit is a different word?
But Yahweh, when said as a verb, means to be. Yahweh said
But the
his
word
name as a verb
spirit
to
is
Moses.
a different word.
You said what?
The word spirit is a different word. The word to be in Hebrew is not the same word as spirit. So spirit is not a verb. Spirit is a noun.
Yahweh, when said as a verb, means to be. You can Google it.
We all know the origin of the
can
name of
literally Google
Yahweh.
it.
I'm talking about the thing you just said. You said the word spirit is a verb, and it's not.
Mm-hmm. Yahweh is his name.
We're
Yahweh,
talking
when said
about
as
the
a verb.
word spirit, Josh.
Mhm.
Pay attention. You said the word spirit is a verb. The word
No, we're talking
ruach
about-
in Hebrew is not a verb, it is a noun.
Mm-hmm. Hakodesh, Ruach Hakodesh is the
Yes,
Holy
the
Spirit.
Holy Spirit. You got it. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's not a verb, it is a noun.
But Yahweh said as a verb.
Is Yahweh's name
Means to
spirit
be.
or is it something else?
Yah is spirit. Yahweh is spirit.
Buddy, we're talking about the meaning of a word. The meaning of the
We're talking about
word.
Yah is a
No,
spirit.
we're not. I'm talking about the statement you made when you said the word spirit is a verb. It is not. The word that makes up Yahweh's name comes from a word that has a verbal root. That is different than the word spirit. They're different words.
But I'm just saying that anybody who believes knows this.
They don't know it because you're lying.
Well, they believe it. You can't prove a belief.
You can't
Right?
prove what
So,
people
but-
believe either. So people who believe the nonsense you believe
yeah,
don't
so it's an
believe
opinion.
that the
Yeah, a
word
belief- a
spirit.
believing-
And I
a
don't know
believing
if
is
you
an
know this.
opinion.
I don't know if you know this, but when you keep talking when I'm talking, no one can hear you. In fact, I'm going to turn your microphone down even lower, so they'll just hear you mumbling forever in the background. So I need you to actually focus on the statement. It doesn't even sound like it's an important statement, but the statement that you made was that the word spirit was a verb. Now listen, that's not even important to the conversation. I'm just simply pointing out that the word spirit is not a verb. It is, in fact, a noun. God's name comes from a verb, but God's name is not ruach. Do you understand the difference between two different words?
I was going off of when you had said, give me spirit and a verb on some old stuff. Like I said, I've listened to you before, man.
Giving me spirit is still a noun.
Well, I'm just bringing up that his name literally is all of that.
It's not.
All of it.
Nope, it's not. I also don't care. It doesn't make them real. I can name anybody anything I want to. It doesn't make them real. I want to know the argument. Again, no one can hear you. Why are you doing this? Stop it. It doesn't matter what somebody's name is. The name doesn't mean that the thing is real. Give me the argument for the thing being real.
Okay. So Yahweh, or like Yahuwah, or the name or tetragram Yod He Wah He,
Yahuwah.
Said in Paleo Hebrew.
Do you know Paleo Hebrew?
Well, you can. No, in Paleo Hebrew, they wrote it was pictorial in nature.
No, it
meant
wasn't.
Hand behold,
no,
nail behold. You can look it up.
You're wrong.
You can look it up.
I've got it on the fucking back wall. You want to see it? I've got it. I've got the alphabet on my back wall. I literally have artwork with it. You don't know Paleo Hebrew. Stop pretending you do.
Dude, it was pictorial in nature.
No, it fucking wasn't.
There was a representation of hand behold, nail behold,
there
dude.
is not. Paleo Hebrew does not have individual meanings for the individual letters. That didn't happen. That was invented by spiritualists during the period of the Kabbalah.
They knew it.
They didn't know it. They made it up.
They knew it, dude.
No, they didn't.
When it was written, it meant hand
fucking
behold, nail behold.
No, it didn't.
So who was to be Yahweh, said as a verb, to be from Moses' time, who would have nails in his hands?
You're wrong. Just pay fucking attention. I'm going to see if I can share my screen with you, because this is unfucking bearable. Hold on. Actually, I don't think I can share my screen with you. Well, this is for everyone else who's actually watching. So this is the Egyptian Book of the Dead, and mine's got an English interlinear translation with the Egyptian. And what you'll notice, let's see if we can get the focus. No, just stop talking. What you'll notice is that the individual symbols in this particular version of Egyptian, the individual symbols are related to syllables, not letters. They're syllables, right? So what happened in the history of languages is originally you had one picture that meant one entire idea, right? That's like the ancient Egyptian language was like that. The ancient cuneiform language was like that. And then they figured out, listen, we don't have that many syllables. We can just do a letter, an icon for every syllable, like ba, like ka, like ban, like ba. So they did. They still had like 2,000 different symbols, but they said, listen, this simplifies it. We don't need that many symbols anymore. We don't need 4,000 different symbols. And that was amazing. That helped a lot. The next progression in these ancient languages was they said, listen, we actually don't have that many singular sounds like the ba, ka. We don't have that many of those. We have like 25 of them. So what they did then is they took the symbols that initially were syllables, like the syllable for can became the letter for a ka. That's how they selected it. And they said, that's now what this symbol means. And they created a whole alphabet out of these ancient symbols that previously were syllables, that previously were ideas. By the time we got to the consonantal languages, the idea that a single letter was equal to a single idea was 2,000 years dead. It was gone. Doesn't exist anymore. The letters in the Hebrew language don't have any individual meaning. Somebody lied to you and you were gullible.
You can Google it.
I did Google it.
Yod Hey Wah. Google.
I studied the fucking languages. You're wrong.
What does it tell you?
You're wrong.
What does it tell you?
I don't care what it tells me. You're wrong. I studied the language. I went to school to learn the language. Hebrew does not have individual letter meanings. They didn't. They haven't for thousands and thousands of years.
Mm-hmm. So do you? But like, you don't believe in spirits. So then, what's the account of the flood? Like, so the flood never happened?
No, of course
to you?
not. That's a fanciful story.
Okay. But the salt marks on the pyramids don't mean nothing either.
No, the Nile floods. You know the Nile floods, right?
Oh, okay.
Did you know that the Nile floods? Do you not know that?
I mean, I think the thing is like, it's just so easy
Did
to
you know that the Nile floods? Are you aware of this?
I'm sure.
Okay,
It's a
and did you
raging.
know did you know that the reason why the ocean is salty is because it's fed by rivers?
I mean, you'd have to take that up with I mean, just like, who studies that? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because there's many accounts of people that, I mean, you're getting to opinions, because science is really hypothesis. That's all opinions, dude. So, but if we go into slaves, right? Because that's like something you like to talk about, and I dig it, right? The thing is, though, is like, everybody's a slave. So the way the
No,
Bible
I'm not a
portrays
slave.
it is, everybody is.
No, I'm
And
not.
you can't prove that you're
No,
not a slave.
I'm not. I know I'm not.
Everybody is.
Who owns me as property?
Everybody is.
Who beats me if I don't obey their command? Who?
No. That's not
Who
how modern day
beats me with
slavery
a
works.
stick? Who beats me with a stick if I don't obey them?
Do you control the dollar and whether or not you pay taxes?
Answer
'Cause
my
taxes
question.
is from
Who
debt.
beats me with a stick if I don't
Why
obey
is there
them?
inflation?
Who beats
Have
me
you
with
studied Federal Reserve?
I have. Who beats me with a
Have you
stick?
studied the Federal Reserve?
Answer a question or I will keep talking over
Yeah.
you. Who beats me with a stick when I don't obey? And who am I taking orders from?
Can you control how your kid is born?
If you don't answer the question, I will ask you 1,000 times the same fucking question. I know you're cowardly and you won't answer it, but answer
Well,
the
God
question.
controls.
Who
God said he controls whether a kid.
And now you're muted. Okay. So we can do this the easy way, the hard way. You could be an honest interlocutor and stop fucking dodging my questions, or you can answer a question. This is not your live stream. Eventually, you have to answer a question. And I gave you an easy question, and you're a coward because you won't answer it. I asked you an easy one. Who am I taking orders from that will beat me with a rod if I don't obey them? Who is it?
Are you saying who will?
Who? Name the individual. Name the entity. Who's owning me as property and is going to bequeath me to their children when they die? Who's doing it?
Owning you as their property right now, the U.S. government, for
No,
sure.
you're wrong.
For sure. They
No,
own you, dude.
you're wrong.
You're a piece of paper.
No, you're wrong. Because
Social Security, dude.
You're wrong again. I can go and move to another country right now. They don't own me. The idea of owning somebody is that they don't have autonomy. They can't leave.
You're still under the World Bank.
They're your
You're
property.
Still under IMF. You're still
No,
under
I'm
the
not
World
under
Bank.
IMF. IMF doesn't cover USA.
Dude, where's your money? What do you mean?
Money
They
doesn't
own
exist.
that.
We invented it. Money isn't real.
know
I don't know if
that.
you know this. Money doesn't fucking
know
exist. So nobody owns me as
created.
property.
I know that, though. That's something I know.
I don't think you know anything. I think you watch too much Ancient Aliens, and you probably think that Bigfoot
I know
exists.
A dude, one of his, I know a dude went to. There's a court document. Dude went to court.
What I think you
and
need.
won his house because
no one's listening. What I think you need is to go get medicated. I think you've got adult ADHD, and there's nothing wrong with having adult ADHD. A lot of adults have it. But this is why you can't stay on topic, and this is why you can't have a conversation, and this is why now I, who's been on a stream for like the last 6 hours, is yelling at a grown-ass man, is because you're not capable of having an adult conversation. And the reason is because you need to see a psychiatrist and get diagnosed with adult ADHD because you can't stay on topic. I want to have a linear conversation. I've been live too long to not have a linear conversation. I just want to have a linear conversation on one topic at a time, and you keep gish galloping to all kinds of bullshit that's not related. So I'll give you one last chance. Can you have a linear conversation on one topic at a time without gish galloping to some dumb, unrelated topic? We started talking about slavery. Now, what is the definite, if you look up slavery in a dictionary, what's slavery?
Mm-hmm. I don't have a dictionary in front of me, but
What do you think it would say?
It
What do you think the definition of slavery is?
Well, I know the Bible says you're a slave to sin or a
I
slave
didn't
to
ask you that.
Christ.
I'm asking you,
That's what
what
I
do you think the
believe.
definition of slavery is?
Tell me.
I'm asking you, what do you think it is? You're the one telling me that the Bible doesn't endorse
A slave
slavery.
to sin
I
or
want
a
to
slave
know
to
what you
Christ.
think a slave is.
A slave to sin or a slave to Christ. That's what I think a slave is.
You can't use the word in the definition. Try again.
I said, tell me.
So you don't know the
Somebody that's
definition of a
owned.
slave? You don't?
Somebody that's owned.
Okay,
Somebody that's
yes.
owned.
It's a person that's owned as property. They're forced to be there. They are forced to do work. They don't get compensated for the work, and they're not allowed to go. That is a slave. Do you agree or disagree?
I agree. And
Okay,
so
and
the next thing would
none
be
of
is
those
like,
actually apply to me. Nobody owns me as property.
how?
No one's forcing me to do
How?
unpaid labor. Nobody's forcing me to stay in this country. None of those things are true.
You pay the prices at the grocery store.
No, that's voluntary.
Whose is that?
I don't have to.
But you have nowhere else
I
to
don't
go.
have to barter. I don't have to exchange my labor for somebody else's labor. I don't have to do any of that. I could just as easily grow my own crops. Shit, my father was a fucking farmer. We did grow our own crops in the summertime. You don't have to exchange your labor for somebody else's labor. It's just easier that way because people have specialties. I don't want to be a farmer. I don't want to build my own cars. I do a specialized thing. I get currency in exchange for it, and then I willfully choose to give that money to somebody else for things that I want. I don't have to do it. No one's forcing me to do it. I choose to do it.
Doesn't the government look at us like that though?
No.
Because isn't license your driving license is a privilege?
Yeah. And who paid for the service?
But it's a privilege.
Who pays to get their license?
Don't you pay taxes?
Answer
That's
the fucking question. Who pays for the roads and the license system? Who pays for all that?
Taxpayers.
Who pays it? Who hands out the money to make driver's license available? Who hands out the money to make roads happen? Who does it?
Taxpayers.
No. The fucking government does. The government is representative. They're paying the construction companies to make the roads. They're paying for the land to make the roads. They're the ones paying to have bureaus that we register vehicles who actually make sure that drivers are safe. They're doing all those things because we asked them to. We set up the government. Stop it. You're going to get fucking muted if you talk over me one more time. Stop it. We created the government. It's a representative government. We decided that we wanted government, and now we have government. The government does what we want it to do. It works for us. Sometimes we don't like it, but that's how democracy works. I don't have to agree with your form of government. You don't have to agree with my form of government, but you know what? I want to have a driver's license that you have to actually sign up for and prove that you're capable of driving. I don't want some jackass who just bought a car, has no idea how to drive, to get that thing on the road and drive like an asshole and kill 10 kids in a minivan. I don't want any of that shit. So this idea, this nonsense talking point that I'm a fucking slave because I have to apply to get a driver's license, I'm asking for that. I want that. That's how representative government works.
So that same government that the same people like you wanted the 3/5 compromise in the original documents,
no,
right?
not like me. I didn't want those.
Like you?
No, not like me.
Oh, but you said the people make the government.
I said people, not me. I didn't vote for the 3/5 compromise. Did you vote for it?
Okay.
Did
so who
you
had control
vote
over that,
for
though?
it? Answer the fucking question or I'll drop you. Did you vote for it?
No.
And neither did
here.
And neither did the fucking I. So don't put this in my court. I didn't vote for that shit.
But that's how governments are made.
I wasn't there. I didn't vote for it.
But everybody stands behind nationalism.
No, I don't. I don't stand behind Christian nationalism. I stand behind a federal government that manages a series of states that are independent but still have to answer to the federal government.
The originality of national identity, it used to be tribes. Then people were like, hold on, wait a second. Let's all stand behind this one. We need to unite people. You do know that history, though.
Yeah, I do know how federal governments work. Yeah, I actually went to school.
Yeah, how nations were made. So, but the thing is it doesn't escape that the debt that the government asked to borrow from private bankers, international bankers, Rothschilds, you know what I'm saying?
None of that happens. You're lying.
Morgans, the
nope, you're wrong.
Rockefellers.
That's conspiracy theory. None of that's true. Our money is created by the Federal Reserve. They don't borrow money from the Rockefellers. Right. They make bonds. They sell bonds to finance the money that they print. Dude. And then people don't fucking interrupt me. Then they sell those bonds to willingly buying owners of bonds. I personally own some of those bonds. That's how we finance the U.S. financial system. The federal government prints the money. In fact, they don't even print the fucking money. They allow banks themselves to make the money. The mint prints the money, and it's all financed through selling bonds that people willingly purchase. No one's forced to buy any of those bonds. Nobody's forced to buy U.S. dollars.
But it's proven that that's created money. It was actually taken to court and won. A dude had
money doesn't exist.
Had a foreclosure house.
I don't know. Yes, exactly. We're trying this again. Money does not exist. Money is a thing that we invented as a way of tracking value. That's all it is. Money could be a fucking pen. It could be a piece of paper in my pocket. Money doesn't exist. We invented the monetary system. The monetary system does what we need it to. When we need more money in the system, we print more money. When we don't need more money in the system, we buy back the money and eliminate it from the system. We manage the amount of money in the system. The reason why we manage the amount of money in the system is because it's like a shock absorbing system. We can bounce back from things, or we can lessen the blow of certain things by maintaining the amount of money. That's why we don't have hyperinflation in the USA, but they have it in other countries that don't have any economic system that's not based in Keynesian models. There's a reason why we went to the Keynesian model. It's because when we were on the gold standard, it was completely unstable.
They controlled the money now.
There's no
the families control the money.
There's no families. It's the fucking Federal Reserve. And do you know what the Federal Reserve does with all of its profits? Please tell me you know. At the end of the year, when the federal stop talking, no one can hear you while you're talking over me. No one. Just so we're very clear. Every fucking time you talk while I'm talking, no one hears you. So stop doing it. What happens at the end of the year when the Federal Reserve has money left over? They have a surplus. What do they do with it? What do they do with it? What do you think they do with it?
They're supposed to give it back, I thought.
To who? Who do they give it to?
I think it was supposed to go. I mean, I'm not.
You can say I don't know. If you don't know, say I don't know. You can say I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know on this one.
They send it back to the U.S. Treasury to our economy. Yep. The Federal Reserve works for us. This nonsense, garbage conspiracy theory that somehow the Federal Reserve is propped up by Jewish bankers in Europe is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. And I hope that you understand that no one can fucking hear you while you're talking over me. I'll tell you 1,000 times. Every time you do it, you're wasting your breath. Every single time. There's no Jewish bankers in the US or in Europe that are controlling our money system. If you believe that, you're the dumbest person on the planet. And I don't even feel bad for you if you believe that nonsense. But I hope you know that what you're doing is perpetuating harmful and dangerous anti-Semitic talking points, and you should be fucking ashamed of yourself, and your mother should be embarrassed that you're perpetuating harmful anti-Semitic tropes. All right. Now, this conversation has run its course. He has nothing. He's full of conspiracy theories. I'm too tired for it. I'm done with this guy. This guy's insane. Anyways, For all my Jewish friends that are watching, I fucking will not let conspiracy theorists throw you under the bus. I won't do it. I refuse to do it. That's bullshit. The same reason why I won't let white nationalists throw immigrants under the bus. Marginalized communities always deserve to be protected, especially against dumb assholes who think that conspiracy theories are educated opinions. They're not. Okay, I'm going to grab a couple of super chats and we'll get our next guest in here. William, my friend, thank you so much for the super chats. Says probably all the Christians are celebrating their version of Pride now that it's no longer a sin as the end of Pride Month. It's interesting to me how many conservative Christians talk endlessly about the ills of homosexuality, yet weirdly enough, when they all get together for conferences, like Grindr gets overloaded and the servers get bogged down. It's weird how that happens. Rock hard for Doug. Great to see you, my friend. Thank you for the $20 super chat for the AK fund. Says it sounds like the Christian Bible is being taken out of context, like out of context of reality. You're not wrong. That's exactly what happened. The Bible, if you have to read the Bible and justify it, it's going to leave reality. It's gone. It's not in the same world we are. Ben Hook says, get well, AK. Well, thank you so much, Ben. We all appreciate that. And AK appreciates it as well. And Brandon, thank you for the $20 super thanks. I super appreciate that. And Sir says, Justin, is there a good book to study the early church fathers without Catholic bias? I want to know what they said about the Hebrew scriptures and investigate for fraud. Okay, sir, this is a really good question. There are two methods I would suggest for studying the early church. Now, I do it the old school way. I'm going to give you an easier way. Hold on. There is a early church commentary that you can purchase now. I don't know if all of them are done, but you should be able to get them on like christianbook.com and Amazon. It's a commentary of the Bible from the early church. Let's see. I'm trying to get the exact name of it. But it's actually pretty expensive. But it's 14 volumes. Okay. I'm going to show you a used copy from the interwebs of the series that I'm referring to. Even the used copy is like $350. It's not cheap. It's not even loading. But it's Ancient Christian Commentary on Scripture, I believe is how it comes. Give me a second. Shit, it's updated now for 30 volumes? Damn. Okay, here's a set. 1 second. Okay, so here's a set from Christian Book. I told you it was expensive. This one's $1,000. $1,000. And to be fair, if you got $1,000 to spend on a commentary set, this would be fine. You can do it. You can do it. You can search through this commentary series and find how they were interpreting particular Bible passages. But you could also get the free and ever available Philip Schaff Church Fathers. He does the Nicene and the Ante-Nicene Church Fathers. You can get a free PDF copy. Let me see. A PDF copy from lots of different websites like Christian Classics Ethereal Library from Internet Archive. Internet Archive's got the Early Christian Church Fathers by Philip Schaff, all 38 volumes for free. And then what I do is I just search through the volume for the Bible passages that I want and whatnot. Now, that being said, I haven't used it, but I know it exists. I believe there is a Kindle version of the Philip Schaff commentary or the Philip Schaff Early Church Fathers, where every time a Bible passage shows up, they link it to the actual Bible passage. You can click on it and it'll take you to the Bible passage, so you don't have to have two resources open. That's available on Kindle, if I remember correctly. But you can get a free PDF version, and I've done this. It takes a long time, but I've done searches through the Early Church Fathers where literally all I'm doing is studying one particular topic, and I spent months digging through all the early church writings to do it. You certainly could do it. Electronic tools make it easier because you can do word searches. That's super easy, but that's how I would do it. You don't need $1,000. Atheist named Lilith says, I don't have anything to say. This is for AK. Well, thank you so much for supporting to the cause. We're going to get AK as close as possible to getting all of her needs met. And Mindy says, that crash out was funny. I'd run too if I knew I was going to get absolutely cooked. Cheers. That was a fun one, wasn't it, Mindy? And Tony, thank you for donating $10 to the cause. I appreciate that. And also another one from Brent says, only a hose beast fails to mention Teeth and Bunny. I mean, Tooth Fairy and, Tooth Bunny in the Pantheon. Please use this for medical care, or better yet, singing lessons. So you've been here for a while. Well, thank you, Benny. I appreciate that. And AK really appreciates it. And trust me, my voice is so bad, I can't promise you that singing lessons would ever help it. Mike says, epilepsy is not a special needs category. Half a brain comment is meaningless due to plasticity. And also, we don't have evidence. Why did that person keep saying that? Well, Mike, they kept saying it, and then they couldn't support it. That's why I kept asking what the evidence is. And Rip Steak, thank you for the super chat, says, there is something about a martini, ere the dining and dancing begin. And to tell you the truth, it's not the vermouth. I think that perhaps it's the gin. Get well, AK. So this is the second super chat of another one. I don't actually see where the first one went to. Unless it came in out of order. This seems like a song lyric, and I don't know where the song lyric comes from. But thank you. Listen, thank you so much for supporting Ripsteak, the cause that we're here collecting for our friend AK. I really do appreciate that. And another one from our friend Sansabark. Sansabark, thank you so much for the super chat. That is very generous. Says a little something to help AK and their medical stuff. And speaking of medical stuff, kidney stones are not of Doug. Amen. Doug didn't send kidney stones. He says, it's your crappy kidneys. Stay hydrated, folks. Well, thank you so much, Sansabark. And I agree. If you stay properly hydrated and your body isn't malfunctioning, you shouldn't be getting kidney stones. You should be just fine. I wouldn't worry about it. All right, we're going to get our next guest in here. We've had a guest waiting in the TikTok queue for a while named Drigo or Drygo, maybe Drigo. We'll see. How you doing, Drigo?
Whoa, Justin. Hey, how you doing?
Doing good. Thanks for asking. How do I pronounce your name?
You can pronounce it however you want. I let everybody else do it. It's Drigo, but everybody call me Drago, Drygo. It don't matter.
Drigo, I could do Drigo. Okay, Drigo. What's your faith background? What's your belief?
My faith background is I was born a Baptist, but no, currently I'm an atheist.
Oh, W.
Hey, I want to apologize for Jesus Saves too. I'm not sure if it's the same Jesus Save, but and I don't know if you might remember me or not, but you see me quite often send a super chat and under the moniker Godlike Atheist on YouTube. But I just recently you remember. So yeah, I'm just recently getting into TikTok, and what I come to find out is there's a lot of contention in these lives. I didn't realize it was like this. Is it always like this?
It depends on the guests, and it depends on how long I've been live for. So I've been live now for about 7 hours. I'm gonna be live for a little while too. So I'm starting to get tired and irritated with the guests that are like more obnoxious than others and refuse to answer questions and want to gish gallop. So some of that's on me. You know, some of that's my fault for just being on here for a long time, but I want to stay on as long as possible so we can we can raise as many funds as possible for our friend AK, who really needs the help. Like, her family's not helping. She doesn't have anyone else in her life that can help her out. Like, so it's like, this is a member of our community and she needs our help. So this is what we do.
Oh, that's a beautiful thing, man. I commend you for that. Really, I do. And like I said, you already know I'm an atheist, so I'm probably not going to be that very interesting. But I do want to bring up something that I've noticed in these lives, if you don't mind. Maybe you can help me. Well, okay, so I've been in a couple of lives where people have this modalism type of idea, but they don't call themselves modalists, but they combat Trinitarians and atheists alike. I've been in Trinitarian lives, and it's very difficult for me to get into an atheist live because as soon as they find out I'm an atheist, they kick me.
That's because everyone here is wanting to see a debate, but I think one of the problem why modalism fails in the Christian worldview is because if modalism is true, that means Jesus was praying to the air when he was praying. He wasn't praying to anyone.
Yeah, and I've sat in a couple of his lives, and what I try to do is I try to like bring the contention down because a lot of times they think that's what I'm coming to do. I'm not really coming to debate. I'm really trying to get an understanding of what they believe. You know what I mean? Not to see if I can accept it, anything like that, but I want to know if you're actually a threat to society or not. Because I think that the disconnect. Go ahead, Jess. I'm serious.
No, I'm funny. It's funny the way you say it. It's just that Christians do think I'm a threat to society.
Exactly, and in my mind, if you think I'm a threat, then I need to determine whether or not you're a threat. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah.
So I sit and I try to get an understanding, and some of the things I've come across, like I'll listen to what they say, and then I'll explain it through their mode of logic, through their line of logic, and demonstrate that I understand what they're saying. And they'll let me sit on the panel, but a couple of times I won't let them know I'm an atheist. So I'll let them read scriptures, and then I'll demonstrate that I do understand the scriptures. I'll demonstrate it right off bat. But then I let them know I'm an atheist, and now I didn't understand anything I just explained to them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's like, wait a minute.
They think that if you're not a believer, then you're just you're no longer valid for interpreting the Bible. You're excluded from the club.
And that's bad. And I want to apologize to you because, like I said, I'm not sure if that's the same Jesus saves, but I think that's the same Jesus save I was in a live with recently. And I'm apologizing to you because I've befriended a lot of these guys and young ladies on TikTok, and I've already been following you. So because I follow you, they might just end up coming across your feed and start dropping in more.
It's possible. I don't mind. We've seen all kinds of knuckleheads come up here, but Drigo, I appreciate you stopping in, and I really appreciate you watching and supporting the channel and sharing the channel with others. I'm going to grab another theist, hopefully another theist, and bring them in and see if we can do some cooking.
Okay, and good luck with your endeavor, man. That's a noble cause you're doing right now.
Hey, thanks. I appreciate it. I really want to help. As someone who's been around people with chronic illnesses, it's really easy to feel like you're completely helpless because at a certain point you are helpless. Like at some point you have to be dependent on others, and if there are no others to help you, what are you going to do, right? So that's why, like I said, when somebody needs help, you just help them, because you never know if you're going to be in the same situation and you're going to need help, and people are going to be too busy, or they're going to, think that somebody else can help you. Like there's always a reason not to help, but I think the best thing to do is just to help, even if you think that you don't have to, do it anyways.
I think that's a noble thing, bro, and I actually aspire to be in your shoes to help someone else like that one day, man. Thanks for having me.
Thanks so much, Drigo. I appreciate it. Cheers, buddy. And he's right. I had this conversation with Benny a long time ago. I think one of the really good, one of the reasons why having a larger platform is so good is because you can do good things with it. That's one of the reasons we talked about early on, things that we could do once our platforms got bigger, and we talked about doing these types of charity events. And I'm so lucky that I have so many people supporting my channel that we can do this kind of stuff. Because there are people that are getting help. We did one for Joyful, we did one for Crystal, and we did a Deconstruction Junction fundraiser earlier. And so we're able to actually help people. We can meet them because God's not coming to help you. It's not. Walking Dad says, you go to hell for not accepting JC. Well, that is true. Does that mean people who are severely developmentally disabled are going to hell, nonverbal people? What about the 1.4 billion polytheists in India? So this is a good point, Walking Dad. And we've done this before because the Bible says that no man comes to the Father except through Jesus. But then when you press them on it, it's clear that they don't believe that. There are loopholes, like the Native Americans have never heard about Jesus, about people that aren't mentally equipped, about people that die young. There's a million loopholes. So, and so if that's the case, and some of those people are actually sinful, if that's the case, then there's no reason why God can't let anybody in. Like, the belief in Jesus should be irrelevant if you've got all these loopholes. And MILF says, if God's not real, then who shit my pants? If God's not real, then who should? I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. You had a good argument there. That was a good argument. I don't have a rebuttal. I have to think on that. MJJ says, happily catching the live today and bonus points for helping support a good cause. I've got some fine German lagers to enjoy. Oh, I'm jealous. With the barbecue this afternoon as well. Prost. Well, prost to you, and thank you for joining and supporting the cause. And please enjoy the fine lager for me. I can't really drink and do this until like the very end of it because it'll inhibit my abilities. But last one from It's Me says, it's amazing that believers read a little bit about the Bible, set it down, and then speak as though they are God. Reminds me of Mr. Potato Head. Am I old enough? Does anyone remember when they actually made a Mr. Potato Head cartoon, like in the late 80s? Not only did I play with a Mr. Potato Head, I quite literally watched the Mr. Potato Head cartoons. They were pretty decent, actually. Anyways, thanks for the super chat. Let's grab our next guest. Been waiting for a while on the YouTube queue. It's Yahweh. I didn't know we were going to get a visit from Yahweh today, but here we are. How you doing, Yahweh? Yahweh? Hola. No, your microphone is muted, Yahweh. Just so you know, no one. Your hardware microphone is muted. Okay. Well, when you get it figured out, come on back. I'll grab the next guest. Looks like next in line is going to be Jace. How you doing, Jace?
Good, Mike. How you doing?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Jace, are you a believer?
Deconstructing, man.
I feel it. It's a long process. What stage are you in?
Start of the year, I renounced the faith. I wasn't in churches. Long story, man. Our daughter passed away 14 months ago. She's 13.
Sorry to hear that, man. That's awful.
No, cheers, man. Yeah, and that started the process.
I get that.
So, I've come across your channel just recently, and yeah, I've obviously reached out because I want some advice down this path. I guess you could clarify me more of a mystic Christian. I grew up with martial arts background from my ages. And the Gnostics, they raise, and the Cathars, obviously the Council of Nicaea in 325 was a abomination. So what are your thoughts on Gnosticism?
So I think Gnosticism is fun. I regret that I haven't studied it as much as others. I focused primarily on the Hebrew Bible when I was in school, but I've read enough of the Gnostic texts to know that I think they were trying to come to grips with the Hebrew Bible, because so like if you read the writings of the early church father that weren't Gnostics, right? A lot of them, they don't like the Old Testament. They have to allegorize it. They have to say that it's theological. It's not literal history. Moses didn't really give the laws, or that he gave the laws, but the meaning of the laws aren't what they actually say. They have like alternative meanings. And so like the way the Christians were treating the Old Testament generally was like, words don't mean words. The Gnostics were like, no, words must mean words. And they're like, if we're reading this book literally, it looks like, first of all, there's multiple gods, which seems, according to the Hebrew text, that seems to be clear. The God of the Old Testament, if we're being honest, he's not a palatable deity. So one of these gods must be evil. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I obviously came to God 26 years ago. Thought, well, hey, this might as well learn about him. Signed up for a diploma in the Bible and Christian ministries. Started noticing these inconsistencies. You take it to your pastor, you take it to your college students, teachers, and they just tell you, have faith. Yeah,
right.
God will answer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I lost my daughter, man. I sought answers. He's silent, and it was time to take it away from his feet, as Christians say, put it at the feet of the cross, and say, hey, I want answers. If you expect us to defend you, you better give us some ammo.
Right, and that's fair, isn't it?
These are pretty big moral issues.
So, like, if you look at the demands on Christians, right? The Bible demands that you give up everything. They're like, it's a free gift, but you have to literally give up everything, take up your cross, and give your life for me. But I'm not going to give you a single lick of evidence to believe this. I'm not going to answer any of your prayers. You just have to do it because I said so. But that sounds like a cult leader. That's what a cult would say.
I agree, brother. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I was never comfortable in the churches. I spent 2.5 years while doing the diploma in the churches and was out of there. I didn't actually finish it because the last stage was the ministry, and that wasn't going to happen. So I agree with you. The cult is and the mindset of a Christian. I mean, my wife, she's struggling with it. And you show them what you guys talk about here. Isaiah 45:7 is, I guess, for me, is the one that shows everyone the true nature of God.
Right. That's where God says he creates evil, or you could interpret
he makes
it.
peace and creates evil. All these I do.
So, like, if that's the case, if God created it, the question that we would ask is like, well, why? Why did he create evil if he didn't have to?
Hence my questioning about the Gnosticism. They have an answer for why we're here. The demiurge, the underling, basically a piece of shit. And the archons, the story. Now, again, none of us know. No one's got an absolute. So we have to put aside, I guess, personal indifference and go with what you say, the evidence in front of us. And we don't know the beginning or the end, even though there's speculation about it. However, when we start to calculate the world we live in, if we say that Jesus took the victory 2,000 years ago, I'm still seeking the fruits of that victory physically. I don't see it in the world. I see dictators and tyranny and ego controlling the masses. And so therefore, I have a lot of conflict with God and the Christian Bible about all of this. And I guess why I'm coming to you, brother, is you were a minister, am I correct, or a pastor, should I say?
Yeah, I was in ministry for more than 10 years.
Okay. How did you go a 180 and not a 90, if you can understand that analogy?
So I actually did do a 90 before my 180. And so not everyone does. I have a very good friend, Chet, who went from Christianity to atheism like right away. I actually didn't. I deconstructed like one step at a time where I was like, okay, Christianity can't be true, but maybe the God of the Old Testament is real. Maybe that's a thing. And then I really dove into that concept and I realized, well, that couldn't be true because the God of the Old Testament is saying all kinds of shit that's just not true. His prophecies don't come true. They all fail. So I'm like, so that can't be from God. So I was like, okay, well, maybe that God doesn't exist, but there's another God, a God that's not really well described with any of our religious texts. And so I kind of had a belief. I was like Gnostic for a while, or agnostic, not Gnostic. For a while, I was like, well, I don't believe in the gods of these religions, but surely there must be some kind of a God. And for me, I was only there for a couple years, and I studied some science during that time period, and I just kind of thought about it for a while, and I came to my conclusion that it doesn't make sense to believe in the God. It seems like it's just kind of a vestigial organ of my previously held beliefs. When I tried to justify it, it's like, what evidence can I find to support the hypothesis that there is any God? I actually couldn't find one.
I agree. Yep.
So it was at that point that I was like, well, I guess I just have to let it all go.
I like that. That's good, man. Thank you. Yeah. Like I said, the Gnostics, I guess, coming back to with my martial arts background, it is quite high. The ability to produce chi energy, I guess Christians would say, well, that's the Holy Spirit. And that culture, we used to break concrete or bricks every Sunday as part of our training, and you would have to go through a meditative state. Now, a lot of people say, well, you're clearing your mind, you're doing whatever. I've done feats that I would consider humanly almost impossible to not break your arm or do all this. Now, there is a process of body conditioning or this and that. The feats that we do lead to that there is something out here. Exactly what you is, if we look, getting messy. The other day, yesterday or the day before, I saw something about, you said time is outside of with God. The existence of time is eternal. Do you recall that one?
So yeah, in my worldview, I think time is a property of the material universe, and that seems to be in line with what not Christian, what science teaches. But if there's always been some kind of a material universe, that means there was always time, and it seems like that is the case.
Okay, cool. I agree with you. My thing is that if we looked at I know the scriptures is so hard when you're deconstructing. So there's two creation stories, 1 and 2. Yep, obviously you know that. My understanding of that is because there was two creations. The first creation was the one where God formed the angels. Now, my personal discussion is, well, how did angels have sexual organs and be able to reproduce on the earth?
Or why, better
what
yet.
were they doing?
If God made them, right? If God made them, why would he make them with sexual organs?
What were they doing in the realm? So to me, an angel is just a job title.
Well, so you're not wrong. You're correct, because the original word for angel that we get in the Hebrew Bible, malach, just means messenger, and it's funny because it's really related to the name for king. King is melech. So you've got melech, and then the messenger, which was typically associated with the king, was malach. And so originally the idea of an angel was just a messenger of God, like somebody who does God's bidding. But the problem that we have is it seems pretty clear that that is a geographical reference. So like if you're a human being, you would describe one of the sons of God as a messenger of God. You don't know if it's one of the gods or the God. It's just a messenger of God. So that fits. Now, if you read the ancient Ugaritic literature, they talk about these angels, these messengers, and they refer to them as sons of God, like actual children of God and his wife. So it'd be the 70 sons of El and his wife Athirot, also known as Asherah in some texts. And so this seems to be, it finds its way into the Hebrew Bible, where we have this idea that there's one God named El, and then there's other gods underneath of them. But in the Greco period, in the period of the end of the Persian period, they developed this idea of created entities, and they translated the sons of God as angelos into Greek. And angelos technically were created beings, but the original idea of these sons of God were that they were literal sons of God. They eventually changed to be created sons of God.
Okay.
There's a book I would suggest to you if you're interested in the topic. There's a book by John Day. He wrote, let me grab the name of it. I think it's Yahweh and the Gods and Goddesses of Ancient Canaan. Let's see.
Canaan, okay. Gods and Goddesses of Ancient Canaan. John Day. Cool, man. Lovely.
Oh, Yahweh and the Gods and Goddesses of Ancient Canaan. He dives into this a little bit. I think it's a really good read on the topic. And for deeper reading, you can get some stuff by like Mark S. Smith. He dives into this topic as well.
Sorry, Mark S. Smith, was it?
Yeah, Mark S. Smith. And I think Mark Smith is professor emeritus at Princeton, if I remember correctly.
Okay. I'll have a look into it, my man.
But these are really good authors that can explore some of these topics of like, okay, what's the Hebrew Bible really saying about God or the gods? What does it mean, right? I think these two authors do a good job of trying to figure out, like, when the ancient authors were writing about God, what did they actually think? What was in their head?
Okay. Now, if I may cut you here, you've obviously read these books.
Yeah. So I read them way back when I was in seminary.
Okay. So these didn't work for you. What was it about them, if I may ask?
Well, I don't think I would classify either of these two people necessarily as Christian.
Okay. Either way, I'm not fussed on that. Yeah, an argument either way is still an argument.
Okay, so I was studying them because I was studying the concept of the divine council, and at the time I was studying them, I was already no longer a Christian, right? So I think the information they have is valuable. I don't think necessarily that it's going to lead you closer or further away from religion. I think it's just really helpful information for understanding the text.
Okay. All right. No, I just, thank you for taking my call, man. It was nice to actually speak to a human being about this. I don't have a lot of network around me that actually even understand what's going on.
I get it.
There's
It can
no
be
one
lonely.
in my circle that, sorry, man.
I said, I get it. It can be lonely.
Yeah, yeah. And so, but no, thank you again. And look, I guess my only thing is I do find I've had personal experience spiritually that, and it's manifested in front of my family and other people. So when we say the proof of the Bible, don't be wrong, man. I think that's, like I said, we understand what's happened. The vision that if these were Mesopotamian and they've just mumbled it all together, then we have to question is why did God allow this to happen?
Right.
And so my only thing is I'm not trying to convince anyone. I'm just trying to say, please keep an open mind, because there is a possibility. There's always a possibility that if God manifested himself, if you look at the two creations and the first, I have this understanding of the two Adams. So the first Adam was the body of God created. So when we come back to the angel realm before the creation of the heavens and the earth, it was obviously a realm. And that's where the original, I guess, settlement of spirit beings lived. And God manifested himself into a spirit being the first Adam. The second was the Adam of earth, made of dirt. So when we look at the complexity of good versus evil, it's actually not that, it's light versus earth, the material world, and what our physical bodies strive to attain, all the, the thrills, all the emotions, all this. When we can let go of that, then possibly we can seek our higher selves. I just hope that we're all wrong and that there is something wonderful for all of us out there.
So, I mean, I think you've adequately explained the Gnostic position pretty well. They believe that they thought the resurrection of the body was nonsense.
Yep.
Like, no, we don't want that. That's crazy. Get that fucker out of here. It's
already dying the moment it's Oh, so if I may, for any Christians listening out here, and I just want you to understand one thing that really got me over this era. So I'm 50 years old. And everyone come and celebrate it. I own a commercial gym, so I've got people around me. So everyone's coming up saying, happy birthday. I'm like, listen, there's nothing like being reminded that 50 years ago, God formed me in the womb, told me he loved me, and then upon my birth, rejected me and called me a sinner. Why?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I hope they are challenged, and they've got to stop attacking you and come with a more open mind. It is disgusting, and I struggle I don't know how you do this, brother. The constant.
Some days are worse than others.
I bet they are. Well, anyway, bro, I've got yards and gardens to look after, and I really do appreciate the time today. I don't know what time it is in your time, but thank you, and I will continue watching, and I hope people are just a bit more easier on you.
Well, thanks so much, Jace. I appreciate you coming up, and it was great to hear where you're at in the journey. And if you need anything, you know where to find me. You can also email me or hit me up on the Discord if you need any resources. But it's a long journey, and I'm glad you're just getting through it.
Thank you, my man. Thank you. So and have a great day, and I will continue watching you.
Thanks, buddy. Cheers.
Great. Thanks, mate. Bye.
We needed a call like that. We needed a palate cleanser. I know some people wanted to hear some debates. I get it. We're going to get some debates going, but I needed a palate cleanser. I was tired of yelling at those schmucks for the last 7 hours. Big W to Jace for deconstructing. It's not easy. It's difficult work, but he's doing the work. For those who don't know, friends, we are still raising funds for our friend AK, who's in deep need. I'm going to put on the screen briefly, 1 second. You take a screenshot. You can donate directly to AK Borealis at the I can't say the word that are there, but at the things provided here. There are also links to that in the comments of the video. You can donate directly. All the super chats and all the funds being raised here will go directly to AK Borealis and will allow her to hopefully get insurance again and be able to at least get some of the medication that she needs that you can't afford without insurance. Her medication is like $1,500 it was a month or a week, I forget. It's crazy, but you can't afford any of that nonsense without insurance. So we're doing everything we can to help our friend AK, and we're going to get the next theist on the line right now. Thank you so much for everyone being here and donating to the cause. It really warms my heart that we're able to do this kind of a thing. Welcome in, Charlie.
Hi, so I'm a friendly, but I have a question, please.
Sure.
Please don't laugh at me. I've been laughed out at so many lives, and I'm really scared of asking this question.
It's okay.
Oh, I am 27, by the way, 1997. I know I sound young. I heard from a very popular delusional Christian content creator that she believes that Jesus had a daughter with Mary, and that's supposedly the Holy Grail. I'm putting Holy Grail in quotes. Please don't laugh at me. I was just wondering if you ever heard of that. I think she's an idiot, but I just wanted to know if you heard of that. Sorry if that's a stupid question.
You're not wrong about what they said. There is a belief that Mary Magdalene did, in fact, have a relationship with Jesus, and it got popularized in a book that was written a while ago called "The Holy Blood, the Holy Grail." In fact, I'll show you the book. I mean, I don't recommend reading it. It's not a good book.
You
but
also believe she's an angel as well.
Oh boy. Well, that's something.
Yeah.
Well, I'll put it on the screen so everyone can at least see the book. I've read the book. It's probably been 10 years since I read it. Listen, it's a fun read. Okay, it's a fun book. But if you go into this book thinking that this is legitimate history, and that scholars would accept any of this nonsense, you would be wrong. But it was a popular book. It was a New York Times bestseller for a while. It was by Michael Bagent, Richard Lay, and Henry Lincoln. There we go. I can't say it. Holy Blood, a Holy Grail. It's an interesting book, but that's kind of where this concept comes from. There's like one or two documents in the apocryphal New Testament texts that kind of hint at the idea that Jesus gave special knowledge and special things to Mary. In fact, the disciples get upset with Mary. They get mad that Mary was imbued with special knowledge that they weren't allowed to have. But all of these are like late Christian apocryphal forged texts that have no bearing to history. So, but they're certainly not from the Bible.
She's telling everyone that Jesus had a daughter called Sophia, and she's the Holy Grail. And she's like saying that she's an angel because she believes she sees stuff on her body and all this shit.
Yeah.
I'm really sorry for coming on. I just need to ask a person who would know this thing.
So, yeah, the Sophia nonsense is because there is a divine attribute of God that is personified as an individual in Psalm, I think it's like Psalm 2, or Proverbs number 2, I think. Let me double check. So there's this thing that happens in, I want to say Proverb number 2, where wisdom gets personified as an individual, and the individual takes the name Sophia because the Greek word for wisdom is Sophia, if I remember correctly. Let me double check. Anyways, Philo picks up on this. So Philo picks up and does other attributes of God as personified beings. So this idea that there's an alternative personified being named wisdom, that is like an offspring of the deity, it comes from that weird nonsensical Gnostic belief.
Thank you for having me. Sorry to bother you. Have a great day or night.
That's okay. Thanks for coming up, Charlie. Good to hear from you. Yeah, she must be talking to some really interesting Christians. You don't find a lot of Christians that believe in this form of Christianity. It's not very normal. But let me grab a couple super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. I am FMS1 says the evil socialist country Finland gave me a free kidney transplant because I needed one. So more than happy to some of my money to help others in need. Praise God. Well, thank you so much, INF, and big W to Finland. Actually, I had a lot of friends who went to other countries to get procedures done. It's hard for me to understand how broken our medical system is here in the States. I'm just lucky that I can afford insurance, but even insurance, shit, they deny half your damn claims. Like you have to freaking hire lawyers just to get your claims, admitted so you can get your procedures paid for. It's insanity. Fixit says, I begged for decades for God to speak to me, and he never would. It wasn't until finding your channel some months ago that I gained some real peace. Thank you for what you do, and praise Doug. Well, Fixit, thank you so much for letting me know, and I'm sorry that unfortunately, like many people here, myself included, God just doesn't answer prayers. And the most harmonious explanation of this is because he doesn't exist. And Elder, thank you for supporting. It says, my wife and I are so sad for AK and all she's going through. Sounds really awful. All our love, praise Doug. Well, thank you so much for supporting. And yeah, AK is really going through it. Like you guys hear the phrase going around, going through it. AK is going through it, friends. She really needs our help. And Larry sending out 5 DZ debate gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Larry. I appreciate that. And another support from CanBest. CanBest, thank you for the $27.99. Says the more I hear believers talk about these ridiculous stories as if they were true and justify horrible RBC ideas in the more I worry about our future. Well, I actually agree with you. I think if we can learn anything from the current Christian movement, it's that they're not interested in peace. They're interested in domination. Bearded Heretic, my friend, great to see you, says, giving more money because Jacob made me sad. We need as many of us alive and healthy as possible to combat this bull. Here you go, AK. Well, thank you so much, Bearded. Super appreciate it. And you're right. The more people that are out here saying the true things, that are out here combating the nonsense, I think the further society gets. That's just my opinion on it. So there's that. Let me just grab a couple more super chats, guys. We have so many super chats. I still have like 100 or more super chats that I haven't got to yet. You guys have been so helpful and so generous in this fundraiser. Randy says, watching Jacob is painful. The scripture is so simple, and he sits there and lies to himself in order to defend his religion. Yep, you have to. You have to. Without lies, Christianity dies. And Jason, my friend, great to see you as well, says it doesn't cost to be kind. I agree. It costs 10% of what you earn to be told it's okay to be kind if you're a Christian. Christian nationalists are the extreme movement who wants all of your dignity. The caller is in a cult. Couldn't agree more, Jason. Could not agree more. And you're right. It doesn't cost anything to be kind, friends. And Dan says, Jacob seems allergic to answering questions and following conversations. Yep. Yeah, we've seen that. We've seen a lot of that tonight. People are allergic to answering questions. They can't do it. Kyle says, oh, they are definitely not separate from the other nations around them, especially when Israel soldiers get their reward for conquering a city, their spoils of war. Yeah. The women, the children that you kidnap, those are your spoils of war. You get to keep them. They're yours. And Dave says, you're amazing. I've only recently discovered your videos. I've considered myself agnostic until recently. I've learned a lot from you on how to articulate my beliefs. Thank you. Well, Dave, thank you. And I appreciate you for supporting the channel. And also thank you, CJ, for supporting AK with a $20 super thanks. And Marcia, thank you so much for the $9.99. And Hepure says his kids want to play. This is an old one. And now you know I've got a ton of these. His kids want to play at the splash park. His wife wants him to get off the call. And his phone battery's at 7% right before he leaves. What was that call? That was a call of madness, but I'm glad he stuck around. And Ren says, thank Doug, it's over. For the love of Sharon, keep smoking, Justin. We're going to keep smoking, friend. We're going to keep smoking. Let me grab just 1 or 2 more super chats. Miserable losers from Tate. This is a Christian that's been crashing out in the comments for like the last 2 hours. Been crashing out entirely in the comments, and he wants you to know through the love of Christ that all us atheists are miserable losers. I could be wrong. I'm just spitballing here based on appearances, but it might be that he's a miserable loser based on the comment. And Terrence says, a little something for AK. In us, we are covered, so take a bit. Well, thank you so much. It's very generous, Terrence. And I know you guys have a great medical system as well. It's embarrassing. It is embarrassing that our medical system is as bad as it is. Welcome in, Mars. How you doing? Mars?
What's the word, man?
Mars, are you at least 18 and are you believing?
Yo, can you hear me? I'm 25. I age with time. I believe in what exists.
Which is what?
Math and science.
Do you believe in God?
Of course, it's a part of math and science historically.
Does your God have a name?
Yeah, Elohim.
Okay, so you don't believe in math and science. Cool. So what would be the best argument or the best evidence for your particular God being real?
Start with a good foundation. Don't not believe in something just because you hear it.
I don't believe in it because there's no good reason to believe in it. And I've already read the Bible, and I don't think that the Bible is believable.
I'm not talking about the book. We're talking about life. What is Elohim?
Oh, where did you hear Elohim's name from?
What does Elohim mean?
Elohim is a concrete abstraction from the ancient Semitic root El, which was initially the primary god of the Canaanite pantheon, and it became an abstraction because when you make something plural, like Eloah, which is what it was another name for God, it becomes a name for a general divinity. So the actual name of God is not Elohim. The word Elohim is a concrete abstraction to refer to some sort of divinity.
That was a nice paragraph. Do you believe in one definitive being?
It's also true, but no.
What does that mean? It's also true, but you don't believe in one definitive being?
No, it's true that the word Elohim is a concrete abstraction rather than a name.
I didn't ask about the evidence. I just asked you a simple question. Do you believe in one definitive being?
No. Why would I?
Let's imagine you exist, then. Do you not believe in your own body?
I do exist as far as I can tell. You exist as far as you can tell. That has nothing to do with some sort of creator that made us exist.
Literally the philosophy. That's it. You exist, I exist, and we share that existence.
That's proof that God doesn't exist.
No, that's proof that God does exist.
No, it's not. It's proof that God doesn't exist.
Okay, you can deny it, and that's fine.
I'm not denying it. You haven't actually provided an argument.
I gotta go. We talked.
Yeah, I would go too. We did talk enough. You brought literally nothing to the table. Your parents should be ashamed of you. They should put you back in your room even at age 26 and make you stand in the corner. All right, let's try somebody else to see if we can get somebody with an actual brain. Shannon says, hi, Justin. Can I suggest that if you do a stream twice per week for investment in Robinhood with these stocks for friends in the community that there are in need? Oh, yeah. I am an avid investor, by the way. I appreciate the suggestions. Although I don't do, like, I have no idea if you're being serious or if you just want like pump and dump your favorite stocks. But I certainly do believe in investing my money. So thank you for the stock tips, but we don't do financial advice here. And that being said, I've never met somebody in real life that told me to invest in a stock that actually performed well, that wasn't some sort of a pump and dump, except for maybe some of the hot ones that we all know are going to go up. And It's Me says, Jacob, that plane never even got off the ground. Hail Doug. Yeah, because Doug would keep him grounded. That's the problem. He has no Doug in his life. Kip, thank you for the $10 of super support. I really appreciate that. And also from Red Shrek, thank you so much for gifting $50 to our friend AK to help the cause. Red Shrek says, hi, Justin. Can you clarify if there's a contradiction between Exodus 21 and Leviticus 25? In that Exodus 21 allows a Hebrew to enslave a fellow Hebrew, but Leviticus 25 doesn't allow that. Am I understanding properly? Almost. Like, I love contradictions in the Bible. I don't think this is a contradiction. I'm going to tell you why. And the nuance is subtle. It's subtle. So in Exodus 21, the men have to be set free. The women are retained as permanent slaves. However, in Leviticus 25, it states that when the slave goes free, they can go back to their ancestral property. Well, I mean, typically this was a man, right? We're referring to men. So as far as I can tell, and I could be wrong, as far as I can tell, Leviticus 25 is really talking about men, heads of households, people who owned property and had ancestral property, whereas Exodus 21 is referencing male and female Hebrews. That's where I think the difference is. But you're right to ask the question, especially because wouldn't the year of Jubilee apply to the woman as well? No, because Leviticus 25 is really about men and the property owned by men. It's a misogynistic book. John, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. It says more for AK, and maybe she can make it to a water park for fun in the future. Well, maybe. She's in Alaska. I don't know exactly what kind of water park she's making it to. Acme Hero, my friend, welcome in. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. It says legal system, education, and healthcare should be all run by the government. Here's a little for AK. I wish I could help more, but I'm in between jobs right now. Acme Hero, don't worry about it. You've always been super helpful and generous. Any little bit helps. This is what makes the community strong. It's not that one person can give a lot of money. It's that all of us can give a little bit and make a huge, huge dent in the problem. And last one from Snipes. Thank you for the $20. It says, Justin, your thoughts for AK truly shows that the basis of morality isn't owned by Christians. Thanks for all you do and best wishes for AK. Doug is good all the time, and all the time Doug is good. Amen to that, Snipes, and thank you for supporting. And you're right. Listen, I don't need a religion to have morals. Like, none of that's actually necessary. You can just be a human being with a little bit of empathy. Welcome back, Alex, again.
Welcome back. What do you mean by welcome back?
Well, your name says Alex again.
Oh, you're the one that got it. Nice. How are you doing, Justin?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Alex, are you a believer?
Yeah, I believe a mind created the universe.
Sure. What would be a good, well, actually, before we get into it, do you believe that it's a specific mind or a generic mind? Like, is it the mind of Islam or Christianity or Hinduism or what?
Just a general mind for now, yeah.
For now. So you do have religion, but you don't want to tell me.
No, I'm trying to like get into Christianity because I was in Rome last week, and I kind of when I was there and I look at all the like landmarks and things, and I started to question myself, like, why would these people do this stuff if they're not convinced in a way? And yeah, I just felt like I was compelled to look at it at least.
So you're Christ curious.
Yeah.
Fair enough. So what would be the argument that would lead me to believe in some sort of creating mind floating around in the universe?
Yeah, there are many arguments that I like, but I think the best one that I got convinced by, and not convinced, but started to believe it's a more rational position than a naturalistic worldview, would be the fine-tuning.
Sure. Run the fine-tuning argument with me.
Yeah, sure. I would just say that under if we take both hypotheses, naturalistic worldview and a God worldview, we would arrive that there is a higher probability of a life-permitting universe under a God hypothesis than under a naturalistic one.
Actually, I disagree entirely. I think the naturalistic universe producing life is 100%.
A trophic principle?
That is not related to life-giving.
Yeah, but what is your argument?
The argument is that we're here, and all the evidence points towards a universe with no God. So in order to posit something that's completely invisible, that nobody has any evidence for, you would need to provide the evidence before you posit it as the source of life. You're saying, life, I don't see how it could happen, therefore it must be from a God, but you have no evidence of a God. Like, you can't propose the probability of a solution on something until you demonstrate that the something exists.
No, I would. So you didn't get the argument, maybe. So, for example, you have no explanations for this finely tuned constants.
I do.
Like
First of all, I don't think
Sure.
anything's finely tuned. That's your first problem, is you've invented the idea of finely tuned, right? The fine tuning argument presupposes that life is the goal of the universe. And you're like, shit, well,
No.
because life is exceedingly rare, that means that in fact it must be caused by something that can cause this unseatingly rare thing to happen. But fine-tuning is a dog shit argument because the universe has no goal in mind. In fact, in long enough, in billions and trillions of years, there won't be any life.
Sure, and again, maybe you're like, I don't know. I'm sure you're just mispresenting the argument. So the argument doesn't say that the universe is made for life. It never says that.
It implies it. Your argument implies it, right?
It
so the minute you make an argument that the fine tuning is a product of God, you're assuming that the goal was to produce life. Like something existing that is rare is irrelevant unless there's something setting that goal. Like if I took a deck of cards and I threw it down in random order, the odds of it landing in that order is like 1 in trillions. But I didn't do anything special. I just threw down a deck of cards. Now, if I threw down a deck of cards and I said, I know the order they're going to land in, and I told you ahead of time what the order was, and they all landed in that order, yeah, that would be a fucking miracle. So it's fine-tuning, like the rarity of life. None of this means anything unless you are already presupposing that somebody has set a goal.
No, of course not. And I have two problems with your analogy. And your analogy doesn't work because you're implying that someone would throw the cards. So you're implying
my analogy has nothing to do with somebody throwing the cards. My analogy is understanding that the probability of any given thing has nothing to do with whether or not it was caused or uncaused.
No, again, that's why your analogy doesn't work, because the throwing of the cards would be caused by you, wouldn't it?
Pay attention, Alex. The argument has nothing to do with the thrower of the cards. The argument has to do with the probability of the cards landing in a particular order. The probability of the cards landing in the order that I throw them down in is 100% because I don't have a goal for the cards. They're just falling and landing. The universe doesn't have a goal. It just is. It is the way it is, right? We can say anything about the universe. The fact that the earth exists where it is like 1 in a trillion children's. Who cares? None of that's meaningful. It's not meaningful until you suggest that there's a goal in mind. Once you introduce a goal, then all of these high probabilities matter.
So firstly, I don't agree with the fact that you're saying something it is because it is. That's collapsing under a brute fact, and under your naturalistic
But God is a
world.
brute fact in your world. The difference is the universe as a brute fact we know exists.
No, can I finish a point, please? So sure, yeah. So collapsing under a brute fact under your worldview is literally incoherent because you're.
Do you not have any brute facts?
No. Do you know the difference?
So
between
God's not a
something
brute
necessary-
fact in your world?
Okay, explain the difference between necessary and brute.
Well, is God necessary or brute for you?
Necessary.
Okay,
there is
well,
a
the
huge difference
universe is
between-
necessary.
Okay, you have to prove that.
You have to prove God is necessary. The universe already exists. So
Yeah,
what I'm
by-
saying is that
by
the thing that we
by
already know
definition-
exists, the thing that we already know,
definition-
the thing that we already know exists is necessary. The thing that we have no evidence of certainly wouldn't be the first necessary entity. First of all, you keep presupposing things without understanding what you're presupposing. Like the universe being necessary is necessary because we already know that it exists and it couldn't be another way. I have no reason to believe that the universe was created. First of all, you haven't even asked my opinion. All of these arguments that you're giving assume that the universe was created. I don't even think the universe was created. I think the universe has always existed.
Of course, my arguments assume that the universe is created because that's my worldview.
So what information do you have that would lead one to believe that the universe was
Of course,
created
of
rather
course,
than
of
always
course.
existing?
Since you like analogies, I will give you one. So, for example, let's say that one day you go out at night and you see like written all over the sky that God made this, possible human language that we have. Would that be convincing of you?
If it was in English, yeah, because we know English is a derived language.
Yeah, every language that we can possibly look at, and it's written all over the stars that God made this, God made this. Would you believe that then God exists?
if it was in English and if it didn't spell anything else. Because I don't know if you know this, when you have trillions of stars, you can connect the dots to say anything. That's why we have
No,
constellations.
It's literally, saying literally like written with cosmic dust if you want to, that God made this.
Fair enough. Yeah, if there was cosmic dust in outer space that just said in every language God did this, yeah, that would be pretty compelling, because we know that languages are a product of human minds. Like, we invented language, nobody else.
Sure, but what? So you're just saying that because it's written in language that you would believe that? Not
I'm saying
because it's
written in a language that we humans invented, right? It's a known language. We invented it, which means there must have been an entity that knew our language.
Yeah, but you would say that you would believe it again because it's so improbable that there is no other way to explain it other than that way, right?
Yeah, what I would say is the thing that we're seeing is best explained by an entity that knows the languages that humans are speaking. Now, you could call it an alien force, you can call it God, you can call it anything you want to. The one thing you know about the entity is that it knows our languages. That's what you know.
No, again, you just track a little back. So you said that you would believe that this entity wrote this stuff because it's so improbable that this stuff is written all over the stars, unless...
No, what I said is that I believe an entity who knew our language would have done it. Could be an alien, it could be God, it could be whatever you want to. All we know for a fact is that something that knows our language would have wrote that. As it turns out, we don't have anything like that, so this is a really dumb analogy.
Are we acknowledging that you change your answer?
Nope. I've already heard this argument before. Okay. It's not going to work. Just so you know, like you're not presenting an argument I haven't heard.
But are we acknowledging that you changed your answer? Because firstly, you said, I asked you, would you be convinced? And you said, yeah, if something is written in our language.
And then I explained what my answer was, and the explanation of my answer included the idea that it must be an entity that knows our English language. Now, you don't have to like that answer. I know you don't like the answer because you want to tie me to the answer that it must be from a God, but I don't have to give you that answer because that's not my answer. That's the answer you want me to have.
No, you first said it, but it's fine. Okay, sure. So can you explain under your naturalistic worldview, how are these constants that improbable? Again, please.
They're not improbable. Prove that they're improbable.
Yeah, because they're derived from calculations, not deducted. So there is no.
Yeah, but prove that they're improbable.
Sure, Penrose's calculation.
Prove that it's improbable.
Yeah. Penrose's calculation.
Just quoting somebody doesn't mean anything to me. Prove that the constants are improbable. Prove that they couldn't. Prove that they couldn't be another way. Do you have any evidence that they could even be another way?
Yes, of course. Again,
what's the evidence?
You want because so first point of evidence, they're derived calculations, not deducted. Second piece of evidence, something in model.
We're talking about constants. I'm asking, what's the evidence that constants couldn't be another way?
Did you hear me? Yeah, constants are derived from calculations.
No, they're not. A constant is a description of a property that doesn't change.
Just look.
I know language is hard for Phil Bros. Constants are things in the universe that, according to physics, don't change. That's it. They're not derived from math. They're not dependent on math. Math describes them, not the other way around.
Math describes them. I totally agree with that. But they have certain values, and those values were derived at, not deducted from anything.
But they weren't derived.
Oh, sure. Can you just Google it, please?
Google what? What do you want me to Google?
Are the constants derived or deducted?
No, they're not. Math is derived. The constants are not. The constant of, let's say, like the speed of the constant of the speed of light isn't a derived constant. It's a property. It's a property of the universe.
Sure, I understand what you said now. Okay, sure. So, again, second piece of evidence would be
you didn't even get past the first piece of evidence yet.
No, because I understood what you're saying, and I don't necessarily disagree with that.
Okay. What's point number 2?
Yeah, sure. In model reasoning, when we talk about something, it's considered contingent until proven necessary or until shown a contradiction within its nature.
I could give a damn what you think about modal reasoning. Something isn't true just because somebody didn't find a logical contradiction in it. There's no logical contradiction in a lot of things that happen to not be true. So that's meaningless to me. And also, just keep in mind that diving into long explanations about philosophical ideas that nobody here cares about is a really good way to get you booted from the live.
And again, all I'm saying is that if you're going to say that something is necessary, the burden on proof is on you, not on me. I don't have to prove anything because I can present you a paper where like two scientists, a physicist one, which is an atheist, and another physicist that is a Christian, make models of different universes with different constants. And they do the models and they have no problem with the universe producing like stars, planets, etc., but without life.
So what? What the fuck does that have to do with me? Listen, the universe is immensely large. The fact that a computer model couldn't identically simulate our exact universe is meaningless to me, being that computers are in fact a product of the universe and lacks even a fraction of the data and computing power it would need to create a model of the universe. We have no idea how large the universe actually is. So the fact that two guys at a computer couldn't put together a model of the universe that resulted in The Sims is a meaningless point of data.
Not saying that. I'm just saying that you can change the constants anyway with that models and the universe.
Again, you don't know that. We don't even know what all the constants are yet. We're still learning about the universe. You have no information that would say that. You have no information, Alex, that the constants couldn't be any different. And again, I'm going to call you out every time you do it. You keep making life the goal of the universe every time. Your whole argument right now is that, well, some guys on a computer model changed some of the constants and it didn't produce life. I don't give a fuck. The goal of the universe is not life. You have to establish a goal setter before you get to establish a goal.
Sure, let's look at then. Let's look at the initial entropy then.
I don't think you know anything about initial entropy. We have no idea what the initial entropy of the universe was.
We have no idea what the initial entropy of the universe was.
I'm saying we have no idea how much entropy is in the universe to even know how much is in the initial universe. All you have is conjecture and theories. Hold on, Alex. So let me ask you, because I can already tell where this conversation is going. Do you have any background in physics?
Yes.
Okay. What's your education level in physics?
University.
You have a bachelor's degree in physics?
No, first year.
Okay, so you're a first year physics student.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what university are you going to?
Sofia University.
Who?
Sofia University.
I don't know about that one. You're obviously not in my country, so whatever. I don't know anything about your university. Nevertheless, okay, so you're a first year physics student, okay? Now, go ahead with your entropy argument. And keep in mind, it's going to go as well as the last 100 people that tried it.
No, I don't have an entropy argument. I'm just saying that the initial entropy of the universe is so... Do you know what... That's what I said about Penrose's calculation. It's about initial entropy. And it states that if the entropy... Yeah, it states that the entropy... That's the entropy problem. It states that if the entropy was changed by 1 into the power of 10 to the power of 10 into the power of 123, I think, anything couldn't form in any way because things would have flown out too fast. So I'm not here presenting life.
What are you even talking about? We don't know. We do not know for a fact how the universe expansion began. In fact, there's recent papers that are explaining that the rapid expansion started from a black hole bounce. Like you keep having these like really firm conclusions from physics because you read a paper by a guy. These are not settled topics.
They're not settled, but
Also,
yeah, every
Roger Penrose believed in a cyclical universe like me, by the way, just so you're aware.
yeah, which doesn't work, by the way.
Okay, so you love Roger Penrose when he agrees with you. You don't like him when he disagrees with you. Well, as it turns out, I actually do believe in Roger Penrose and the cyclical universe and others who posit the cyclical universe that happens to agree with the latest DESI data that shows that the black energy is actually getting weaker, or the dark energy is getting
It's
weaker,
evolving. It's not getting
the
weaker.
acceleration rate of the universe is decreasing. And I'm gonna pause right now. For all the people, atheists and non-atheists, who just heard me say that, and you're going to send me emails and get in the comments and say I'm wrong, I'm going to say it a second time. I'm going to say, put your fucking listening ears on and stop sending me emails. The words coming out of my mouth are the acceleration rate, not the expansion. The acceleration rate is slowing down, which means every so often, the rate of acceleration is decreasing. We're accelerating less today than we were 10,000 years ago. And that will be true 10,000 years from now, even though the expansion of the universe is still accelerating. But the DESI data shows that eventually it won't be accelerating.
The DESI data just says that it's slowing. It doesn't say it's going to keep.
I agree.
Slowing down.
And if you believe in
And
gravity,
you just tried to
then
impose
that means eventually gravity will cause it, once it's no longer accelerating, once it's no longer even expanding, gravity is going to do its work. That's why we have cyclical universe models.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
again,
how do you-
this
how
is the
do you-
problem that
how
you
do you
have
even
is
identify?
you're appealing to models. I'm appealing to
How do you
models.
even
You don't know enough about physics to tell me why my model doesn't work. I don't know enough about
How
physics
do
to
you
tell
even
you why your
identify?
model doesn't work. Neither one of us have any actual expertise. You're like a freshman student, maybe a second semester student in physics. I actually host a show with my buddy Dr. Blitz once a week, although we're on hiatus over summer, a real PhD physicist who agrees with me and not you. So like, these are kind of nonsense arguments, like appealing to one expert that you like, and then me appealing to another expert that I like, isn't a great way of having a debate. And you don't have enough like actual training yet to go really into the science. And I can tell you for a fact that I don't, which is why I appeal to the experts.
So yeah, I talked with Blitz, and again,
Let me guess, and he doesn't agree with you.
he doesn't. But
Okay,
he didn't prove, he didn't prove his point.
does he entertain these conversations as long as I do, or does he move on because you don't actually have any expertise? You're just quoting papers that you've read.
What do you mean? He gave me a paper that doesn't. He tried to like boot me off and gave me a paper.
Yeah, I would
that
too.
have to read.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I read the paper.
Because you actually don't
and
have.
He was wrong about
you have literally no idea. Yeah, the guy with the PhD is wrong about the paper that he read and sent you to read. I believe that.
About it. Yeah,
I do believe. I do believe the guy that's a freshman physics student was bested by a guy with an actual PhD that works with actual physicists. I believe that.
I didn't read I read the paper myself.
Yeah, I know you
and
didn't
gave it
read the
to my
paper. Yeah, you didn't read any of these papers. You just found theories that you like, and you say, "Well, it must be true because the guy I like said it." Until the
Wait,
guy says
you're
something
doing
I
the
don't
same
like,
thing.
and then I don't actually have to agree with it. All right, well, listen.
Okay, what's
Well, so Alex, here's the deal. You don't know enough about
just by
physics.
speaking over people, you're not proving anything.
Alex,
you're
you
not
don't.
letting anyone solve.
Alex, you don't know enough about physics, and neither do I to have this conversation. Do you want to go back to your bad philosophical talking points?
I think he's confused because I think the background says "prove me wrong."
Right.
So the burden is on. But just out of curiosity, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Any of them, let's say I grant any of the models you want, do any of them invoke intentional states?
Sure. And
No, I'll just ask the question again. So some of the models that are written in physics papers invoke a universe created by intentional states?
what would be an intentional state?
A mind with intentional states.
No, but they support the view. I mean,
They support the view of unicorns, but I'm just asking if they have in their model a mind with intentional states.
That doesn't prove anything.
I didn't ask if
He's
it proved
terrified to
anything.
answer it.
Yeah.
I'm not asking if it proves anything at all.
No,
'Cause
of
look,
course they
look,
don't. But
hold
again,
on. Check it out. Hold on. Check it out.
I said no.
I have an
I said
essential.
no.
That's cool.
I said no. You
That's
can keep
fine.
doing
That's
it.
fine. Look, I'm going to tell you why they support the view nonsense is stupid. I have an Essentia bottle of water in my hand. It's not full. It's like maybe a fifth of the way full. I can create a model that says that this bottle of water existed at the beginning of the universe, right? And it fell over and spilled and caused enough disbalance to make the universe start expanding. And sure, it would support the view. I don't, but there's no support the view. Just means like it could have been that. That's nice. It could have been a virtual butterfly that flapped its wings all the way like 100 billion years before the Big Bang event. I'm not looking for supports the view. I'm looking for, is there a model that says that this is not underdetermined?
No, I never said I have 100% certainty that God
I
did
didn't ask for, look, the Big Bang theory itself is not 100% certain. So that's silly.
Yes.
I'm asking, is there a model, and you've already answered, right? Is there a model that posits a being or an entity or a mind with intentional states doing this stuff? And so if the answer is no, then yeah, we got to go back to the beginning. Even if I give you all the toys to play with, you don't have a way to tell me that there's a mind with intentional states in the map.
You cannot say like I mean, you cannot say that it didn't happen because we have no way to prove it.
This is just dumb. This is just dumb because if I was to tell you Bigfoot did it, and you go, well, you don't have a way to say it didn't happen.
I have.
Bigfoot did it,
I
right?
have.
Yeah, but
go ahead.
But Jeff,
Bigfoot didn't do it.
Jeff, have you considered that maybe the
respond
Tooth
to them?
Fairy put Bigfoot up to it?
Yeah,
it was a turtles all the way down of mythical creatures that made the
Absolutely.
universe.
Yep. I appeal to this. Yeah. Alex, what proof do you have that the Tooth Fairy didn't put Bigfoot up to it?
Sure, tooth fairies by definition are physical things. Physical things are created.
No, they're spiritual.
No, they can't be.
No, they're spiritual.
By definition, by definition, a tooth fairy will be a physical.
No, it only manifests spiritually. It's physically, it's spiritual.
No, now
you're just being silly.
Different words.
Now you're just being
if you want
silly.
to call it a tooth fairy,
Alex, hold on. You're just being silly. It's a platonic tooth fairy.
Sure. Then you're just explaining God in different
No.
words.
Also,
you're saying
no.
If you want to call it a tooth fairy,
I'm not saying God. It's not an all-powerful tooth fairy. It doesn't even know how to read.
All powerful too.
It's not. It doesn't even know how to read. It doesn't even know how to speak. All it knows how to do is put the Bigfoot up to creating universes. That's it.
Yeah, the Bigfoot would be physical by definition.
No, the Bigfoot is also platonic. Look, every time you say it's physical by definition,
does it have causal power?
Listen,
does the Bigfoot have causal power?
Of course it does. Bigfoot has causal power, even by definition.
Sure. Is it
Why
physical?
are you interrupting me, Mo?
Is it physical? Because you're making a dumb point, and I have
No.
to
Listen, nothing is physical by definition. That is only for physicalists. Idealists don't believe that that everything is physical by definition, right?
Sure. Again,
okay, great. So then it's not physical by definition. Let's stop being
It has
silly.
causal power. Yes.
Yes.
Is it powerful enough to cause the universe?
We're not talking about it. We didn't say that the thing we're talking about created the universe. I don't know why you keep going to that. Did you say that, Jeff? Did I miss that part?
No, I just said it put Bigfoot up to causing the expansion.
Yeah, no one's saying that Bigfoot created the universe. We said that Bigfoot is just the cause of the expansion. That's it.
Also, hold on. Also, the Tooth Fairy and Bigfoot, dispositional. They don't have intentional states. They don't have free will. They're just acting like cogs in a wheel.
Okay, then.
So there's zero attributes that you would say that's God that you're describing.
No, you said they have causal power.
Yeah, but they don't have free will. They don't have intentional states.
How they not have intentional states?
An avalanche.
Okay.
Listen. Stop talking. An avalanche. Because you're interrupting me, and I'm more important than you. An avalanche has caused. Listen. That's good. You could run away. An avalanche has causal power.
Yeah, so causal power doesn't mean that you are the thing that caused all things to be. Causal power just means you have the ability to cause something. Like, shit, I've got causal power. I just caused his microphone to be muted. Shit.
I literally
Fireworks is
specified
getting
if,
crazy in
if
my
it,
neighborhood. Can you guys hear the fireworks?
Oh
I
my God,
literally
yeah.
said and specified if the thing has causal power to cause the universe, and you said yes.
No one's talking about that.
Okay, to cause the expansion, and you said yes.
There it caused the expansion. Thank you. Finally, you figured it out.
Sure.
Jeff,
So?
carry on.
So if any dispositional item has causal power to cause the expansion, you would call that God.
If any dispositional item has a causal power, is not physical, and
Know what dispositional means?
I have no clue. I'm not native in English.
Okay, dispositional means it's not intentional. You can't do anything. It's like a tornado. It just...
Yeah, then it wouldn't make sense. Yeah, I will not accept that.
Okay, so what I'm saying to you is that anything, like anything that's just doing its thing and causes the expansion, right? Not deciding anything. It's just doing its thing. That's what I'm positing.
That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, give me the... when you say it doesn't make sense, what do you mean?
Give us a contradiction.
Like it does. Like, is that what you're saying? It doesn't make logical sense.
Yeah, I don't understand creation
so then,
without
yeah, so,
intent. Creation. Okay, can I finish the point? Because
No. You not
asked me a
understanding.
question.
You not understanding is irrelevant.
You asked me a question.
I know. I'm clarifying because I'm clarifying what you don't understand.
I don't want you to clarify. I want to answer.
Look, what's going to happen is that they're going to mute you. I'm much more aggressive than Justin is.
This is why Dr. Blitz always kicks him, is because he's not actually capable of having an honest dialogue. All he wants to do is keep corralling you into his script, and it's not even a good script.
So if by listen, hold on. I'm just gonna set the terms here. If by it doesn't make sense, you mean I don't understand it, I don't care about that. If by it doesn't, hold on.
No.
I said if, that's a conditional. Stop talking. If by it doesn't make sense, you're saying you can derive some logical contradiction, that's all I'm interested in.
I literally said.
Sorry, I muted him when he was supposed to answer that time.
Yeah, I literally said creating something without intent wouldn't make sense to me. Can you explain?
No one said anything about creating. Again, you keep adding stuff to the argument. No one said anything about creation.
Okay, what does a cause mean?
When you say creating something without intent doesn't make sense to me, I'm going to just gleefully say I don't.
No, why would they believe something can be created without intent?
I'm not asking you to believe anything. I simply said, if you think it doesn't make sense logically to where you can derive a contradiction, then we're cooking with gas. But if you cannot derive a contradiction, then it's logically possible.
Creation is an act and intent to do something. Therefore, creation without intent would be logical.
We're not talking about creation. I don't know why you can't get this through your head. No one's talking about creation.
We're talking about causes here.
Okay, a cause and a cause of the expansion would be creating the expansion.
No.
That's you smuggling in intention. We've been talking about cause this whole time, and now you lazily bring in a stowaway onto a boat.
Did the universe always existed and he just caused the expansion? I don't understand.
I don't care about that. I'm asking you, what's the logical...
your argument doesn't make sense.
Hold on. If you keep interrupting me, right, two things are going to happen. The first one is you're not going to understand what I'm saying. The second one is I'm going to call you Mowgli, because that means you were raised by King Louie and Bagheera in the jungle, and you don't have manners. I don't want either of those to happen. I want you to understand me, and I don't want to tell you that you were raised by wolves. Okay? So pay attention. The ability of something to create or cause or any of that, I'm not talking about creation. I'm talking about the cause of something happening. And if the cause of, say you find a house that's completely destroyed and demolished, if the cause is an avalanche, then the avalanche wasn't saying, I'm going to break that house. The avalanche is just rolling downhill until it crushes the house. So my question to you is, in a similar way, if the expansion does have any cause, how do you know that that cause was intentional?
I believe the start of the expansion was start of space and time itself.
I don't know how that. What question do you think?
I didn't hear an answer to the question. Do you even know what the question was, Alex?
Yeah, because
again,
I
Alex,
don't
this is
agree
why
with
Dr.
that.
Blitz kicks you every time. I've seen you get kicked from his live stream. You don't actually pay attention to the conversation.
Do you want me to repeat the question and tell you why I didn't answer the question?
I want you to repeat the question because you didn't even listen to it.
Sure. No, I listened to the question. So he asked me, he gave the avalanche analogy and asked me of the causation of the universe. And I don't believe that the universe is just an expansion and that it could have like been in a way like he's imposing because I maybe didn't understand it fully, but he's imposing that the universe would be eternal, right?
No.
Then I didn't get the point. Can you repeat the last part again, please?
The cause of the expansion, whether it's the beginning of the universe or whether the universe is eternal, is irrelevant. The cause of the expansion, how do you know that it was intentional?
How do I know it wasn't intentional? Do you want to reframe that? Maybe I know it's in.
How do you know that it was intentional?
He spends all this time trying to answer
that's a better
questions he
question.
wants you to ask rather than the questions you did ask.
No, but he said it wasn't intentional, and
No, I said it was. I keep asking the same question. How do you know it was intentional?
Because again, under my worldview.
Under your worldview doesn't mean anything to me. Look, what do you think you're doing here? Do you think you're telling us your favorite flavor of ice cream?
No, but
do you think you're telling us which Tamagotchi color you like the best?
I believe
I don't care about your worldview. If you are in an argument, right? If you're framing an argument and I have an opposing worldview, your task, your project that you've decided to sign on for is to tell me why your position is necessarily true. If the only thing that you're saying to me is it's intentional because I have a worldview that says it's intentional, that's circular. No, that's what you're doing, because I said, how do you know it's intentional? You said, because under my worldview. I don't give a fuck about your worldview.
Yeah, I know it was intentional because the result of it is that, again, the fine-tuning argument.
So back at square one with a failed argument.
Okay, no, I got it. Okay, it's cool. So you're telling me that if I throw a basketball with my eyes closed, and it hits a bird, right? And then the bird falls to the ground and lands on a peanut and cracks it in half. That was my intention. I meant to do that 1 in a million shot.
No. And it's not 1 in a million, but sure, yeah. It's
like 1 in a trillion, I would imagine.
1 in whatever it is. It's not a thing that, look, I could tell you I could be trying to do it and I'd have a better chance blindfolded and not trying.
Yeah,
if I was trying to do it, I wouldn't do it.
You're assuming chance with something so improbable that it wouldn't make any sense. Like, you know what you're saying? You're trying to say that
Wait. I thought the fine-tuning thing was the most improbable.
Yeah, that's literally the point.
I'm giving you much more probable than fine-tuning.
Alex,
and you're saying that if I was to do that, it would have, like, I meant to do it. That was the intention.
Here's the deal, Alex. I think in Jeff's verbiage, I think you're a marshmallow brain. I think you've learned a lot of $5 words that you don't know how to use properly in a logical argument. And the reality is the audience doesn't care about bad philosophical arguments and bad arguments from physics that you don't understand. And I've got other better guests waiting to get in. So for the same reason that you always get kicked by Dr. Blitz, I'm going to kick you now too. You don't have good arguments and you're boring.
You look like a retard.
There it
Oh,
is.
there's the Christian. By the way, in addition to the email for the slowing acceleration, my lawyer's gonna send you a bill for $1 for copyright infringement. One whole nickel.
I can work on that. I can handle the nickel, I think.
You can ignore them because they're not licensed and they're not really lawyers, but they're still gonna send it.
Oh, Jeff, I'm gonna grab another guest real quick. You want to hang out?
Yeah. It's Freedom Day.
All right, I'm going to grab one more guest and then probably go through some super chats because the fireworks, now that the sun just went down, are off the chain. They're going crazy, and my whole neighborhood's about to lose their mind, and you guys aren't going to be able to hear me anymore. And I want to get through some of the big super chats. North Star, how you doing?
I'm good. How you doing? Thanks for having me up. Happy 4th of July.
Happy 4th. North Star, are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
I am over 18, and I would like to call myself more of a knower than a believer.
What do you know?
That my God is not imaginary.
Okay, and which God is it?
That's why I came up here based on the prompt.
Yep. And what God do you believe in?
The God that is responsible for the universe.
Does it have a name?
When I say that, it does not have a name.
Okay. Does it have a religion or a book associated with it?
Not really, but it's referred to in a lot of religions and books.
Like what?
So
how do other religions and books refer to it?
Well, this God that you're talking about, the reason why you would assume or ask about the religions and whatnot is based on that.
Well, I want to know what your God is like, which is why I'm asking you about religions and books, because in order to talk about your God, you need to know a little bit about your God. So
yeah, my God is the universal intelligence.
Okay. So what would be the evidence or the argument that would lead one to believe that there is a universal intelligence that is your God?
Most of the mathematics that we know and use, a lot of the science and physics that we'd like to know and use, and some of it within the theoretical realm. And even in that theoretical realm, we use that in reality for this realm or reality that we live in, knowing that it's theoretical.
Give me the formula.
Well, do you believe in the theory of relativity?
Do you think the theory of relativity points towards a God?
No, I didn't say I believe in it. I asked, do you believe?
Give me the formula that goes to your God. That's what I want. I don't want the formula of Einstein.
Yeah, the universal intelligence.
What universal intelligence? You have to demonstrate that there is a universal intelligence before you appeal to it as God. How would you demonstrate that there is a universal intelligence?
The ecosystem here on this planet, the way that it has to work, and the way.
How is that caused by universal intelligence?
Well, that's in science. Like I said, the ecosystem.
It's not.
It's
just biology, bro.
Right.
I want to test. I want to test a hypothesis.
Mm-hmm.
What is a formula?
Are you asking me what a formula like? Are you asking me like a specific formula or just the definition of formula?
No. I want to know, when you say formula, what do you mean?
Basically, like the best way to just put it in a nutshell, the ecosystem.
I love it.
It could be looked at as in a formula.
Okay.
Without certain things can't happen. Certain things can't exist.
All right.
Certain things can't equal out to what they are.
You confirm my hypothesis like instantly, just using buzzwords. What do you mean when you say formula? Because if you say the formula is an ecosystem, you should have just said ecosystem.
I didn't say that.
Okay, so maybe I misheard. I'm sorry. When you say formula, what do you mean?
Well, first off, I came up here based on the prompt.
Buddy, we're trying to understand your words.
I know,
Yeah,
and in order to do that,
you said, hold on. Let me just make clear. You said that the thing that leads you to know that God is not imaginary is mathematics and the formula and the ecosystem, and certain things can't exist without other certain things. So let's start at the beginning. Like, I assume you and I and Justin have the same definition of mathematics, right? Like
I
playing.
wouldn't assume. I wouldn't do that.
Okay,
You know
so
what assume
we'll
is
start
about.
there.
Let's not do that.
What? No, that's. I thought we all agreed on mathematics, but we can start there. What do you mean when you say mathematics?
The
I mean,
basic,
obviously he means ecosystem, Jeff.
just. I mean, you want to answer it, or do you want me to answer it?
No, I'm just dogging on you. Go ahead.
Right. I get it. I do want to be respectful, and I do want to entertain the chat too, like you guys do.
I mean, you have to understand too. I mean, to be fair, some of this is entertainment value, right? You understand that.
Absolutely, and we're gonna get to that. Sometimes the entertainment is an intellectual guest coming up and challenging.
I'm waiting for one.
Challenging the prompt.
Yep.
The prompt is why I'm here.
Well, let me know if you find him. You can send him my way.
No, well, check it out. Check it out. The
Let's
prompt
be
is a
intellectual.
very. Hold on. Let me just address the prompt, because you guys put yourself in the situation with the prompt when you say your God is imaginary and prove you wrong.
Can you prove us wrong?
It's my God.
Can you prove us wrong?
Absolutely, because
that's what
it's
we want.
my God.
Prove it that your God exists.
Yeah. So and as I do so, like I would also ask you the same thing. As I do this and we're going through it, are you going to be able to prove me wrong? Because it's my God.
I actually don't have to. If you can't prove your own worldview, it's not on me to disprove your worldview. Same reason why you can't prove that the tooth fairy doesn't exist.
When you say my God, are you saying that it's a God that only belongs to you or only exists to you?
I'm just addressing the prompt. The prompt says your God.
I'm just going to ask the question again. When you say my God, right, like in your God, do you mean a God that only belongs to you or only exists to you? What does the my mean there?
I'm only answering the prompt.
That's cool. That's cool.
So it would be my God. It would be my God.
Hold on.
I answered it. It would be my God. Based
Great,
on what
great.
the prompt says, right?
Let's start over again. And
Right.
you listen to the question that I am asking.
I heard the question.
You did not, because you didn't answer it, right? You answered somebody in San Jose who said, "What does the prompt say?" That person is not in this live, and they're not on this panel. Jeff is on this live, and Jeff is on this panel. And Jeff asked, when you say "my God," right, and you pat yourself on the back, are you saying "my God" as, because you said it is my God? Are you saying it's my God as in it only belongs to you, or are you saying it only exists to you? What do you mean? What do you think "my God" means? What are you ingesting that and decoding that to mean?
Okay, Jeff, I'm going to answer your question. I'm answering the prompt. So it's both yes to both of those.
Okay.
It's mine, and it only exists to me, and I'm going to prove
Great.
it to you.
That mean, hold on. That's perfect. I love that. If it only exists to you, then it is imaginary.
Not necessarily.
No. Yes, necessarily. Absolutely.
Not at all.
Yes,
Not at all. That's what I'm here to do.
Hold on.
Hold
on.
God is not imaginary.
There are zero things in the universe that only exist to one person that we would not classify as imaginary.
Jeff, I was answering your question. Your question was directed to me.
Yes,
right?
You answered it.
Hold on.
You answered it.
Hold on, Jeff. I did answer it. I answered it multiple times, and I let you ask me multiple times, and I answered it in the way that you'd like me to.
Yeah.
But like you said, let's start over. Based on the answer that I gave you was from the prompt, and the prompt says your God is imaginary. So when it says your God, it's talking about me. This is a God that I believe in and that I know exists. Now, with that being said, I'm sure there are a plethora of people that also can relate to what I'm about to talk about. And that's the reason why you asked about religion, not you, Jeff, but the host. You asked about religion as soon as I came up here, because there's a plethora of people that refer to this type of God that we're going to talk about. But I don't put this God as a entity. Like I said, it's an intelligence. So we can go from there as we're starting over. Like you said, you wanted to start over, so I hope that was a good foundation for us to start from.
So I think if we're back at square one, we were trying to define what the evidence of your God was, and where we got off the rails was when you said ecosystems are formulas.
Yeah, I referenced the ecosystems because I was going to use the evidence within mathematics, physics, science, biology, whatever type of ways that we all, I'm assuming that maybe we're all American and we have that standardized American education that we can refer to when it comes to proving this, as far as mathematics, as far as science, biology.
So
physics.
Can you provide me with the math that leads to your God?
Sure, the math, absolutely. Like, especially within physics, and I was sitting here for a while, and it was interesting to hear you guys talk about the universe and the causes of it.
The math. Well, I'm asking for the math that ends in your God. Can you
Absolutely.
give it to me?
That's we talked about theory of relativity. I brought that up.
What does relativity have to do with your God?
That's reality.
But no, what does relativity have to do with your God? Do you even know what the theory of relativity is?
Yes, because you keep asking me about my God.
So what does relativity have to do with your God?
Context. I keep wanting to put it in context.
Okay, stop. Just pause for a second. Pause for a second. You brought up relativity from Einstein, right? Formulated E equals mc squared. You brought up relativity. I assume you mean special relativity or general relativity as evidence for your God. I want to know what's the link.
No, that's not.
What does relativity have to do with your God?
I wasn't finished talking because that wasn't where I was going with that. That was just part of the science and the physics, because that's all theoretical. But it's also something that is very based in science and physics that we use in this reality, but we don't know that it is not proven to be fact, correct?
What?
Can we all agree on that or not?
All you said is, can all math and science be a fact? No, some math and science is a fact, and some is theoretical and some is not. I want to know what math and science results in your God being real.
Okay, I would like to get back to that conversation on the universe and the expansion of it. As I was sitting here listening, I wish I could have came in on that. I wish we could have 2-on-2 with that.
Fair enough. You're here now.
Causation. Right. So you brought up the expansion of the universe is de-accelerating.
No, I didn't say that.
Also
and I'll say it again for the audience, because I'm sure somebody misunderstood me. I have never in my life ever, in the 41 years I've been alive, ever said that the expansion of the universe is accelerating. It's not. And I've never said it. I said, no, listen to my fucking words. I said the expansion rate, the acceleration rate of the expansion. The acceleration rate of the expansion is decreasing. The acceleration rate of something is different from the something. Do you understand that?
I do understand that.
Okay. Now, according to the DESI data, the universe is still expanding and it's still accelerating in the expansion. The rate of acceleration is slowing down. That's what the data is suggesting.
And that would make sense. And with that being said, it would. So with that being said, I would believe that it is deaccelerating from a certain source or a certain point. Does that make sense to you, or would you?
I mean, from the center, I would imagine.
From the center. So I would refer to that center as source.
Right, but I'm asking what would lead me to believe in a mystical source as opposed to a black hole.
It's not a mystical. Yeah, it's not mystical. This source is an intelligence.
Right, that's what I want. Like what's the link? What's the link between the universe?
Is not an entity.
I know what
source.
I know what you believe. I'm asking, why would you connect these things to your belief?
Okay, because within this expansion, so from this expansion, we get life. And what we know to be fact in life and in biology is one of the number one rules to such thing, the number one rule in nature. Would you consider the universe part of nature?
Everything that is in fact in the universe would be natural. Yeah.
Okay, so that intelligence, part of this expansion, is
I didn't say
to
intelligence. I'm trying to figure out where you get from
I know
nature
you
to
didn't.
intelligence.
I know you didn't. I know you didn't. I heard what you said, and I was picking up from that. Are we on the same page? Or
No.
not? No, we're probably not on the same page.
I've been
All right,
asking you for 10
so
minutes to make the link between nature, math, and science and your God, and you haven't done it yet.
we were getting somewhere when we're talking about the expansion coming from a certain point. You referred to a black hole, did you not?
Yeah, if you believe that the expansion of the universe is in fact
Hold on, wait a
a
minute.
result of a black hole bounce, which I think is a pretty good explanation. It's not the only explanation. It could be a result of dark energy. It could be a result of something else. All I'm saying is the universe seems
But you
to
said
be...
dark energy is getting weaker too, isn't it?
Yeah. Weaker. I didn't say it didn't exist.
I didn't say you did it.
Right. So I want to know where an intelligent mind comes in. That's what I want to know.
It's an intelligence. See, even when you say a mind, we can say, okay, even in the mind, would you connect mind to consciousness?
Yeah. There's no consciousness outside of minds.
Right. And is consciousness something that you can see?
It's something that you can analyze and measure. You can't witness it with your own eyes. I mean, technically,
so when you analyze,
I mean, I'm witnessing an unconscious stream of nonsense.
Okay, so even in the analytics of you measuring and seeing it, with you measuring it, is that not mathematics?
Yeah.
And in the analytics, would that not be science?
We use science and math to describe the world around us. Yeah, we do that. We invented math and science.
So we're getting on the same page. When
I don't think we are.
God. This is my God.
Does your God think?
No, it doesn't.
Your God doesn't think? It doesn't have any thoughts?
No, it does not.
Do you know what the word intelligence means?
Not the definition, the dictionary definition.
Christ, I can't with this.
I can give you.
All right.
I can give you a definition.
This guy can't be real.
I mean, you're sitting on a computer.
There's no way somebody like this
exists. You're sitting on a
exists.
computer. You're sitting on a computer, bro. So you ask me a question and you want me to give you a definition, and you'll look at the computer and you'll read the definition, and if it's not exactly that,
it's not even fucking close. Not even in the same world. The definitions of intelligence is the ability to acquire and apply knowledge or skill. So if you don't have a thinking agent, you don't have intelligence.
My God does not have that.
Oh, then your God's not intelligent. So your God's not intelligence.
My God,
you've created a God that is not only not intelligent, but is indistinguishable from nature.
No, that is the God, nature.
Nature's not a God. Nature's not intelligent.
No.
Hey.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
So North Star. Welcome to the fucking club, buddy. You're an atheist. You believe in a non-intelligent nature that is the source of all things. You're just calling it God, but it's not God. God is an intelligent entity that created all things, and you don't believe in an intelligent entity, which means
you just said what God.
Which means you are an atheist, and you don't even know it yet. So, welcome to the club. You're an atheist.
You're a believer for clicks.
I'd like to call
he's a
it
troll.
Offside.
He's not even real.
Personal foul traveling. Like, we went through all of that, and at the end he goes, "Yes, my God." Why didn't he open with "My God is nature"?
That's crazy that he went through all that.
That's absolutely. You know, I was streaming before Assassin's Creed, and there are these missions that they give you where you go from one end, like from one town to another. And when you get to that town, they go, "Oh yeah, the thing you're looking for is back in the town you came from."
Yeah,
that's what this is like.
That's fucking what just happened.
Like, what are you saying? Math and physics and all of this stuff. My God is nature. Just say that.
This motherfucker's in the TikTok comment saying that he got him. There's no way that he's not a troll. This dumb son of a bitch that's up here trolling us. He's not for real. No one's that dumb. I want to be clear. Nobody in real life is that dumb. That's below the bar of the ability to be human beings and have intelligence. Anyways, AK is back with us. Let's say hi to AK. Hey, AK.
Hey, how are you?
Great. How are you?
Good. Oh my goodness. It's like 75 degrees in Alaska today. We're melting.
Yeah, I was actually curious what the temperature was gonna be like for you, because here it was actually kind of pleasant, which is like usually right now it's pretty damn hot, but it's pretty damn good.
It's nice. We have a nice breeze going too, so it makes it even better.
That's good. I hope you had a good time with the friends and family.
Yes, we did. And I'm kind of jealous about you guys actually getting to see fireworks, because if you try to light off fireworks in Alaska right now, you're not going to see anything.
Dude, I'm getting cooked right now. The neighborhood is going off. So my neighborhood, we've got some old timers, but we got a lot of young immigrant families as well that love America and they love fireworks. And so
That's awesome.
They're losing their damn minds tonight. On every 4th of July is like this. It's like you're in the middle of a battlefield. Fireworks everywhere.
Did you ever, as a kid, play Roman Candle Wars, where you would shoot Roman candles at each other? Okay.
Yeah, 100%. So,
but thank you guys so much. Yeah.
AK, for those who weren't here a couple hours ago to kind of hear your backstory, and we're gonna because it's getting late, so this would be the last time you get to let everyone know who you are. Could you kind of fill in some of the guests that have just recently got here as to what the situation is? So we're raising money for our friend AK. We've done a pretty good job tonight, but every little bit helps. All the super chats and everything else from the stream tonight is going to be donated to AK to help her get back on her feet, and then also the matching funds that have been donated. And you can donate directly to AK at the accounts provided in the description, which are shown here and here on the screen, depending on which stream you're watching. But AK, can you fill everyone in on your kind of situation, like why we're doing this fundraiser? Because when I first heard about it, I was heartbroken that you were even in the situation to begin with.
Yeah. So in 2016, I got sick for the first time. I started going anaphylactic out of nowhere. 10 years in now, I'm deathly allergic to dogs, dog dander, dog fur, dog saliva. I'm 13 ICU stays in with intubation, used over 100 EpiPens. And that is due to an illness called mast cell activation syndrome, and my IgE cell is producing histamine, basically. And then I have so I have to take a medication called Xolair for that, and those are $15,000 an injection, and I need 2 a month. And then I have what's called common variable immunodeficiency, and in your blood you've got your IgG, your IgA, your IgM, and that is what keeps you fighting. Those are your warriors fighting the good fights. And so my body doesn't produce any of them, and I have to do self-administer immunoglobulin infusions once a week. And so for the people who have ever donated blood and plasma, if you've ever wondered what is going on with that, it goes to help people like me on top of emergency care. And so that helps me build up my immune system. So, because the most common form of unalivement with common variable is respiratory failure from the common cold. And then I also have what's called Ehlers-Danlos, and it's a connective tissue disorder. A lot of people call it hypermobility. I'm super flexible, but my joints dislocate really bad. And I've had 4 knee surgeries on my right knee and 2 in the last year. And my second patellar ear kneecap reconstruction just failed. And so I need another surgery, which we'll find out more next week. Yeah, look, my kneecap's in my thigh. Isn't that impressive? My doctor goes, your kneecap's in a different area code. You have to laugh about it too. And then I have POTS, it's a heart issue. electrolytes do help, but basically when you guys stand up too fast, a lot of people will get stars or something. If I move a certain way or do something or overexert too much, I'll just face plant and pass out. So, but yeah. So we just the cost of care in Alaska is obscene, and so we had to pick between our house or insurance the past couple months. So clearly we went with our house, and so yeah.
Well, we're glad you're still here with us. We're going to do everything we can to ease some of the pain, and hopefully we can get good news in the near future about your claims for disability. Hopefully we can get something like that to go through that should help. But AK, thank you so much for being here, and kind of, you popped in a couple times tonight, even though you've got family functions and stuff like going on. And this was kind of a fundraiser that we did for you, just because we heard the situation, and AK never asked for help. She's just out here sucking it up like a trooper. And so she, anyone who has anything to give, even $2 is super helpful to help AK get back on her feet. It's super hard to have chronic illnesses. You could feel fine for shit like even a year or two, and then all of a sudden a chronic illness flares up, and you're on the edge of death, and you're hospitalized for 3 months at a time.
Yeah, because it's not part of the plan. I was in my master's degree to become a special education teacher. And then so I fell back on my previous job, which was working in organ and tissue donation. And then it's just like, you want to be a productive member of society, but it's your body just won't let you. And it's so frustrating.
Right. Right.
Thank you all for the support, because as Justin has mentioned before, my family does not believe, not my husband or my children, but my extended family, including my parents, do not believe I'm sick. They think I have demons.
Right, yeah, they think you're demon possessed. Like, they don't believe in medicine.
I don't have anaphylaxis. I'm demon possessed. I was like, I would like to thank the Academy for my performance on anaphylaxis then. But so just this community truly has saved me in more ways than one. I just want to thank you all so much, and thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you, AK. Thank you for being a member of the community. We love and appreciate you. And special announcements, we just got another $250 from our friend Mark Ballman. Thank you so much, Mark. That's super generous. Mark now giving $500. Mark's crushing shit tonight. Thank you so much, Mark.
Thank you. Oh my gosh.
This is amazing. The community, the deconstruction community really, can move me to tears sometimes, just how good and generous and loving and kind the community is. Funny, and we could do all that shit without a God. It's weird how that works.
Isn't that odd? Well, I hope you guys have a wonderful evening again. I wish I could express how much gratitude I have. My family, my husband, and my kids, and we also take care of my brother's children. We're foster parents for my brother's kids. They've all wanted me to say thank you so much, and they're just overwhelmed. So
absolutely welcome. I'm glad I can help. Thank you so much for being here, AK.
Thank you. All right, you guys have a good day. Bye.
So it's past 10 o'clock here, and the fireworks are going to continue to pick up here. So I think what I'm going to do is hit some of the major super chats and probably call it a night. While we're reading super chats, friends, you're welcome to send any additional support. Anything is appreciated. When everything settles in the accounts in like the next day or two, I can go into the Discord and tell everyone how much we were able to raise for our friend AK. I have kind of a dollar amount in my head, how much I was hoping to raise, so hopefully we'll get pretty damn close to it. That being said, every dollar counts. I know there's some people that are thinking, like, well, shit, I only got $1. Listen, if 1,000 people only have $1 and everyone donates $1, you got $1,000, right? So I get it. I know there are a lot of people in the community that are hurting, but I do know one thing. I do know that when a friend needs help, you help them. And when you're that person that needs help, you can feel like you're you're isolated, you're on your own, and that no one's ever going to come to help you, and this could be the end of the road, right? It takes people to step out of their comfort zone and say, I'll help, I'll do something. That's how we turn the tide. That's how we support each other as community members.
They're asking where do they donate?
Oh, great question. So all the super chats are being donated from my account, but the easiest way, the best way to donate is to send to the accounts on the screen. There are links in the description of the video that will also get you to the direct accounts for AK Borealis to donate. So you can take a screenshot now, or you can go to the description and click on the links. I can't announce the names that are on these links because TikTok will ban the account, or they'll kick the account off for the night. But that's the best way to give, is to those two accounts that are on the screen and in the description of the video. Everything given through those accounts go directly to AK Borealis. And everything given to me, like 30 to 40% of it, I don't know the total, what YouTube takes, gets taken by YouTube, and then the rest gets sent to AK. So every bit that you, if you want to make the most of the giving, you would give it directly to AK, not through me. That being said, some of you don't have these accounts and you're like, shit, I don't have any of these accounts, but I can still send a super chat. Super chats are fine. I will still make sure the totals are calculated by YouTube, and I send everything over to AK so she gets the funds. But guys, thank you so much for being here and for showing support. And also, while I'm at it, I don't know if you guys know Jeff. Jeff's a great friend of mine. Drop him a follow while we're going through these. I'm going to pop some super chats on the screen. And I don't say this to be hyperbolic, but I have literally hundreds of unread super chats. Thank you so much. Like, I've done fundraisers where we had a lot of big donations, where we had a lot of super chats where people were like $100, $200, $300. And we've had some of those tonight. This has been an amazing fundraiser because we've got so many people, hundreds of people that are like, I got $1, I got $2, I got $3. So we've got hundreds and hundreds of donations via super chat. And I thank you so much for it. But unfortunately, what that means is that some of the super chats might not get read, because I'm sitting here at 10 o'clock at night and I've got hundreds of super chats on the screen. So I'm going to read as many as possible, friends, especially the big hitters, and try to thank everybody for contributing before the fireworks come to take us out for the night. But Grumpy Butterfly says, hang in there, AK, my favorite moose wrangler and light catcher. Well, thank you so much, Grumpy. And being up in Alaska, you know about moose wrangling. I was up in Alaska, it's been probably 11 years ago now, but if you've never seen a moose in real life, if you've never saw one at a zoo, man, some of these moose are a sight to behold. They're gigantic. We think of them like oversized deer sometime, but they're not. They're huge. Like, some of them are big enough you could drive a compact car between the legs. They're immense creatures. Really cool. I wish that I could visit Alaska and say hi to AK, but unfortunately my schedule prohibits it. Randy, my friend, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. That's huge, friend. Randy says, get better, AK. And trust me, we're all on the same train here. We want AK to be able to get what she needs to stay healthy. And Adele, my friend, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, more funds for the cause. Thanks for spending your day doing Doug's work. Well, Adele, I really appreciate it. And we've had quite a day here. We've been at it since like 1:30. I think we've had a hell of a day of debates. So thank you so much for being here at the beginning and at the end. You were the head and the tail, my friend. Doc says, beers, slip inside, hot dogs, and Doug. All I need for a rock hard holiday. I'm glad that you enjoyed it, Doc. And please eat some hot dogs for me. I went out last night and celebrated with some friends because I knew I'd be doing this today. But please, if you're out, have some good food, have some hot dogs, have some fireworks. And Tom says, cooking Christians on the 4th of July, that's a form of Christian nationalism I support. Big W, big W. And Larry says, love to AK. Well, thank you so much, Larry. Super appreciate it. Larry, thank you for being so kind and generous. Always up in the live streams helping out. And Mike Leitner, my good friend, great to see you as well. Mike says, are the memberships linked between channels? I think I have 2 and they're not synced. Happy end of our modern democracy, I guess. Truly appreciate all you're doing. Focus on the text and rock hard for Doug. Well, Mike, thank you so much. And unfortunately, if you have a membership to one or the other channels on YouTube, you still have access to the cheat sheet no matter which one you subscribe to. You don't have to subscribe to both of them. Unfortunately, the only downfall is whatever channel you're a member to, you get the emojis. So if you're a member on the vertical stream, you don't get the emojis on the horizontal stream. If you're a member on the horizontal stream, you don't get the emojis for the vertical stream. There's no way to cross those two streams. But my guess is most people who watch vertical always watch vertical. Most people who watch horizontal always watch horizontal. So I would say just subscribe to the channel that you like the best. But Michael, thank you so much for being here and being a subscriber. And McLovin says, Doug bless AK. And I hope AK does feel some blessings from Doug today. Noka, thank you so much for the 200 NOK. Noka says, this is my gift, which I will call a blessing from Doug. May AK's health be rock hard for Doug. That's what we want. We want rock hard health for AK and allow her to get her patella fixed, allow her to get the medication she needs to manage her chronic illnesses, and allow her to be able to get back on some insurance. This is a really big deal, guys. You guys know how much health insurance costs. We need to be able to help her get back on insurance so that she can get covered. There's a possibility in 2026 that she'll finally get her disability and might get some insurance through the state. We don't know if that's the case. We don't know that. She might get denied again. It might get passed down to the lower court. They might say F off and not give her the disability. When my mother was getting on disability in my particular state, we fought for 2 years. We fought with the government for 2 years to get her on disability, and she's blind. So it's not an easy process. Like, just because you're disabled doesn't mean they're going to give you disability. Anyways, Marcus, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. It says, I think my favorite thing apologists do is that little sigh when they've been proven wrong about a text that they brought up, like it's a sign that the meat is fully cooked. LOL, get well, AK. I wish I could do more. Marcus, that's more than enough. Every little bit helps, Marcus. And you're right. There is a sigh that the apologist does when they've brought up all these arguments that they were so sure were going to work. They knew they were going to work. And then they didn't work, and they're like, "Ah, fuck. What now? I didn't have any other tricks in the bag." Crimson Wolf, thank you for sending out 5 deconstruction gifted memberships. Big W. Those are 5 more people that have access to our deconstruction cheat sheet. And Atlas, thank you so much for the $50 super chat for AK. Says, praise Doug and lots of love to AK. Thank you so much, Atlas. That's super generous, super appreciated. And Xerox123, great to see you. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. It says, as a disabled person who is lucky enough to be on Social Security disability myself, here's a little bit of mine to help AK. A rising tide lifts all boats. We're here for you, AK. Well, that's such a good sentiment because, like, listen, life is hard, and I'm glad that you're able to get on your disability. There's a lot of people who couldn't be here without it. We had a recent friend, actually. We had a friend of the deconstruction community not that long ago that passed away who was on disability, and it was the only thing that was keeping him alive. So disability is a needed component, and right now we have some people in government trying to get rid of the damn thing. But thank you so much, Xerox. I really do appreciate it. I know AK really does appreciate it as well. And Holofurfy, Big W Holofurfy, thank you for gifting out 50 Deconstruction DZ Debates gifted membership. That's huge, friend. That is absolutely huge. And also, Mindy says, throw in a super chat again for AK. And hot damn these callers tonight. Time to invoke the power of Doug. Callers were off the hook tonight. Aaron, my good friend, great to see you. Says, Justin, Rothschild-funded Jewish space lasers are so obvious. How can you deny this clear fact? I'm sorry, I forgot about the Jewish space lasers. That's my bad. I'll take that on me. The Rothschilds did fund the Jewish space lasers. And Gus says, good work. Well, thank you so much, Gus. Thank you for supporting the work. I really appreciate that, friend. And Buzzard Luck, thank you for gifting out 20 DZ Debates memberships. That's huge. That's huge, friend, and it's very generous. And also from Flubber, actually one of my favorite movies when I was younger. Thank you, Flubber, so much for the $50 super chat. It says, we atheists are just the worst unless they are compared to theists. Jesus Saves is the name of the most crooked financial advisor. I agree. Is threat to society the name of a band? This is for AK, Rock Hard for Doug. I don't know if that is the name of a band, but it would be a good name for a band. I'd listen to that band. I absolutely would. Thank you so much, Flubber, for the generous super chat. That's huge. That's really huge. I really appreciate that. And Andy, thank you for the $9.99 super thanks. And also, Jack, thank you for the $9.99 super thanks. Super appreciated. And David Cook, thank you for the $50 super chat. Big W, David. Thank you so much. David says, I'm an EMT and we had a frequent flyer with that connective tissue disorder. We transported her at least twice a week. It was heartbreaking how hard it was to get the treatment she needed. So, David, this has been my experience. So my mother and some of my good friends have chronic illnesses, and this is what I know. Hospitals and doctors don't want to deal with them. EMTs don't know what to do with them sometimes because they haven't seen some of these rare disorders, right? So getting the care that they need is next to impossible. And because they have to go to 5 different doctors to get what they need, it costs 5 times as much as normal people. I go to a doctor and they're like, yeah, there's just a middle-aged white guy. Here's what to do. But when you have a chronic illness, especially a rare chronic illness, you go to one doctor, you go to 2 doctors, you go to a hospital, you go to another hospital. They don't know what to do with you. And they're just trying to get rid of you half the time. It's a nightmare. All right. Thank you for the words of support, though. Also, TH or T Horton says, for AK from Canada. Yeah, you guys have real healthcare in Canada. Big W for Canadians having real health care. And True, thank you so much for the 400 NOK, says some evil socialist money for AK. Isn't it crazy that we have to have people from socialist countries supporting us here in the USA? You're right. You guys are right, Republicans. We are a welfare state. We're being supported through the kind generosity of people from socialist states who are now giving us charity money to support our Americans that won't be taken care of by the system. We are a welfare state. John, thank you so much for the $25 chat. It says, when will we start marketing fragments of the One True Doug? So this is crazy, John. I've actually emailed some people. I'm trying to get somebody, a third party, who will manufacture pet rocks. I want the actual business that makes pet rocks to do it for me. I don't know if I can get it going, but I'm working on it. I'm working on an actual third-party labeling system where we can sell pet rocks in like a gift store and it will be fulfilled by somebody. So we're on it. And Mark is coming in again. Thank you so much, my friend. Says, I love how fine-tuning bros usually have no idea of what arguments for fine-tuning are, and that even the best definition of fine-tuning doesn't at all prove the existence of a God, much less that he created everything. It never does, Marcus. All fine-tuning does is it says, I'm presupposing a God, right? Because what we see here couldn't exist without a God. Well, we haven't determined that, because fine-tuning presupposes that there's an intention to the universe, and they can't prove that the universe has an intention. The fact that something rare happened doesn't mean that it was designed. And coming in again, Marcus, thank you so much, says, does Hanji, not sure if I'm spelling that right, you actually did, ever come on anymore? I watched the old videos, and I really love her. She loses it at all the right times, in my opinion. Well, Marcus, Hanji doesn't come on anymore. She's helping out with other channels, but she is popular on TikTok. You can catch her around the TikTok deconstruction scene quite a bit. So if you want to see more Hanji, you have to get on TikTok. But you're right. Hanji does have some great rebuttals. And Kevin, thank you so much for the $19.99. You hear my neighbors losing it with these fireworks now. They love it here, and I don't blame them. I love America too, and they celebrate every 4th. I don't sleep at all on the 4th of July, at all. Not till like 4 in the morning because of the fireworks. Thank you so much, Flux, as well. Thank you for the super chat. It says, Jay, have you ever read on Bullshit by Harry G. Frankfurt? I haven't. I would love to. It says, if not, could I buy you a copy? Absolutely. I know you have a lot to read, but it's only 70 pages long, and I'm reading through it while I listen to you cook. Well, Flux, absolutely. You sent me a 70-page book on bullshit. And I will absolutely read it for you. In fact, give me 1 second. Hold on. Is it available on Amazon, the book? I'm going to check real quick. Because if so, I'll just add it to my reading list. On Bullshit by Harry Frankfurt. It's there. Okay, so it's only $10 on Amazon. Okay, so this is what I'll do. I'm gonna add this to my wish list. Hold on. Let's see. Add to list, and we're gonna add it to Justin's wish list. And there you go. It's on the wish list. Now, if you want to send that to me, it's on my wish list. You can go ahead and do that on Amazon. And if it comes in, I'll give it a read. I would love to hear it. A book that is titled On Bullshit is going to be a good read. I know for a fact. Nobody has to convince me of this. I appreciate the sentiment, actually. Flux coming in again. Thank you so much, Flux. It says, Justin, I started taking estrogen in March. Well, congratulations. Since then, my stones have shrunken and it's become difficult to stay hard. Well, hormones to do that for you. Do you have any advice on how I might maintain my relationship to Doug? Well, the good news is you can be rock hard for Doug without an erection. So Doug doesn't require that specific rock hardness. He just requires that your heart is rock hard for Doug. So if Doug is in your heart, then you are rock hard for Doug, friend. Don't worry about what's happening beneath the belt line. I wouldn't worry about that at all, Flux. And Marcus...
Just don't confuse being rock hard for Doug in your heart with an uptick in cholesterol, because that's a different type of hard heart.
Yeah, you're actually right.
Be hard-hearted, but in a different way.
You're right. You don't want that kind of hard heart. You don't want artery plaque at all. That's not the thing you're looking for. Marcus says an intelligent mind comes from a different caller. This guy is literally the dumbest caller of the whole stream that are too scared to claim a religion. Listen, Marcus, that caller was so bad. I'm inclined to believe that he's a troll. That's and we get this from time to time. We get people that are so unintelligent that like, I don't know if this is a troll or if they're really that unintelligent, because it's hard for me to imagine that people are that unintelligent, but it happens. Master Machete, thank you for the 1999. Says, from someone with a significantly less impactful autoimmune disease, my heart goes out to you. Wish all the best. Well, thank you, Master Machete. Really appreciate that. And you know what? I've learned a lot of things from doing fundraisers over the years. I did a lot of fundraisers when I was in church ministry, and here's what I know. The people that give the most often are the people who know what it's like to not have, and it's the people who know what it's like to struggle. Because in your heart, when you see somebody else struggling, you feel it. You're like, shit, I remember when I was in that position. You know what I mean? We used to invite like doctors and lawyers and people like that to our fundraisers. I never gave anything. They didn't contribute at all. We'd have like these nice fancy dinners put on by people in the church that where you would have to like buy a ticket, and then we would have other various fundraisers at the church, and everybody would participate in the fundraisers except for the people that actually had money. They'd come, they'd buy their ticket for dinner, and then they'd leave. Well, anyone who's been to a fundraiser knows that like you don't really make money on the food, like the ticket to get in for the food. Like that's just that's just like to get them in the door. You have to participate in the other fundraisers, but they never do. And they never donate anything extra. Whereas like I'll have like blue class, working class friends of mine that would be at the fundraiser donating all kinds of money. So my history with fundraisers is that I know that regular people that are in these live streams, people that know what it's like to struggle, those are the people they're going to be here donating, because you know what it's like to struggle. And I've been literally ran over by the struggle bus before. I've been like, one bad week away from bankruptcy. I know what it's like, friends. So that, thank you so much for being here, for supporting our friend AK. Jars, thank you so much for the $10 super chat saying all the best. Big W, Jars. I appreciate that. And also from Cognitive Dissonance, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, for AK, first of all, I love the name, and thank you so much for donating. Also, we've got another 10-1 from Kyle again. Says, I had an astral production happen and was wondering if you'd like for me to come up and talk about it. Well, not right now, but I would love to hear about it sometime. If you've been around long enough, you know my opinion on astral projections. But Kyle, I'd love to hear your opinion on it sometime. And also, Johanna, thank you for the $10 5,000 CRC. Says, denying people with pre-existing conditions health insurance is evil and not very Christian. Get well, okay. It is evil. And you know what happened under Obama? These dirty liberals made laws that said that insurance companies couldn't deny you because of pre-existing conditions. So what they do? They said, no, we'll accept you, but you got to pay twice as much, 10 times as much, 20 times as much as somebody who's healthy. So, yeah, cool. We can get insurance coverage, but it costs $5,000 a month. That's not helpful. Anglican choir master says, Justin, the viewers are tanking. Well, because we were talking about philosophy. Please remind our fellow atheists to read the prompt. This is not good. Oh, yeah, shit. Back when you probably sent this when we were talking to Jace. This is why I told you, friends, we've got hundreds of super chats that came in. Like, I cannot tell you how proud I am of the stream, the community supporting the stream, that so many people sent in super chats. We still have super chats from like 3 hours ago that I'm going through. Anglican also sent out 5 DZ memberships. Thank you so much. That's super appreciated. And Kyle coming in again says, I'm the total opposite. I love it when there's a civil dialogue, not a debate or a screaming match. So Kyle, I actually agree with you. I would prefer a civil dialogue without the argumentation, without the yelling and all the shouting. You know what I noticed though, over the time of doing this? Most people will only tune in when things are hostile. That's just the case. The numbers go through the roof when you get a hostile guest. Donnie says, well, sorry, Donnie. Thank you for the $10 support. And Vox says, thank you for the $14.99 says, hi, Justin. What's your opinion on how the word fulfill should be interpreted in Matthew 5:17? Well, I think the word fulfill means to do the requirements of said thing. It doesn't mean to abolish. In fact, Jesus uses it in the sentence in order to differentiate between abolish, right? He says, I did not come to abolish, right? So in order to define the word fulfill, it doesn't matter what you think it means. What you know is that fulfill does not mean abolish, right? It can't mean abolish. He's using it to counteract the idea that he's abolishing the law. So that's what I would say about it.
Now, Justin, you know we're friends, and I love you like a brother, but I think you're wrong on this one.
Tell me more.
Fulfill means abolish. And that shows that God is so powerful, he can indeed do logically contradictory things.
That's a fair point, Jeff. I never thought about that. I forgot that if Jesus is God, God can do contradictory things, which means God can do something and not do it at the same time.
Yeah, so he came to not abolish and abolish the law. W-theism in your face.
I mean, that's a fair point. Shit, I'll see you in church on Sunday, buddy. That's wild. I'll get front row.
Here's the thing about Sundays, though, is like I don't wanna. So back to atheism, I guess it is for me.
You know, the funny thing about waking up for church, I know a lot of people complain about waking up for church, but I'm up with the sunrise. Like for me, sleeping in is like 8 o'clock, 8:30. So like when I was a Christian, I was like already awake. I'm like, oh, what am I going to do anyways? I'm already up. Might as well go to church and see all the friends and have a good time. I actually enjoyed going to church. I know for some people they don't like it. I loved it. I loved going to church. But yeah, I get it. If you're not a morning person, if you don't wake up in the morning, gosh, waking up in the morning to go to church, especially if you don't like your church, that's a rough thing to do, you know? Super Red, thank you for the $20 super thanks. And Marduk, good to see you, friend. It says, I had a family gathering today, but I took my earbuds with me, so I've been listening when I can. Here's AK. Thank you so much, Marduk. And if that, Jeff, if that doesn't tell you everything about our community is so dedicated to this cause that they will literally put earbuds in and listen to these debate live streams while they're out grilling with their family on July 4th. Isn't that like an amazing level of commitment?
Especially when somebody is in need.
Yeah.
That shows that you're not just here for us making fun of the dude that's making no sense.
Right. Lee says, for Fundraiser, TMFM. Well, thank you so much for the donation to the fundraiser, Lou. It's super, Lee. It's super appreciated. I really appreciate that, friend. And also from Adam Brown. Great to see you tonight, Adam Brown. Says rock hard for Doug AF. Yeah, listen, not just rock hard AF. And ready for the real fireworks to pop off with the wife later. Oh, we're going to have a saucy night tonight. Hope everything is good with AK. Keep cooking them, my friend. Well, Adam, we're trying to get AK to a better place. We'll have updates hopefully here in a couple weeks. Well, in August, late August, we should have some updates with the disability hearing. But It's a slog. That's why I'm trying to raise as much money as possible for AK, because it's not like we're going to raise money and all of her problems go away. It's not the case, actually. She's got chronic illnesses. She's not on disability. She doesn't have any insurance. So we got to really hit this thing hard. And if we can get her to the point where she's stable for a little while, and then eventually, hopefully, she'll get approved for disability, then we can get a little bit of breathing room. But for now, man, she's in a difficult spot, and somebody has to help her. That somebody is us. Gates says, as a fellow and recently diagnosed immune dysfunctional person, I wish you good luck in your journey. Well, Gates, thank you so much for supporting. $49.99, super generous friend, and thank you for sharing with us. You'd be surprised how many people have autoimmune disorders. I've got a sister with an autoimmune disorder, and like it'll fuck up your life. Like it's not like other disorders. Like it really will. It can ruin your life. There's a reason why so many people with autoimmune disorders are dependent on either really good insurance or they're dependent on government insurance, is because it wrecks you. Rob, thank you for the $20 super thanks. And Jack, my good friend, thank you for the $20 super chat. Jack says, what's the difference between a cult and religion? In a cult, there's a guy at the top that knows it's BS mind control and to control the gullible masses and to rule simpletons. In a religion, that guy's dead. Good luck, AK. I've never heard a thing that's more true in my life, Jack. That's the truthiest truth I've ever heard. That, to a T, sums up religion. I literally could not agree more. Kiln says, for positivity. Well, thank you so much for contributing to the positivity. And Jonesy says, Jesus, not Christ, lady. That sounds awful. Yeah, it really does. Silver Surfer coming in again with another $9.99 super chat. Big W. And Barstow, Big W Barstow for a $49.99 super chat. It says, get better, AK. I am rock hard for Doug. Well, listen, it sounds like you're rock hard AF for Doug with that super chat. That's a huge super chat and super generous. And also Kyle is coming in again. Kyle with a $20 super chat says, did you put your autograph on the shop yet? I'll buy it. Well, so here's the deal. I don't know what to autograph to send out for people who want the autograph. I had a friend recently, Connor, send me a Bible and I autographed and wrote a message in it. If you want to send me something to autograph, I'll autograph it for you. I'll tell you how you can send it to me. I can't send it to my home address, but there's addresses I can tell you to send it to and I'll autograph it for you. But Kyle, I'm more than happy to give you my autograph for free. You don't have to pay for it. And Nick, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, heard of this weird cult. They drink blood, eat flesh, and even worship a torture implement. They're called checklist Christians. Yeah, actually, you nailed it. That's exactly what they're called. They're called Christians. Oh my God. Listen, guys, I've still got hundreds of unread super chats, and I certainly don't have time to read them all tonight. I tried to grab as many as I can, especially the big hitters. Guys, let me look at some of the preliminary totals and see kind of, we'll get a guesstimate of kind of where we're at. I'd love to give you guys some sort of like a I can't say the preliminary figure to see about what we're at. So on the horizontal stream, we're at about 1.6K. That's really, really solid. 1.6K in super chats for the cause. And on the vertical stream, let's see who actually wins this competition. We're actually at about 1.2K. So we're right around about $3,000 in super chats. And I did a matching donation of $1,500, which means we're at about $4,500. And I know some people donated on PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, at least another $500 from Mark Bauman and some others, which means I would imagine if we calculate the totals that I never saw, people who donated directly to AK Borealis, we have to have peaked over the $5,000 mark. If I'm just doing the typical guesstimate. And that's huge, friends. That's huge for a group of unethical, immoral atheists to come together and support our friend AK and be able to put down $5,000 to help her get back on her feet. That's really, really big. I'll definitely be giving you guys updates for AK as they come in. Hopefully We should be hearing more in the near future. August is going to be a big month. So definitely send a lot of love and support to AK. It's going to be huge. Johnny Barrios, thank you for the 666 on Cash App. And also Joy, thank you for the $20 on Cash App. I saw that just now. Big W, friend. I really appreciate that. We'll make sure that gets over to AK. But friends, I think that's the end of the stream. My time's running short. I have to get a little bit of rest. And I'll end with one more super chat from Helping Mega Deconstruct saying, best of luck to AK. If you're watching this on replay, you're not watching this live later, I'm talking to you. There's links in the description of the video. You can click on those links to support AK directly. And if you're like, I don't have any money now, but maybe I'll have money in a month from now, the links are still going to be there. Go ahead and send some support to AK. She's going to need it. What we're sending her now is literally the tip of the iceberg. She's going to need more support in the future. So we're about to keep some tabs on AK because it's an ongoing situation. But thank you everyone for being here. Jeff, thank you so much for hanging out with me. I really appreciate it.
You know, I always have fun up on these lives, especially when we're, cooking.
Right. Yeah, it's a good time. I love having you up here. Jeff, are you going to be live anytime soon? Are you live tomorrow?
If I am, it's going to be at what I call the smoothie place. I won't say the name of the place because TikTok doesn't like that. But it's the smoothie place that has a purple logo and starts with a T.
Fair enough. All right. So make sure you guys are following Jeff on TikTok. Jeff, do you have a YouTube channel that people can follow?
Everywhere that you want to see me has the words "end of a species" on it. Because we're really cooked. Like
we're fucking toast.
Every time I think I'm changing my mind and I'm like, there's hope, somebody hits that request button. I'm like, nah, I was wrong. I fucked up.
We're in a lot of trouble. And last question is for the chat, is anyone live right now that we can go send a raid to? Who's live right now that we can raid? Let's see here. I see Parker's live on YouTube. He looks tired. Looks like he's been debating all day. Listen, if I was young like Parker and Dean, I would debate all day, every day. I don't have the energy for it anymore. Like I can handle like 2 or 3 really good debates, even long debates during the week, but I don't have the stamina to do what they're doing. They're unbelievable. All right, give me 1 second. I'm looking at the TikToks to see who's live on TikTok right now. We got to go raid somebody. Oh shit, Leaving Faith is live. Leaving Faith is a really good palate cleanser for what we're doing. She's going to bring a good, calm voice of reason and compassion into the dialogue. And she's basically the queen of empathy is what she's been called. Let's all pop over to Leaving Faith's live stream. It's going to be at Leaving Faith on TikTok. She does have a YouTube account. You can find her at the same handle, but she's not live on YouTube right now. She's only live on TikTok. I see 121 people right now. Let's go raid her live stream from Justin and Doug. Tell her Justin and Doug sent you. I'm going to be over there in just a minute. I'll be in the comments doing some the words escaping my mind now. Well, I want to be doing some chirping. There we go. So I'm going to be doing some chirping in the comments. So let's get this thing up over to at least 150 people. Let's get her bump over 100. I'll see you over there in just a minute. And look, we got a last minute donation coming up from our friend Buzzard. Thank you so much, Buzzard. Big W, super generous, says best wishes to AK. Good night, all. Hell dog. Good night. Love you all. We'll see you again very soon. I won't be live Sunday. I apologize. I'm going to pick up my son tomorrow morning early. We're going to be spending the weekend together in the next couple of weeks. So you won't see me live at night for like the next 4 or 5 weeks. I'll be live